What's up, dirty dog?
Hello?
Hello, everyone.
What up, everybody? Should be a good one. We'll watch the kids for a little bit while these ding-dongs get ready. As you can see, they're still showing agenda items. It's going to be awesome today, guys. Got to tell you, Jose Huizar, just right now, as I literally push start on this show, got sentenced to 13 years in prison.
Impressive.
13 years for corruption, taking cash bribes and all kinds of the goodies. So we should get some fiery, and I mean fiery, testimony from the people that know about it. Let's go. 13 years, Jose Huizar. 13 of them. And his buddies were planning on trying to get him 9. Just give him 9, man. He's a really good guy. No, we'll give him 13 instead. So that's what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. That is what it's all about. It's good to see you guys. And I guess I should say good morning in the proper way. Hold on, where is it? Where's my good morning drop?
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, fuck you! Yes! Yes! Fuck you too!
Oh, yeah, fuck you too. Fuck you too. That's what it's all about. It's packed there, man. Look at that. Them kids is having fun. No school. Everybody's out. It is packed in that joint. Like, you fall down, you getting ran over quick like. What's up, Yessie? What's up, Terry? What's up, Jaldon, Jenny? Cartman, Francine, thank you so much for the 4 months to Twitch Prime. Welcome back. We're back for more time. Put on some.
That's Perry doing that. Perry's doing that. Perry Walter Wycliffe. SYW.
What up, Brock? It's good to see you, Brock. Jamie, ASN, Evan, Christina, Al, Matt, BJ, Dirt Fan Racing. What's up, Calamity Girl? What's up, Robin? What's up, Carrie? What's up, Laguna? Hi, Tamayo. Hi, Lisa. Hi, Catherine. It's good to see everybody in the house. Oh, there we go. Oh, are we starting? Oh, are we starting? What are we doing here? Are we here directly at the meeting of...
To this meeting of your Los Angeles City Council. Welcome to Van
What
Nuys
is this
City
shit?
Hall, everyone.
Van Nuys City Hall,
Today is
huh?
Friday, January
Huh?
26, 2020.
There's Van Nuys?
I'm Paul Krikorian.
Had to go
President of the
testify, I
Council.
guess.
Ready to begin today's meeting. Public comment will be taken today, both here in the council chambers and via teleconference. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Did you hear that buzz? That's not on my side. That's their side. Hear the buzz?
Oscar, Padilla, Park, Price, Rahman, Rodriguez, Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky.
Their
12
sound
members
man.
present and a quorum.
Fantastic.
Thank you. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes of January 24, 2024.
Councilmember Lee moves. Councilmember McOsker seconds. Next.
They're in Van Nuys,
Mandatory
apparently.
Resolutions for approval.
Councilmember Padilla moves. Councilmember Park seconds. Next.
Would you like...
Run through the agenda, please.
Thank you, sir. Item number 1 is an item notice for public
I mean, there
hearing.
seems some
Items
people in
2
there.
through 10 are
I don't
items
see
for
any of
which
the
public
regulars just
hearings
yet.
have been held. The Budget, Finance, and Innovation Committee report has been posted.
yes,
to
faintly,
item
you could hear
10.
it.
It is available under Council File 23-0600-.
Amy, let's go.
Items 11 and 12.
Thank you, Amy.
Public hearings have not been held.
You rock.
Impressive.
13 is also an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are
It says
required
hi.
for
I'm
consideration.
on 10. I can't go any higher with
Without
them.
objection, members, those items are now before us. Do members have any
Sounds
items
like
to
little
put
buzz,
on
right?
special?
You can hear it.
Any specials, members? Councilmember Hernandez.
Sound man's stupid, dude. He's
Good
he's
morning.
the worst.
I'd like to call item 10 special for questions and amendments.
The fucking
11
worst.
special for a separate vote.
Holy
and 12
shit.
special for comments and amendments, please. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember De Leon.
Very much, Mr. President, I'd like to...
Hold on 1 second. Councilmember De Leon's mic, please.
1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Item 8, I'd like to move it to the Transportation.
I mean, how does he not hear that buzz?
And I'd like to call item 10 for...
Hold on, watch.
Okay.
Notice how it's all gone? You don't hear it anymore?
And pardon me,
Notice
Mr.
that?
Chair, is there a
Quiet
second
as
to
kept.
that
Here we
motion?
go.
Yes, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Sandman's terrible, bro. That sound man can't hear that loud ass buzz. That ain't light. That's
All
loud.
right, members, any other specials?
That's loud.
Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Item number 2 for a technical amendment.
Okay, and does the city attorney
Shout
have
out to the
amendment?
tech guy.
We seem to be experimenting
Please go ahead and
some
read that into-
technological
Yes, the
differences.
motion reads that I move that the matter that item number 2 on today's council agenda be
It's a
amended to
connection, it
adopt
ain't a
the
mic.
following in lieu of the recommendation
Because it's
contained in the
constant.
report.
It's constant.
1. Designate Coliseum Place from Victoria Avenue
It's either
to Crenshaw
gain
Boulevard as
on the
Diane
mixer.
Watson Way. And
Needs
2.
to turn the gain
direct
down.
the Department of Transportation to erect permanent ceremonial signage to this effect at this location.
No way he combed his hair today. No way. No way, bro. Oh, no. You near it? It's gone now.
All right, thank you.
Here, it's
And
gone?
is
You
there a
hear
second
it?
to that motion?
It's gone
Councilmember
now.
Hernandez seconds. Thank you
Huh.
very much.
Oh, it's back.
Councilmember Soto Martinez.
He found it and then he didn't. He found it and then he didn't. Oh my,
you.
straight found
Item
it,
number
shut it
10
off, and
for
then
amendments
didn't.
Which,
Put it back on.
are being circulated.
Back. It's
Does
gone.
The city attorney have
It's gone.
those amendments yet?
Okay?
Yes, I do.
Goes to show you
Go ahead and read those.
that he's
into
literally doing doing
the
a sound
first
check
motion
now.
reads
When
that
again,
I
you had all these
move
people in the
item
room.
10
You could walk
on
up and
today's
have somebody
agenda,
talking to those
be
mics. It ain't the
amended
mic.
to modify instruction
Telling you, it's the
number
mixer.
1 to instruct the CAO to add.
That's the
and,
difference
in
between a
quotes,
good sound
homelessness
technician
prevention,
and a
to
bad
the
sound
categories of
technician.
Prioritize critical hierarchy
DEI, ladies and gentlemen,
process.
DEI.
The
Up.
is there a second for this?
Guess we're gonna play the fucking
Councilmember
buzz
Hernandez
game.
seconds. Thank you.
And the second amendment reads that I move to amend item
Yeah,
10
see, it
on
wasn't
today's
me,
agenda
Patty.
to modify instruction
That
number
was them.
1 to instruct the CAO to add the following
you again, Amy,
positions
for that really,
at the
really
Department
nice
of
donation.
Transportation
Appreciate
to
Jamie.
the prioritize critical
Happy Friday
positions
to you.
not requiring additional review list. Signal system electrician, traffic officer.
It is,
2,
Brian. It is.
Senior traffic
People blame it on me, and I know I'm an amateur, but at least
Senior
I know when
traffic
it's me
supervisor 3,
and not them.
Traffic painter and
'Cause
signposter.
again, if I go
1,
like this and you don't hear
traffic
it, then you
painter
know
and
goddamn well it ain't
signposter
me.
2,
It's them. It's
senior
on their
traffic
audio
supervisor
side. You know
1,
what I mean?
Traffic painter and signposter 3, assistant signal systems electrician.
That's it. Got an equity
traffic
hire.
marking
Dude.
and
Get
signing
us the best for the job.
superintendent
Don't
1.
care about how many penises they have in
And
their
is there a
mouth or
second on
in
this,
between their
additional
legs.
motion?
How many vaginas they have
Harris
between their
Dawson.
legs.
Thank you.
I don't care if they have a golf ball
And the
hanging
third
between their
motion
legs. I don't
reads,
care. Let's get the best for the job.
In fiscal year 2023,
Somebody, I'm gonna find out an address. I'm gonna send him a comb
budgeted
because there's no way he combed that hair today. There's just no way. Look at the back. Look at the front. There's just no way. Unless he combed it, went to sleep in the
item 10
Prius
on today's
for
agenda
an hour,
be amended
then
to
woke
read
up
as
like that. But
follows.
even then,
I therefore move to amend item 10 on today's agenda to add the following instruction. Instruct the CAO to report back in 1 week to full council.
Liz, it just
on-
ain't. It ain't. He doesn't
on
care.
the
People
number
are
of
watching.
sworn police officers that the city is realistically projected to hire by end of the fiscal year, based on current hiring trends.
What's up, user?
And report on savings associated with eliminating
Is this
positions
truthful?
unlikely to be filled. Is there a second?
Well,
on
why
this
you
motion?
guys watch these guys? I'm gonna watch the kids snowboarding. It's more entertaining to watch these kids
Councilmember
jump the
Hernandez.
ramps.
Thank you. Any other specialist members? Mr. Harris Dawson.
Item 13 for a technical amendment, which the city attorney has.
All right. Mr. City Attorney.
Yes. The motion reads that I move that item number 13 on today's council agenda be amended to adopt the following additional recommendations.
He needs to get
clarify the
laid.
council's
Maybe he did get laid.
initiation
That's why his
timeline
hair's like
of
that.
the 5 properties.
He was boning in the
4,
Prius.
Instruct the planning department to prepare the historic cultural monument applications for the following 2 properties. 1, Tom and Ethel Bradley residence.
Jose Weezar sent it to
California
13
Eagle
years.
officer.
Yes, for the ones who are
Council's
joining late.
adoption of this
You
motion
guys are the ones that are joining late.
January
The
26, 2024.
Councilman Jose Weezar,
And new
who was
instruction
indicted
number
last
5.
year, just got
Instruct the planning
sentenced
department
this morning to
prepare the historic cultural
13
monument
years in
applications
prison.
for 3 properties.
13 years. Tried to get 9.
First
They
African
gave him
Methodist
13.
Episcopal Church. 4, Stylesville Beauty and Barbershop. And 5, Jules Catch 1, which will be scheduled for
Grady and
council
all the rest will be
initiation
next.
effective March 2024 or thereafter.
Thank you. Mr. Price seconds. Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Yeah, 13 years. That's a hell of a corruption case. 13 years. That ain't nothing. That ain't nothing. That's something. especially when you're already like him. He's 55, maybe something like that. Yeah, buddy.
I believe that-
number
Be in his
I
mid
believe that motion
60s.
has already been made and
Late,
seconded.
late
Thank you very
60s. What am
much,
I
Mr.
talking
Reed.
about? He's 68
All right.
or something when he gets
Any other
out.
specials, members? Any other specials?
Think he'll serve 4, Jake? We'll see.
Councilmember Park.
Mr. President, on item 12, we have
Even
recommended
4.
the city attorney
4 ain't
recommended
a,
as well.
4 ain't an easy stretch. I'll tell you that. A lot
The
of
motion
fucking
reads
people
that
in there. I'll
I
tell you
move
that. It's
item
more than
number
we
12
normally
on today's
get.
council agenda be amended as follows. That I therefore move that the city attorney, with support from LAHD,
And just to be honest, guys, I
be
think
requested
because they're
to
in a
prepare
different
and present
location in
an
Van Nuys,
ordinance
California,
that would
instead of
prohibit
being in
landlords
downtown
from
Los
evicting
Angeles,
tenants
I do
who
think that most of the regulars won't
have
show up, but
rental
they will
arrears
call in.
accumulated between October 1st, 2021 and January 31st, 2023, and B, are in the pool of approximately 3,200 applicants who applied for rental assistance under the ULA ERAP program between September 2023 and October 2023.
Yeah, he had tax fraud.
and
He
who
got
have been
cash
approved
bribes that
by
they
LA
found
Housing
out,
Department
plus some
to
other
receive rental
dealings that were
assistance
under the
and are
table that
awaiting the
shouldn't have
money
been
from
done.
the department.
So
This
he was cheating
prohibition
in many ways.
would last for
Not just one.
120 days, starting from February 1st, 2024.
Guys,
This
I'm a little
ordinance shall
sick
not
today.
apply to
When I
other
was sneezing the
pending
other
ERAP
night, it was the
applications
early,
outside of this group,
the
and
early coming
shall
of the
not apply
cold.
to individuals
So I have a
with
cold right
pending
now,
ERAP
so
application
please bear with me.
who are facing a just cause eviction for reasons
As if
unrelated
having
to rental
Bell's
debt
palsy wasn't
accumulated
enough. I
between
needed a cold.
October 1st, 2021 and January 31st, 2023.
And I will
What up,
second
Chelsea?
that. Any other specials, members? All right. I see no. Councilmember Daly.
That's why they moved it.
Just 10 for an amendment, please.
Number 10 for an amendment.
Well, I mean, they weren't in the
And
LA court
City
building.
Attorney, do you have
That's
the
where he was.
I do. The motion
This is
reads
weird,
that
so, whatever.
I move that item 10 on today's council agenda be amended to A, specify that all positions related to the implementation of grant
I had
funded
chicken
projects
soup already
that are
yesterday.
fully reimbursable be exempt from the new
I made some
priority
Denison's
critical
chili
hiring
with
process.
sriracha in it. That way
Clarify
it cleared me
that
out,
all,
and it did
and
for
all
the
is
moment.
bolded, livability
Bro, look
services
how packed it is. Holy shit. Holy shit.
are exempt from the new priority.
there's
critical
no room
hiring
on that poor
process.
line.
And C, specify that all positions related to the implementation of grant-funded projects that are partially
No
reimbursable
mocos for
be
me,
included as
Christina.
a prioritized hiring category.
Hopefully not.
And just for clarification, are the
Ian, let's go.
My money don't jiggle jiggle. It folds. I like to see you wiggle wiggle. For sure.
only
Let's
changes
go.
on the
Yes, I
portions of
appreciate you. Happy Friday to you, buddy.
Just so everyone's,
Hopefully you are doing well.
I'm not just whistling Dixie, no. I'm singing you a Bayou Serenade, I guarantee.
Chase? Nope. Live coverage. Attorneys speak following the sentencing of ex-LA council member Huizar in
And
corruption
Councilmember
case.
Rodriguez, just
So they're
second.
speaking right now about it.
All right. Last call on specials, members. Anybody else have any specials?
Thank you, Jennifer.
Going once.
Thank you, Emma.
Going twice. All right. With that.
Oh, here we go again.
Madam Clerk.
He's over there turning
Yes, the
dials.
council
Still,
may now vote
like,
on
bro,
items 3 through
leave it
9.
alone. You had it
3
just
through
fine.
9 are now before us, members.
Obviously, you got a
I
bad
see no
wire.
members wishing to be heard on items 3 through 9.
I'm going to go on a limb. That's
So
a
on
bad
those items,
wire,
let's open
bad
the roll.
connection.
Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
14 eyes.
Tech is terrible. He's on the fly.
Very good.
He
Thank
ain't
you.
good.
Now, before we go to the public comment portion of our meeting,
Need to get Mark or
I'd like to recognize
Drew Poppy over there. Those ones, they know what they're
Councilmember
doing.
Padilla. Are you prepared?
Crystal
for your
clear.
presentation?
Spot on.
All right. Councilmember Padilla, you have
Moose,
the floor.
thank you so much for the Twitch Prime for 35 months.
Impressive.
Thank you, Moose. Welcome back one more time, Moose. Yeah, it's going to be a whole shit show today, guys. Get ready for it. Oh, great. Who? What do we got here?
Alrighty, as everyone comes
Ah.
towards the podium,
Oh, it's
I'll
the
get
first one
started.
to
So good
honor.
morning, everyone, and welcome to the heart of
What's up,
the
Lil
valley.
Dad?
Yeah. This is the community of Van Nuys, and I am so proud to be here with all of you today to reopen this great facility, reopening the LA City Council. and having
Van
our
Nuys
meeting
is a
here
toilet, ladies
at
and gentlemen.
the Van Nuys City Hall, once upon a time known as the Municipal Service Building. The San Fernando Valley is home to over 1.8 million Angelinos.
This is the
making-
exact
making up
city
nearly
Sean from
40%
Canoga
of the
Park
city of
wanted them to
Los
clean up.
Angeles.
Not his own city,
Hence,
but
upon
this
my
city.
first day as a newly official council member, I made it my priority to introduce
Newly
a motion
official?
alongside with Council President Krikorian to bring the government back to the valley. Thank you for your support.
So it's going to be here from now on?
As many may recall, our regular council meetings at Van Nuys City Hall were impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and had not resumed in 4 years. But with the support of my fellow council members and especially the Valley neighbors, Blumenfield, Krikorian, Lee, Raman, and Rodriguez, we take a major step for our Valley constituents. I'm very proud to have delivered on this pledge to bring back government to the 1.8 million residents who call the San Fernando Valley home and make local government more accessible to the people.
Well, back
As a
then,
longtime
maybe,
community
Doom.
organizer and resident of the 6th
I mean,
District,
you had
that I now
Chevrolet here,
represent,
too, or there,
I'm honored
too.
every day to have the opportunity to advocate for my community week in and week out. And in celebration of the Van Nuys City Hall reopening, I'm excited to honor the Valley community and civic leaders with me here today who promote and are involved in anything you want to refer to as community empowerment.
I'm looking,
across
guys.
the
I don't
6th
see anybody
District.
just
A
yet.
round of applause for them, please. So, individuals here are from all the communities that represent the 6th District, from Arleta, Lake Balboa, North Hills East, North Hollywood, Panorama City, Sun Valley, and Van Nuys. Yeah. These are the individuals that
She's
are
goofy. I don't care what you
running
tell
things
me.
at our
She's
neighborhood
goofy.
councils, our neighborhood watch, the major nonprofits, and I want to give a few of them the opportunity to just say a few words. First, we'll start with, from my hometown, the amazing Norma Chavez from Sun Valley Neighborhood Council. Norma, where are you?
Thank you. That's a nice welcome. I'm very excited to be here. This is my first time ever attending an in-person meeting. And I just want to give a shout out to
Smoke and
Council
scan?
President Krikorian. My San Valley Neighborhood Council is very lucky to have 2 council members who have worked very hard with us. And the Glencrest Hills community sends their greetings. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Thank you so much. I want to express my gratitude to Council Member Imelda Padilla for her support to our neighborhood council and her
I am
willingness
awake.
to
I'm
meet
watching the
with my
kids,
community
MG. I'm trying to watch this
face-to-face.
shit.
She was we were very happy to host Coffee with the Councilwoman Padilla, which was well attended. Our community was
Watching
eager
the
to be
people
with her
shredding
to
these
voice their
fucking half
concerns,
pipes and
she handled it very well,
jumps.
very gracefully, and with honesty. We thank her for that.
She killed Selena.
As she mentioned, she was a former board member of the San Valley Area Neighborhood
one's heating up.
Council, so I'm very proud to be here. And I'm very excited because the demographics of my board members has changed. We have a lot of young people with children.
Thank you, Talvish.
who
Happy
attend
Friday.
those meetings, the meetings that we hold every second Tuesday of the month, and they get to see
Thanks, Talvish.
firsthand someone from our community, young, energetic, enthusiastic, willing to make changes in our community, and we're just happy to work with.
That's what everybody else in
both
the
of
other
our
room
council
said,
members.
Terry.
Thank you so much.
It's the chick who killed Selena.
Thank you, Norma. And I was right here.
Oh, there's Andrew Gravener's in the house. Ooh, boy. Here we go, guys.
Sun Valley.
Was that Foo News instead of Fox News?
But
Look at
next,
Homeboy's sweater when he gets up.
Now from the Arleta Neighborhood Council and also City Family from the Department of Sanitation, Mr. Raymond Duran. A few more words. Is he here? I know I saw him.
This guy right here. Damn it, that thing's in his way. But it says Foo News. It doesn't say Fox, but it's a Fox emblem.
Hello, everybody. I just want to thank.
Bro, I don't know about that outfit she's wearing today. I don't know about that.
Advocating for this position to bring the,
I don't know about that.
neighbor or the council meetings back to the valley. This is really important. A lot of our constituents in our community think this is important. They have a hard time getting to LA, and a lot of them work during the day, and this will be a great opportunity for them to attend these meetings and get more involved. I'm the president of the Arleta Neighborhood Council. I have a big neighbor watch in the valley. I'm really involved.
So that's something real then,
a lot of
Terry.
my
Is it
neighbors,
real?
They
Blue
struggle
News?
to get all the way to LA, and this is great. You know, you see the participation.
So you follow them-
in the
okay, so they
valley.
are real
You know,
news.
A lot of people.
Okay.
For myself, this is probably the second time because I work in the valley for the
Thanks
city.
for putting
but
me
a
up
lot
on
of LA as
game.
well, and it's a struggle.
Never heard of
So I
them.
want to thank Imelda Padilla for bringing this motion into place, and you know that's all I have to say. And thank you very much, and thank you all for being
Wedding
here.
after me.
Thank
Wow,
you.
you getting married to her? Shell? Are you getting married? What's going on?
I'm also going
All right,
to
guys.
bring someone that
Ladies and gentlemen.
highly advocated for this. From the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, Kathy Schreiner. I know I saw her too.
All right, Kathy.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we kind of think about the City Hall as sort of our home, being in Van Nuys, and our meeting place has been the Browdy Center when we were in person. And fortunately, we were able to go back
Wearing
there
a fancy
because
napkin.
Meldo's staff made that possible for us. So we're really grateful. I have 3 council districts that
Sadie
cover
B,
First
yeah,
Ward,
apparently they
so
are. I didn't
wanna
know.
thank
Terry
Mr.
was
Krikorian
telling me they are.
And Ms. Rahman and Melda for all their support for what goes on in our area. And then just to reiterate what other people have said, we really wanted this meeting to come back to the Valley. It's so hard to get downtown, especially for a 1-minute
Well,
public
TS, I'm
comment.
all right. I'm
so
getting
people
there.
just don't.
Slowly.
And this will be a very
Slow.
tangible way of bringing people.
Got a
capable
cold, though.
That their issues can be heard if they
If-
come
as
here
if this
on a
wasn't
Friday
enough.
morning, periodically. So we really appreciate it, and we just all encourage anybody who's interested in city government to join their local neighborhood council. Thank you.
And I also have here from Lake Balboa, Linda Griviani, the infamous Linda. I see her. Come on down.
Hi, thank you.
Is that Stacy
Yes,
back
I'm
there in the
Linda
hoodie?
Gravani. I'm
Guys,
president
hoodie
of the
and
Lake
glasses?
Balboa Neighborhood Council for
I'm
the
sorry,
past
beanie
11,
and
12
glasses,
years.
beanie.
I'm also chair of the Valley Alliance of Neighborhood Councils. And if you're not aware of the 99 neighborhood councils within the city of Los Angeles, 34 are in the Valley. And we really appreciate that you've opened up the City Hall for us today and for future meetings. It's very important for our communities to get to meet you and to see you in action and to, fashion our own neighborhood council meetings after yours so we can get through some of these things quickly. But a very warm Valley welcome, and I do appreciate Councilwoman Padilla for making this happen because it's been on our wish list for a long time. So welcome. Thank you.
And last but not least, I'm going to have Tony Wilkinson from Panorama City. Is he here? I know I saw him.
Tony Montana. Come on, Tony Montana. That looks like Pickle Dick.
You know, these are interesting times because while we thought we had a lot of money with a lot of help we got from the federal government, our budget is now sort of in crisis. I can't imagine a more important time for community partnership with our elected officials. And
Who
the
squandered all
committees and
that, buddy?
departments to try and make certain that the critical
Wasn't the
services
other
get
side. There
delivered.
is no other side
And
here.
In the Valley, I can't imagine a better opportunity to re-engage the public with the city government that unfortunately through lockdowns has sort of frittered away. This is a great opportunity. I thank my councilwoman for this, and I think we should all seize this opportunity to continue it and make certain that people in our communities, in places not just like neighborhood councils, but a Best Start, Kids 0 to 5, Poor People's movement, all kinds of things in the San Fernando Valley that advocate for our unheard neighborhoods. I think this is a great opportunity, and thank you very much to Councilmember Padilla and to the council for coming back here on Friday.
You notice how he had talked about the lockdowns, but you notice how he didn't say that these people that were
Thank you all
created the
for
lockdowns
speaking,
and are
on
still
behalf of the
firing
respective
cops and
communities.
firefighters
But I would
over
be
not
remiss
taking a
to
fake
really emphasize
vaccine.
how every single
Let's
one of
go.
the individuals behind me is a leader in themselves, from Miss Sully in Panorama City with all her work with the parks and everything. I see
Oh, there goes fist up. So that's probably Stacy. Look, his fist is up. Look at him back there. Look. Straight back, guys, in front of the flags.
Members from Casa Esperanza
She's got
here.
to
Welcome.
be
Thank
there.
you all for being here. Thank you, Maria, for being one of the biggest advocates for homelessness in the neighborhood. Who else is here? David, a big advocate for cleaning up our Van Nuys Airport. Thank you so much.
They love to tell you about what's hindered the people,
being
but
here.
not who
Our
created
North
the
Hills leader
hindrance.
Here también. Hola, ¿cómo está?
Who started all that?
But I did want to thank another community leader for identifying somebody.
All right,
in our
Kevin, that's
district
good, but we're not
that
gonna watch him right
deserves
now.
A special recognition today.
Shout out to Taco Joe.
So I want to close by honoring a veteran, World War II veteran, Robert Sharp. Could we please bring him to the podium?
Thank you for your service. Just wish you weren't a
Mr. Robert Sharp
stomach
and his son, Kelly Sharp. Let's make way.
So yeah, I see Andrew Graebner. I see Stacy and her husband. I don't see like Mr. Herman or Harlan, but that doesn't mean they're not there. Doesn't mean they
honor
won't call.
veteran Robert Sharp, who bravely served our country as a World War II fighter pilot before settling roots in Arleta here in the Valley. He was actually born on Mother's Day in 1923 and reached the grand milestone of turning 100 this past May.
Shit.
We give him
Looks good for a hundo. You don't look 100. Shit. Looks like 89 or 88 or something.
As a young
you
man,
don't look 100.
Lieutenant Sharp enlisted in the Aviation Cadet Corps. And upon graduating in March of 1944, he was given his silver wings and commissioned as a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army Air Corps. His most notable engagement occurred on December 26, 1944, when his fighter group gave air cover to General George Patton's Third Army
Yeah, he
following
looks
him
great for
to
his age.
open the corridor to Bastogne, thereby lifting the German siege of Bastogne, which was part of the larger Battle of the Bulge. Sharp ended his military
Thanks
service
to him,
as
we're not
lieutenant
speaking German.
colonel. During his service, he received a Distinguished Flying Cross and an Air Medal with 100 oak leaf cluster. In his retirement, Lieutenant Sharp enjoyed spending time with his extended family. He and his wife had 3 children, daughter Carrie and sons David and Kelly.
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about, butter.
Carrie, I'm sorry, and sons David and Kelly. And he is a proud grandfather to 13 children
can't even
and
read.
30 great-grandchildren. A true blessing to have you with us today and honor you for your bravery and service to our country. And now I present, on behalf of the City of Los Angeles, a certificate.
You better give him a framed one. You gave him the old Peachy folder? You're kidding me. He's 100. He fought for this country, and you gave him the old Peachy folder. You dumb motherfuckers. You couldn't have.
And now
Tell
I'd
me
like
where's
to,
that. I'll
bring up
frame
his
it
son
for him.
Kelly
I'll
to
pay
say
for
words.
it. Ridiculous how fucked up you assholes are. You give him an old Peachy folder. It's 100. He fucking fought for this country. And you fucking assholes give your friends the nice ones, framed.
This is truly a great man.
Disgusting.
From as far back as I can remember.
Here's your old Peachy folder, bro. Fucking assholes.
My dad taught me how to pray to my Heavenly Father. Thank Him for everything we have. He was a great father, helping with homework from school. He was a scoutmaster, and
did you make
he
Eagle
was
Scout?
also a very good Sunday school teacher. And there isn't a day that goes by when he does not ask me if there's anything he can do for me.
What up, 12 cent?
All as I would like to do is do for him. Dad is the kind of person that when I was quite a bit younger, maybe 25, I didn't have a great car to drive. And Dad bought me a little mini truck. And this is in 1982. I can't get rid of that mini truck. Because of what it means to me, what it symbolizes. And I just want to tell you, Dad, how much I love you.
Oh, that's nice. It's good pop right there.
And I want to thank everybody here for allowing me to express that to you. Thank you, Imelda. Thank you. I'd like to
nothing they do
introduce,
really
my
hang
dad,
'em does.
Robert
Let's be honest.
Davis
Nothing they do.
Sharp.
It's always got an adverse
Can I
effect.
get you to say a few words, Dad?
Yes, as a man of a few words. Yeah. I taught my son not to lie, but he lies. It's a pleasure to be here. And,
I like him already.
If you would like to be here, just become 100 years old and they'll roll out the carpet for you, which like they
Right.
did for me.
Give you an Opeachy folder.
I don't really know why I'm here, but I'm here. And I appreciate the honor of being here and representing a generation they call the greatest
Doesn't sound 100, right,
generation.
Sadie? At all.
And some of the people I've
Such good
known
shape.
during that generation, they are the greatest. Those
I'll tell you
that,
why in a moment.
Died for this country are the greatest. I have some good friends who are no longer with us because they went overseas and were killed in the effort. I'm not a great spokesman for anybody, but
He is spry.
I'm certainly grateful to be here today, and don't honor me, honor the military guys that allowed you to be here today. They were a great bunch of folks, and I think I'm the last one, actually. I maybe have one more friend that was in the service with me, still alive, but to live this long, and it's been quite an honor. The only bad thing about it is you have to rely on other people to help you. I have to rely on other people to feed me and to get me where I'm going and get me doctor's appointments and all that nonsense. And relying on other people is a pain in the neck or parts lower. I don't.
Pain in the ass.
Is that all you want to say to everybody?
Look at him.
What was that?
Look at him.
Closing statement?
Fuck, he almost looks the same
You'd
right
like me to
now.
stop?
Bro, look at that
Is that what
picture of
you're
him in the
saying?
fucking airplane. That's awesome.
Sure you don't
That's
feel
two great
forced?
pictures of him. Man. I like him.
Councilmember Padilla, I appreciate your commitment to efficiency, but Lieutenant Sharp has the floor.
All right. I want to make sure he doesn't feel pressure.
Anyway, I appreciate all you people that are here. I know you're here not to honor me, but to honor 100 years of this country's growth. And I've been a part of it, but not a big part of it. But
Humble as
I'm
can be.
grateful for
Humble
the
pie.
honor that you've given me to be here.
Like Ted
I've
Williams.
had a lot
Yeah.
of honors lately, and I don't know why. They interview me all the time now, and I don't know why they're doing that. Because I'm not that kind of a guy. But I've been given all kinds of honors. They interviewed me the other day, and the doggone thing has had on Bluetooth or something, and I don't even know what Bluetooth is. And got me
Don't
on
worry,
that.
neither
The
do I.
thing's had something like 3,000 hits, and 900 people agreed with it. Whatever it was I said. I don't even know what I said. I had to listen to it to find out what I said. Anyway, I appreciate you guys, and thank you for the time.
Thank you, sir, for your service. Thank you, Mr. Sharp, or Lieutenant Sharp.
I would like
Sorry,
to
Lieutenant
thank
Sharp.
Ann Job for setting this up. She came to my house, and this is
Just think it's
a
disgraceful
wonderful
they give him a
lady here that,
O-Peachy folder instead of a one that's
made all this
framed. It's
possible.
disgraceful.
Thank you
It
very
really is.
I had the privilege of knocking on doors for Imelda to get her to be joining you. And I met a lot of really terrific people in the doing, but he's the star. I knocked on his door. This would not be happening without Kelly. I knocked on the door. Kelly asked me, would I like to meet his father? Well, yeah. So 45 minutes of
Sit,
meeting
surf
his
dog.
father, I knew that Imelda would want to honor him. And I am so grateful to Imelda, to Kelly, and of course, mostly to Robert. I bet you can have your constituents see this on Channel 35 when they get home, and that more people can get to see Robert and appreciate what you have done for him and what he has done for our country, and I would say our world. Thank you very much.
No.
Thank you, Ann.
The reason I think he's in such good shape is because he was in that time before all the fast food,
closing, members,
all the disgusting
I just
food that
wanna
we have
say,
at the market.
When you look at
Most shit you buy at the
behind me,
market is
I
not
hope
even
you
good
see
for you.
The,
He was before
who
most of that
motivates
time,
me,
I
what
think.
motivates me, how I get my work done,
From that
how
generation.
I get inspired, and
Live
also what I
long.
always like to point out about the 6th District, and I think everybody behind me shows it, is we are a very diverse district. We look like all of Los Angeles. So thank you again for being here, but we all have a great meeting.
Councilmember Padilla? We do have
Okay.
we do have members on the queue, but first, let me just say, Lieutenant Sharp, typical of the members of the greatest generation,
What
you
things?
came and spoke with humility and with gratitude and with modesty and with appreciation to us. And on behalf of this council and on behalf of our country, let me just say that it's
She a
the other
cholo?
way around.
Oh, you guys are right. That is a colonel. That is a colonel patch.
Not only
He's a
for your
lieutenant
service,
colonel. Didn't
but
she
for
call
the
him a
inspiration
lieutenant?
that you give
Yes or no in the chat room?
those of your
She said he was a
generation have
lieutenant.
given to
Didn't say he was a
subsequent
lieutenant colonel.
generations
I didn't
about
see the
need
hat.
For the patriotism, about the need for duty, about the importance of commitment to country and to the values that it represents. So we are
She did, right,
incredibly
Sean?
grateful to you
Right,
for your
Griffin?
service
Yeah.
and for
She just
the
called-
inspiration
just
that
said
you give to
lieutenant.
all
She
of
didn't
us
say lieutenant
still.
colonel.
And I want to invite you in advance to our Veterans Day celebration.
Right,
in
street
November
peeps. I
as
mean,
well.
realistically,
Hope you'll be
he's
joining us for
he's
that.
one level below a general.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
I mean, he's the
Thank
high.
you.
He'd
Well,
be the
first, I
highest
wanna
ranking
thank
on the
Kelly
battlefield,
for
I
making
believe.
us all weepy on
Is
Friday.
the lieutenant and the
but
lieutenant
it's
colonels and the
they're
colonels are the
happy
highest on the
tears.
battlefield.
They're happy tears because
Because usually generals aren't on the
I think
battlefield.
all of us can relate to the great
It's good to see you, street
emotion,
peeps.
and depth of love and admiration that you had the privilege of growing up with. And because many of us,
Well,
thankfully,
being a
share
lieutenant and a
in that
lieutenant colonel is
experience
way.
with
We're
our
talking
own
from here to
family,
here.
who endured
It's a
great
huge
sacrifice
difference.
and struggle
Oh yeah.
for the betterment of the world and the betterment of our country. And you were clearly raised by a remarkable example of a man. And so, Lieutenant Sharp, I just
See?
want to thank you so much.
She didn't say lieutenant colonel.
The succeeding generations have all been beneficiaries of the incredible sacrifice of you and the soldiers that served alongside you. And with each succeeding generation, we've continued to benefit from that preservation of democracy, for standing for what's right.
Real life.
And sadly,
I'm on 10. Talk
having
to their
endure
sound
a
guy.
great deal of sacrifices and loss as a result. But
I'm
we are
getting
all
there,
here to
street
uphold and
peeps.
protect that
Getting there.
democracy. And I want to thank you for sticking through these 100 years with the optimism and hope that we will continue to uphold everything that you all stood for and fought for. And I want to thank you for that. And sadly,
So VG
as
is
I think
brigadier
about
general?
What's happening in our local
Or what is
economy,
that?
what's happening in our national economy was no different than the circumstances before that very war commenced. And it's a very difficult struggle that a lot of families continue to endure. And we see some of this, tragically, some of the very same moments in history resurging in our generation. And it's very difficult. So I
So it
think
is a
the
brigadier
emotion is
general,
born
right?
out
Okay,
of
that's what I
knowing
thought.
that we are in some ways reliving some of the very same circumstances, and it's tragic. But I want to thank you for providing us, Ms. Padilla.
So you're
an
saying the
opportunity
brigadier
to
is the
honor
highest
and
ranking on the
recognize
battlefield. Good to see you,
Lieutenant
Kat.
Sharp.
Didn't see you jump in here.
Of course, for
My eyes
bringing
ain't
us
working
back
so great.
to our treasured and beloved San Fernando Valley. You know, we always talk about, and this Tuesday, earlier this week, my colleagues, Mr. McCosker, Mr. Lee, Mr. Soto Martinez, we had, and Ms. Park, we held public safety committee here in these chambers. And because equally committed to making sure that we make your city council
Okay,
more
so he's
accessible.
3 below a general.
Everyone forgets the San
But all
Fernando
within the
Valley
colonel rank.
represents nearly, roughly half the
Really, 2
population
more.
of
Than
the
you would've
city of
got.
Los Angeles.
That's crazy.
And it is absolutely imperative that we make government more accessible here in the San Fernando Valley. And when I was speaking,
But an
to
admiral's in the
Mr.
Navy,
McCosker,
right? He's not in the
It was
Navy.
under duress 20 years ago when the valley was so frustrated
Think
that
he
they
was.
talked about secession. So we have to make sure that we all do our parts to never forget the San Fernando Valley. And I'm grateful to have a partner in you, Ms. Padilla, to make sure that that in
Thank you,
fact is
TS.
not the case.
Never again.
Never again. So thank you all very much for your partnership and collaboration.
Nothing.
to
That's why,
ensuring that we
Carla.
make
He
sure
doesn't
that
know
the
why
valley
he's there.
Continues to have a very strong voice, and for being here with us today. I want to thank my colleagues. This is
always
this is
about
gonna be
her
a
and-
regular practice.
and her
We're bringing it
colleagues.
all back, but I want to thank you, Ms. Padilla, for making that happen. Mr. Sharp, thank you again.
That's how they always do it. They always make it about themselves. Mr.
you.
Sharp, here's your
Councilmember
O-Peachy
Soto
folder.
Martinez, followed by
When
Councilmember
everybody else
Hernandez.
got a signed basketball and a framed
I'll
picture.
be brief. I just want to thank
Fucking A.
Councilmember Padilla for pushing us to come here. The folks that are part of our community, I hope you know you have someone that is advocating for you, that is pushing for you, making sure that government is more accessible. And so just want to recognize that leadership in front of everyone. And you know, this is something that I think about a lot. A slogan that I always say is like, we should be bringing government to the people. Because you should feel like
Just
you're
make them wait
part of it.
forever.
You should have a voice that we
Fuck
care about
you.
I know oftentimes that is not felt here in the valley, and so
Fuck
I hope
you.
to do this a lot more. And to Councilmember Rodriguez,
That's right. People are laughing.
Thank you so much for
They're
the,
talking
for the
shit.
donuts and the snacks in the back.
Uh-huh.
I really appreciate it. But again, thank you so much for coming here, and hope to see you soon.
Ridiculous, man.
Thank you.
Ridiculous.
Thank you.
How dare they have the
Councilmember
audacity to,
Thank you, Council
to
President.
say that.
Thank you
Yet
so much.
they make
I will
people
be
wait
brief as
6
well.
hours
I
just to
wanna
talk
echo the gratitude
about-
of
for
Councilmember
1 minute.
Padilla for bringing us to the Valley. Thank you so much, San Fernando Valley, for having us out here. Looking forward to coming out. Even though I'm from Northeast LA, which is not the Valley, and quite a drive away, I'm excited to see the other places of the city so that we can get better.
You got to
understandings
drive
of
fucking
what
early.
other
I mean,
communities are
quickly every
experiencing.
time. Now
So
you don't
thank
gotta.
And
What do you do?
Lieutenant, thank you for
Wah.
dedicating your life to fighting for our communities, for our rights, for justice, and for just being an amazing example of what dedicating yourself to community looks like day in and day out. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Padilla, before you close and before everybody dissipates, if it's all right with you, I think we should mark the moment by inviting the Valley members to come up and join you for a picture with so much of a cross-section of the leadership of the Valley on this.
Is she over
historic
300? I don't
occasion,
know.
Thanks to your efforts as we return to the Van Nuys City Hall. So if I could ask the President Pro Tem to come up and take the chair. Any Valley members who would like to join Councilmember Padilla?
Thank you.
Let's
Thank you,
go ahead
Kat.
and do that. Did Councilmember Padilla, did you have anything else to close?
That concludes. I just want to say for the record that thank you to School Board Member Scott Schmershon for being here.
Thank you so much, Kat. You rock. Breaking news. Councilman gets 13 years. For the ones who are joining late, one of their
All right, Madam Clerk, can I
council
assist Madam
members
City Attorney while we're
who
getting
got
these photos
indicted
done,
last
can we
year
take care of
got
the
sentenced
business of
today.
reading
to
the
13
instructions
years in prison for corruption.
Public comment into the record.
So let's see
Yes,
if they
thank you.
say
As
anything
indicated
about
on the
it.
agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. You want to call in? There's the number.
254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466.
Not
Press
Grady.
pound.
Grady will be the next
Press
one.
pound again when prompted for participants.
He's newly indicted. Same with
Once
John
admitted
Lee.
to the meeting, press star 9 to
There's been
request
4 to be indicted, just so we're clear, in the last 2 years. 4. Mark Ridley Thomas, who's in jail now. Jose Huizar, who's in jail now, including this morning, unless they didn't take him into custody right away. Then you have Grady, right? And then we have John Lee.
Pound again when prompted for participant ID.
And funny enough as it is Kevin DeLeon, who got caught saying all the shit on camera and all that. Ain't nothing happened to him. Nothing. What up, Florida Bat? Nothing has happened.
Two people providing public comment.
And they're all Democrats. There's 0 Republicans on the horseshoe. 0. Not a fucking one. So I don't want to hear nothing about the other side. Or an orange dude or anything else. I don't want to hear it.
3 minutes total for the
This is
items
absolute
open for
power
public
corrupting
comment.
absolutely.
We will tell you when your time is up. When speaking on the agenda items, you must be on topic. Our goal
What's up,
is to get
Christy?
through as many speakers as we can.
Mitch
If you are
Englander?
not on
Oh, there's
topic,
another one. I
or
forgot about
if you
him,
can't
right?
tell whether you are on topic, you will get
So
one
that's 5
brief
then?
warning from me or the president.
Insane.
At that point, you need to get immediately.
Yeah, there's no
and
way he combed his hair
clearly
today.
on
There's
topic.
no way.
If you do not do so,
Or he fell
if you
asleep
get
in the
straight off
Prius.
topic,
He was out back.
You will forfeit the rest of your speaking time, and we will move on to the
You know what I
next
mean?
speaker.
Before he knew it, he was already asleep.
Items
Fucked
open
up
for
his head.
public comment. 1, 2, and 10 as amended. 11 and 12 and 13. So again, let me repeat. The items that are open for
Figured the
public
Starbucks would
comment
keep
on
him
the
up.
agenda are 1,
Bro, it is so packed here today. Look at that. Look at the line. They're like, there ain't no room on this sumbitch. Finally, there is.
also speak
So many
for
kids.
1 minute during general public comment. During general public comment,
That's it,
which will be held
D-Live.
at the end of the meeting.
What up, Florida?
Members
Florida,
of the
how are
public
you?
may speak to anything else on the agenda or anything else under the subject matter jurisdiction of
Thank
the
you,
city.
Ernst. Ernest,
For members of the public
feel like
calling
I'm getting
in,
a little better
when
here
it
and
is
there.
your turn to speak, an automated message
Slow,
from
though.
Zoom will prompt
They
you
did
to
say
press
6
star
months.
6 to
so
unmute yourself.
what a way to start off the
If
year,
you do
right?
not do so, council staff will prompt you once more. At that
Can we get to
point, you need
2025 already?
immediately unmute
In 2024,
yourself, or
this year,
unfortunately,
November,
you will forfeit
holy
your
shit.
time and we will
I'm
have
going
to
to tell
move
you,
on to the next speaker.
holy shit.
Finally,
Buckle up,
because
ladies
of a
and gentlemen.
brief
Buckle
time
up.
delay between the live meeting
You better
and the
be ready,
broadcast,
because it's coming.
2 things are important. First, while you're waiting for your turn to speak, please keep an ear to the phone so you know in real time when it is your turn to press star 6 to unmute.
They're in pursuit.
Second,
Of course
if
they
you're
are.
listening to this meeting on another device, please turn down the volume on that device immediately when it is your turn to speak. Between feedback and the time delay, it will cause a
Everybody
great
wants to
deal of
see you. I want you
confusion
to come
if you
up here and
continue to
hang out
listen
with
on your
all-
other
everybody.
devices. Thank you.
No, you don't want to hang out?
All right, if we can call the first group of speakers to the podium when your name is called, if you'll line up in the center aisle, and you can speak in any order.
Candido, Rob Kwan,
50 guns.
Rachel Wallace, Andrew Grabner,
Ooh.
David Kasachian.
Okay, we're going to do under or over 20, guys. Under over 20. Under over 20. Hurry, 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 hurry. Because he's making his way first. Hurry.
Turn your microphone up. No one can even hear. I'll speak on all items in general comment.
Hold on just 1 minute, please.
Sound man getting it from Andrew Grabner, too. I love it, Billy. Even the sound man getting it. Oh, man, I love it. He's already got one in here, guys. 19 more and we're at the push. And you can see homeboy with his fist up right in the back. That's fucking Stacy's husband, I think. Yeah, they're in Van Nuys, a whole new building. Again, I believe they used to go back and forth, but you know, when the whole 2019 hit, they decided to just do LA, I'm guessing.
Okay.
That's why the
Mr.
fat
Grabner,
chick was complaining about having
Before
to
you
go
begin, Mr.
farther to
Grabner,
work.
Just to reiterate to
One
those
day,
who
the
are here
first
today,
fucking day, she's already
We
complaining.
will be taking comment on agenda items. So if you signed up for general public comment, but you meant to speak about an agenda item, then that's fine. But if it's something relating to issues that are not on our agenda, we'll be taking those after we have a chance to vote on the agenda items. So you'll still be
After
heard,
you vote.
but it'll go in that order. Andrew Gravener, go right ahead.
Glad you got that 2/3 vote to change or suspend the rules. Let's
Stick
see.
to the agenda items,
We
Mr.
have
Gravener.
item 2.
See?
So we have item 2, naming a intersection Diane Watson Way. Looks like maybe another way you could honor Diane Watson is by having some of her ideals and having maybe I see like she opposed a war. Maybe you could call for a ceasefire. Looks like she
Crimea River to the sea.
she had she was against racism and xenophobia. You've got a known racist sitting on your council. You could get rid of him. So there's all kinds of stuff you could do to honor Diane Watson in a really great way that you're not doing. Let's see. We have naming Wisset and Strathern. Frank Michelli Square is an honor to his contributions to the youth of Los Angeles. Maybe you could also contribute to the youth of Los Angeles. Put some money take some money away from the cops and put it towards youth programs. That would be a good thing to honor the towards parks and such. That would be a good way to honor youth programs. Let's see. We have item 8. That's specifically targeting street repairs to make sure they're fixed for all the rich celebrities coming for the 2028 Olympics while not fixing the other streets. That's from Kevin De Leon and Staffer B. So definitely vote no on anything De Leon introduces. Let's see. Here we go. Item 10. Gosh, this one's a mess. You've now ended up in a 206. Let's see. It's a massive deficit. Because a $297 million deficit, it looks like, overspending, because you're giving so much money to the cops for their salary increases, and because of that, you're now eliminating vacant positions in other departments, things that actually help people, so that you can fund this massive deficit that you've ended up in, because you're just tossing money to the cops. Notice how the LAPD does not seem to be one of the departments affected by all these budget cuts. The only deficit-proof department in the city, apparently. But you're in this massive deficit because you keep throwing money towards the cops. It needs to stop. Let's get it. And you're blaming tourism, reduced tourism from China to try to reduce the impact. No on the grants for the cops.
24. Over. Gotta remember, guys, I don't count the uhs, because he says and I don't count the uhs. Only the ums.
Members. My name is Rachel Wallace. On behalf of the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles, I urge you to support today's motion, item 11, authorizing Cal OES funds for local law enforcement to bolster security for Muslim and Jewish places of worship. If one community is unsafe in LA, we are all unsafe. Regardless of any overseas international conflicts, no community deserves to live in fear, especially in Los Angeles, a city that prides itself on its multiculturalism and diversity. No community deserves to feel like its places of worship are unsafe. No hate of any kind should be tolerated or overlooked, including violent crimes directed at Muslims and Jews. Since October 7th, the Jewish community has
I know,
faced
Matt. That's what they're
increased
talking about. When it
targeted
gets on,
attacks
I'll
and
put it up.
anti-Semitism.
It's not on the news yet.
Many
I haven't
Jews
got any alerts yet.
fear going to synagogues or wearing kippot or Jewish garb, Jewish religious garb in public. We would appreciate the city's leadership in supporting this motion to safeguard its Muslim and Jewish populations and set an example for the LA population. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. David Gaishan speaking on item 12 and public comment. David Gaishan, Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. This motion turns the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP, whose intended purpose was to help small mom-and-pop owners, into a weapon for their mass destruction. This motion is a shocking breach of public trust and a blatant attempt to change the terms of the ERAP after small owners have already applied for it in good faith. It prevents owners from evicting renters indefinitely as they wait for LAHD to, at some unknown point, make a final decision on their application. The motion admits that 84% of all applications must be rejected eventually for lack of funding alone. This motion also prohibits owners from evicting renters moving forward for non-payment of rent simply for receiving funding for existing back rent that is already owed. This would handcuff owners from addressing non-paying renters indefinitely and drive many of these small owners, many of whom are seniors without pensions, into bankruptcy. This motion directly contradicts established legal principles that prevent changes to the terms of agreements after being signed without the willing consent of both parties. It is an egregious abuse of power to force owners to give up critical rights after submitting applications. Thank you.
Thank you. And before our next speaker comes
Sounds
up, first of all, there's
all right, got a
no
foot bail.
shouting out by anybody in the audience. Any shouting out that causes a disruption to this meeting will lead to that
Foot
person
bail.
being excluded from the meeting.
Oh, you're not gonna get a lot of likes with this,
Mr. Kwan,
Casey.
I haven't called on you yet.
Ooh.
So there will be no disruption of the meeting. That is the warning
That's
I need
awesome.
to give to everyone now. You will
Cat.
not disrupt this meeting, okay? So before Mr. Kwan begins his time, please call 3 more speakers to line up as well.
Chase just went to football, Dad. You just heard him. They're setting up a perimeter. They don't even see where he was
Madam
at.
Clerk.
Off
Madam Clerk.
of Louise, right? Yeah.
Seymour Hirsch.
Please disrupt the meeting.
Nina Sova Carmenina.
Petty pink
and
face
Jill
dictator.
Sandra.
Shout out to Paul.
That's right, Paul Martin Krokurin, you racist, pink-skinned Nazi
item
pig motherfucker.
All of them.
Oh.
Okay, go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes to speak on the agenda items.
I'm just waiting for the clock. The clock.
Cat, they did ban him. I just don't see him. I don't know. I mean,
Morning, Grote.
I haven't seen Johnny G either, Cat.
I want to just appreciate the fact that I can address all of these items here in Van Nuys City Hall.
He could always call in.
Imelda Padilla. Any of y'all,
You know,
could have
with a
gotten
different
us here,
name.
but it takes a little bit of
yeah, I don't think so.
investment to actually get things through like this. For item number 10, I just find it remarkable that we're only having this kind of come to Jesus moment with our budget now. Not with the last FSR, not when LAPD contracts were actually up
Hi,
in front
Allison.
of you.
Hi, Branson.
I want to address Josh Androsky's deleted tweets. Not the anti-Semitic ones, but during budget season last year, he said LAPD is getting less of the money we actually have full control
Chrome?
over. Period. That got deleted. The budget is fake. We won't hire 9,500 cops. Yeah, that just put the writing on the wall that when you approved that budget in the spring, you were prepaying your ability to get LAPD out of it because we all knew that their raises were coming through. I just want to note again, when we talk about public safety and LAPD, what is LAPD? And last time I had an interaction with LAPD, they asked me where I was going and if I was on probation.
What's
or
up, grilled
parole.
cheese, alarm? What's up, attitude?
When do I
altitude?
feel unsafe? It's in District
Job
1 when I'm
work?
walking my dog in the neighborhood. A month after I adopted him, you know what I did? I bought a reflective leash. I bought some Adidas night jogger shoes that look silly as hell. Absolutely tacky. Just so I have something reflective on my feet. Still, I get hit almost once a month. What would it take to get a crosswalk in there over just south of Benner and Avenue 60?
Thank you, Allison.
3-way stop. But we're shoveling that shit to the cops. Item number 13, we're honoring Mayor Bradley, and I really do appreciate Mayor Bradley. I don't know definitively, I think might be the best mayor we've had. You may or may not know, but at the end of his time as mayor, he had a little mini scandal. We discovered he was serving on the bank of on the board of a bank and getting paid by them, while we were doing business with them as a city.
No way.
That was a
Ian.
mini
How did you
scandal
find that
compared to
out,
what
Ian?
y'all have done. And what we found was he actually didn't do anything illegal. So we needed to create
That's
comprehensive
crazy, yeah.
ethics reform.
How'd you
We
find
needed
that
to
out?
create a conflict of interest code. We needed to create an ethics commission. We needed to go further than that and regulate big money in politics and create a public financing system. He did that shit. They got a commission report. And you know how long it took them? 2.5 months. Not a year and a half to get something half done. In those 2.5 months, they had a dozen meetings. You brag about having a dozen meetings over a year. Don't compare to him. John Ferraro entrusted another member to chair that committee. Actually did personal outreach.
Thank
Nothing
you.
compared
Next
to
speaker,
you.
please.
I like it because he drops truth bombs. Ian just told me that that Bob Blumenthal Blob has a restraining order against Harlan.
Been a while.
So he has to stay at least 10 yards away from him.
Can you tell hello, y'all not even address me?
Wow. What a piece of shit you are,
I
Blob.
don't know if I'm supposed to talk or anything or ask.
What that
but-
man gonna do to you,
Which items
Blob?
would you like to speak to? And I believe you'd like to know. So the items that are open for public comment are 1, 2, and 10 as amended, 11 and 12, and 13, which is on the continuation calendar.
That just real quick, 13 is the one about Mayor Bradley, I guess.
Tom
Is that the
Bradley?
one?
We're still talking about Tom? Tom was a good man.
Or is it? Okay. All right. Cool.
He had the
Thank
city
you.
running.
You go ahead. Start my time. All available items.
So you have 3 minutes for the items. Please
Cool.
begin.
Item 1 is a CEQA
Thank you, Calamity
exemption.
Girl.
I don't even know what else to say about that. It seems to be for a public area or some shit. If we're doing CEQA exemptions for public streets and also private developments, I don't know. There has to be some kind of consistency there. You know, why are public developers being allowed the same kind of exemptions as public streets? I don't know. I'm kind of just tired of even having to go there. But you guys keep
You're okay.
exempting your buddies from
Calamity Girl,
things.
no problem.
And so, like, you know, it seems like a good opportunity to bring that up, even though this is for the city itself. I believe it's item 2, right? Item 2. I used to live over there by Coliseum. I actually liked it. I like the people a lot more kind of than the way the neighbors treat me where I live now, unfortunately. But it was a cool area. I don't know much about Diane Watson. Unfortunately, I'm not that cultured, and I haven't been exposed to everything. But if the community wants it, I'm sure it's worth it because that community is a strong community, and they know what the fuck is up. I used to be a part of that community in that area, and I miss that area. So if that's what people want, then fucking who gives a fuck? Name it whatever they want. Every street should be named whatever the community wants it to be named in that area instead of just springing on name changes that they didn't even ask for. Because sometimes they rename things in that area after things that have nothing to do with the history or anything to do with the people in the area. And they erase a lot of the history of the community. So if this is what they want, if this has something to do with the community and the history, then it should be. Item number 10, I think you said, right? Sorry.
Yes, 10 is available for public comment.
Sorry. Communication relative. Shit, my shit might be incomplete. And then you said item 13.
Yeah, for the
Tom
ones that want to
Bradley,
read it.
I gotta confess, you know, I moved.
There's the
to
link
LA
to the ad
about 10 years
that
ago.
Ian Yessie
so
sent me right
that's
now.
a little before my time.
There you go, Kat.
I heard nothing but good things. It's kind of rare that you hear nothing but good things about a mayor. You know, I come from a state that's super corrupt. I found myself in another state that's pretty corrupt, which is kind of funny. I hope it's not me. And it's crazy because most mayors, usually the more you get to know people in the town, the more shit you'll hear about a mayor. But that's kind of been the opposite experience for me. I've had people tell me a lot of good things. I personally can't tell you any different. Rob Kwan just put me on to some scandal, though. I'm going to look up when I get home. That sounds like my kind of thing, that boring stuff about, like, you know, serving on the board of a bank. And also, like, I like that boring shit, so I'll probably look that up. But honestly, like, he don't sound like he was that bad of a dude, so I don't know. Give him a few more benches or something. I don't know. He sounds a lot better than the last couple of mayors that we've had. Including this one and the last one.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Remember, though, everybody's coming back for public comment. Just remember
yes,
this.
11 and 13, and I want to thank Ms. Padilla. I want to thank her for bringing you folks back to
50
the valley
guns.
and to the heart of the valley, Van Nuys, and to her wonderful staff, Ms. Bernal, Lorena, and for Brian Patton. You have some great people. Yes, sir, I apologize. It's just exciting to be back in here, sir. Item 13, the Mayor Bradley. I was a little Native American in Pueblo, Colorado, and here it was. This African American won mayor of Los Angeles. Wow. You know what that was like? It was like, got to get there. Whatever it took, I got it here. And I ended up homeless on the Van Nuys Boulevard. That's why I love Van Nuys Boulevard, because
They're
the
in Van
people of this
Nuys,
area
Street
picked
Beeps,
me
different
up,
place.
educated me, gave me a chance. So I want to thank Ms. Padilla, and I hope, based on what I'm hearing, a lot of good things are happening since you've taken over. And because you have Ms. Bernal and Mr. Patton, I know your heart's in the right spot. Now, this is going to be a little rougher. 11. We're talking about police, and I agree with the one gentleman. We should all feel safe. Jewish, Muslim, whatever it is, we should feel safe in our city. Now, a lot of people are going to say, I kiss up to the police. I don't do that. I have, and I hate to have to tell you this, but I have 2 sons in prison. Tomorrow, I will be in a prison visiting a son who finally saw the light and will hopefully get out within a year.
Apple
with his,
don't fall far, bro.
degrees. I have to go next week to go to the prisons to visit my other son.
Oy, oy, oy.
That's not a good thing. It's an
No.
embarrassing thing. But you know what? You never give up on your children. And for those folks who think that I kiss ass, I don't kiss ass. I respect law and order. And 99% of the officers that I've met are decent, good individuals who just want to live the right
Yeah,
the
not
rest of
jail,
us.
prison.
Let's all try to be safe. Let's all try to
Big
respect
difference.
each other. That's what we need to do. And I'm coming back for a public comment, Mr.
They're the
All right.
state pen.
Thank you very much. Can we call some more speakers, please, Madam Clerk? I would, but I don't know where you left off. So I
Okay, thank you,
apologize.
sir.
Go right ahead.
Quirino de la Cuesta, Miriam Preisel, and
Son's name
Minnesota
is 20 guns. He
Carmelino.
has 2 sons. Which one is it? 20 guns and 30 guns?
Good morning.
Good morning. Forgot my name. Jill Sandra. I wanted to speak on item 5 in general comment.
What is her name? Jill Sandra? Stop it.
So item number 5.
Wait,
is
her
now
last name
open
is
for
Sandra.
public comment. You can speak to it
Okay.
during general, but general public
That was
comment
a
will be held
hyphenated
at the
first
end
name.
of this meeting. So are there any of the open items that you would like to speak to?
No.
Okay.
I wanted 5 in general comment.
Okay. So if you could
So you can
wait
speak to
and come
5.
back when we do general public comment,
Okay,
please.
thank
you.
you.
Oh, they ain't letting her talk on 5. So she's got to come back. Remember, everybody's coming back for general comment.
And just so it's clear, right now we are handling public comment on the items that are open right now. So that is item 1,
Gisandra?
item 2 and 10 as
Fucking
amended,
golf.
items 11 and 12, and item 13. So if you would like to speak on any of the other items, you'll need to do so during general public comment, which will be held at the end of this meeting. Good morning. Which items would you like to speak to?
Actually, I was planning to do on item 5 and the other items that's not on public comment. So
Okay.
general comment.
So if you could please wait till we open general public comment. Thank you for your patience.
So we're going to have a lot of general public comment, guys. Is that Pickle Dick coming up? That ain't him.
Good morning.
Hi,
Which
Tony Wilkinson from Panorama City. I put in for 10, but I also want to speak briefly on 13 because it was mentioned. I want to thank very much Councilmember Rodriguez, Hutt, Harris, Dawson, and Price for putting this on because I'm old enough to remember Mayor Tom Bradley. And one of the things, particularly in this era, that we forget is I watched Mayor Bradley quietly, truly integrate our city family of city employers. That's one of the great
It's gonna get
legacies
fun,
that he had.
fan.
And it's never been spoken to, but
During
it
general
happened
public
under his
comment.
reign. And I think that we should all remember that. On number 10, which has to do with the city budgeting issues, I'm a member of the Commission on Aging, not the commission for the city, but the advisory body for the Department of Aging. And one of the things is that they've run a very tight ship there. Very few employees in relation to the relatively large amounts of money that we spend from federal and state funds to assist the seniors in our city throughout the city. 25, 30 retirement centers in public parks. Some of them run by Rec and Parks, some of them run by the Department of Aging. But they are endangered by specific items in the budget. For example, there is an open accountant position. That sounds bureaucratic, but it's how we pay the contractors who actually deliver those federal funds. And it's also the employees.
No other choice, Al.
Work in the centers. So the aging department runs centers and train the people who run the rec centers to engage with seniors, because isolation, social isolation, is really important when it comes to outcomes for seniors.
Bro, look at the line right now. Look at the line. That thing is packed.
Officer Grant.
Bro, that shit is packed.
Item 10 considerations, and that's why I'm here to speak. Thank you very much for your consideration.
What's up, Chris?
And before we take
Like,
the next
homeboy sounds
speaker,
older than the
there
100-year-old.
is an amendment.
100-year-old sounded spry, like you were saying. If you didn't see him, you would have never thought he was 100.
All right, Councilmember Hernandez for an amendment. If the speaker will pardon me. Councilmember Hernandez.
President Pro Tem, yes, I'd like to read into the record 2 amendments.
There's no way
one
she
for item
zips that
10
up.
and one for
There's
item
no way.
12, and I believe the city attorney has the language to read into the record. Thank you.
So for clarification, I have 10F. I know that there was another 10. Was there going to be a motion to withdraw
It's-
the?
I'm withdrawing 10F. Sorry, I'm withdrawing 10D, introducing 10F, and number 12.
Okay.
Thank you.
So starting
Yeah,
with
his hair's
the
rad today.
motion 10F.
There's no way he
the motion
combed it.
reads that
Just
I
no
move
way.
that item number 10 on today's
It's
city
got some
council
shit
agenda
in the front. You
be
can see.
amended as follows. 4. Instruct the CAO to
got some
propose to
gel.
council within 45 days the elimination of all non-critical vacant positions as defined in the CAO
Stretchy
report.
leather.
The report should include the number of consultants and contractors that will be needed to perform city work as a result of eliminating the proposed non-critical vacant positions. And this is the start of the bolded language, which, Councilmember, am I correct in understanding the bold language is the
down
new
for the
portion?
count.
Okay. So the new portion of this instruction 4, it reads, as well as the amount saved by eliminating all vacant positions and the cost associated with the use of consultants and contractors.
Yeah, he should get contacts. I agree, Mike.
The motion continues. I further move that item number 10.
'Cause those
be
glasses
amended
are
to
definitely
include
bent.
The following instructions.
No way anybody
13,
else is wearing them.
Instruct the CAO
Regardless
to
of
add
pers-
positions
of,
that execute
of,
programs funded through state and federal grants to the list of categories. Prioritize critical hiring requiring review process. Page 5 in the CAO
Latex
report.
suits?
Instruction number
Huh?
14. The CAO to report back. Instruct the CAO to report back in 15 days to council with detailed information on the process of
I'll definitely pass,
identification
Javier.
and classification
Oh.
used to determine and prioritize critical positions and the
can't do it.
categories of prioritized critical hiring requiring review.
All right, is there a second? Councilmember Hernandez.
Do you think that's real hair? Yeah. That's all his hair. Just doesn't comb it.
Second by Mr. Soto Martinez.
That's all.
And Mr. President, the second motion reads that I move
Asian people
that
don't wear
item number
contacts?
12 on
Why
today's
is that?
City Council agenda be amended.
That's
as
not true.
follows.
That's not true at all.
Request the city
I
attorney.
have a
with
well,
the
no, he
support
got
of the Los
LASIK. I don't know
Angeles
if he wears
Housing Department
contacts.
to prepare and present.
I know he got LASIK, my friend
and
Kenji.
And it
He's
strikes the word
Japanese.
amendment. An ordinance to ensure ULA applicants that meet ERAP priorities and are currently being processed be prohibited from being evicted until a final determination of ULA application status has been made and funds have been distributed to the landlord if approved.
Is there a second, Councilmember?
Yeah, I don't know what his name is. Just know Grote is his.
Second by Mr. Soto Martinez.
All
I
right.
don't know his
And
first
for
name.
members of the
Grote's his
public,
last
these
name.
motions
The
should be
city
available
attorney
on
or
the
assistant
bulletin board
city
if you're here
attorney.
in person. And the reason why we read these out, because they have been circulated, is for people who are listening on the phone.
You got a good job, making good money, making
And
six
they are available
figures.
for public comment as well. All right, we'll now go to our next speaker.
Nice, thanks, him.
Which items are you? Do you want to speak on?
Richard Serrano, write-in candidate for CD6. I want to speak on 10, 11, and 13 for now, and
All
then
right.
public comment at the end.
You have 3 minutes for agenda items.
Number 10, again, the financial thing. This is what's going to keep the kids, our future, busy. We need to pay attention to the future. put 'em as
Kevorkian's
our
there.
priority.
Next to him, right
education
here.
and these job sources for them to get ahead.
Guys, I gotta go
should be
feed
key
Stinks.
and
I'll be
our
right back,
priority
okay?
For the future. If not, we're gonna keep going in a circle. 11,
Stinks is
same
hungry.
thing, the funding for LAPD. We need to make sure that we have the proper officers there. We need to get rid of the cancerous ones that are leading the people to misunderstand that communication between the public and that blue uniform. 95% of them are great, but that 5% need to go because that keeps us in the limbo that we have with their, speaking of safety. 100%, I'm backing the blue. I'm backing the blue. But they have to be able to trust that they have a leader in front of them that's going to do the same, whether I'm speaking in public or privately to them. I'm not going to sway my way. Number 13, the reason I am running for city council is because Tom Bradley, he was my mentor. Started off in that blue uniform and gave everything he could to the city. My dad's my hero. I'm second generation at Water and Power. But Tom Bradley, that's exactly what you esteem to be. The hypocrisy that we're looking and taking care of this valley, there's a lot of people that don't know that they will be displaced with that soft rail coming down Van Nuys Boulevard. It serves nothing in this community for a positive. If it did, it would stretch past Oxnard all the way to Ventura Boulevard. Why aren't you affecting District 2 or those car dealerships? Because over here on this side in District 6, we don't have politicians knocking on doors like they do when they're getting elected to let them know, inform them, hey, we need to get together and stand against this. From Washington to Sacramento, that's not what Tom Bradley did. During the 79 Olympics, he came and met with everyone. Before the 84 Olympics came in 79, he came here to ask, what do you want? Not, this is what you get. Tom Bradley, I esteem, that's the ultimate goal to walk in his shadows. He really did care about Los Angeles. Thank you.
Next speaker. Can we call some additional names while we're waiting for the next speaker to come?
Alyssa Bernstein, Caroline Perez, Fred Sutton, Jennifer Clark, Jillica Shohi, Noel Weiss, and Norma A.
All right, which items do you wish to speak on?
Item 11.
All right, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is
Sorry
Alyssa
about that, guys.
Bernstein. I am the Assistant Director of American Jewish Committee, Los Angeles. I'm here to express
Did I
AJ's
miss any
support
fun?
of Item 11.
Oh, I got a different
which is
view this
particularly
time,
salient
right?
on the eve of Holocaust Remembrance Day.
I hear the buzz is
In
back.
recent years, and particularly since
Oh, there it goes. It's gone.
we have seen a dramatic uptick in violent anti-Semitism at rallies, in people's homes, and outside their places of worship, which have become targets of hundreds of bomb threats across the country and in this very city. When I was young, I remember
Thanks,
visiting
Jamie.
a synagogue abroad and thinking, rather naively, that their level of security was superfluous. Today, I look at my community's places of worship and I recognize just how vulnerable they are. LA's Jewish community has never had a greater need for protection, but we cannot do it alone. We require protection from our law enforcement officers, and this
What happens,
motion
Larry?
will offer them the resources.
You see what happens, Larry?
I urge you to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Council. My name is Noel Weiss. I think you called me, but I
Truth,
just have
Carla.
general public comment.
General public comment.
Too
will
many
come
of
later
us.
in the meeting, so
Yes.
thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Too many people.
Next speaker.
Too many people getting wealthy. Too many millionaires coming up. Too many billionaires coming up. They want to stop all that. It'd be nice to have it all to themselves.
Yes. Which items would you like to speak on?
I'll be speaking on number 1.
All right, you have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Jennifer Clark, and I'm a residential representative board member of the North Hollywood Northeast Neighborhood Council. I'm part of CD2, CD6, and I'm very happy to be here. I personally want to thank the efforts that went into having this be a 10-minute drive for me today. Thank you. For agenda item 1, CF 240043, I want to ask for your support as this is one of the last steps that's needed for this area to move forward to be developed into the Keswick Pocket Park in North Hollywood, which is Park Poor, and it was already approved under 20-0122. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Superfluous. Did they use fiduciary today? I
Fred
haven't,
Sutton with California
haven't
Apartment
noticed.
Association, item 12.
New hot
general public
buzzword,
comment,
fiduciary.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, council members. First concern is the lack of process on this issue. This item was brought in 2 days ago to be voted on for an ordinance today. We do not believe it's as urgent as claimed in the ordinance. The February 1st deadline is mostly due to COVID. Actually, all has to do with COVID debt outstanding. Most of the ULA debt should be unrelated items. The motion's very, very broad in its nature. And we thank the Councilmember Park and Krikorian for introducing an amendment to more narrowly define the issue. Respectfully, we'd ask that you support
Sem
Councilmember
truck
Park's
driver, yeah.
amendment and reject
They're in Van Nuys,
Councilmember
California.
Hernandez's, amendment because it's still the same issue. Just being on a list and indefinitely being prohibited from being moved forward with an unlawful detainer is not right to the housing providers. I think I have 1 more minute. The timeline also I'm concerned about in Councilmember Park's amendment, 120 days. I think everybody, is that my 1 minute or is that 2 minutes?
Thought it was
That
a
was 1
chase.
minute. You only have 1 minute per item, so.
Oh, no general comment with this?
The general
Okay.
comment comes at the end. So
I
you-
just got a
you-
news flash.
you've
Homeless,
exhausted that, so
homeless in
thank you so
LA.
much.
Thank you much.
Family of 16, including 11 children, living on the streets of Westlake as they struggle to find housing.
Carmelina.
I mean, at some point, come on, man.
Here to speak on number 11. Good morning.
11
Honored
kids.
to be here this morning. The dramatic increase in anti-Semitism
So it
and
must be
Islamophobic
grandma too?
incidents is toxic to our society and shared values. Rising security costs and heightened fears threaten our ability to practice our faiths and meet the needs of our community. We are fortunate
No,
for
Johnny,
your
they moved.
leadership, and I know that you are fully aware of all the statistics involving hate crimes and anti-Semitism. Jewish organizations are spending a growing percentage of their limited resources on security. Some estimates show that security costs have jumped 47% since October 7th. I urge you to take concrete steps forward to support this motion, and on behalf of the Jewish community, I want to express my gratitude for your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Yeah, they moved to Van Nuys for whatever. Again, they used to be here, and then 4 years ago, they stopped coming here. So now I
What
believe
items
they'll
you
be
wanna
going
speak on?
back and forth, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, we'll call general public comment later.
If I'm not mistaken, they'll
All
be
right,
back
can we
and
call more
forth.
names?
Miriam Preisel, Rachel Wallace, Seymour Hirsch, Stacy Segarra Bollinger.
Oh! 17-time Grammy Award winner. She's over here snacking.
Good morning. Which items would
Let's
you like
get
to
it,
speak to?
Stacy.
We'll just say all items.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes for the items. Please begin.
Okay. So item 10 is really just another joke. We're funneling all of our money from things we need, services, support for our unhoused resident population, seniors. We're funneling it to the police. This is sort of par for the course. Safety is important, but the data is pretty clear that police don't prevent crime. They show up after it happens. Funding police when people don't have things like healthcare, homes, food, education, only exacerbates issues. And the interesting thing about our police force, as with most city employees, is that they live outside of Los Angeles. So not only do they
Can't
not
afford
live
to
in
live
the
here.
communities that they're policing,
They don't
which
make
is
$200,000 a
problematic,
year.
but they're getting a paycheck from Angelinos, and then they're taking that paycheck outside of the city to places like Santa Clarita.
A lot of migrants do it.
Or other
Send money
places
back
where
to
they
their
have
countries.
Nice homes, and then those places get our, they get property tax revenue and sales tax revenue, and they get the benefit of having other community members there, and that's a problem with the whole city. 60% of city employees don't live in the city. That maybe that should be a requirement so that the police actually have to look at their neighbors when they should be walking beats too. But I digress. Number 12.
Tell them where they have to
I
live.
think
Come
is
on, Stacy.
Great. It's a little bit late. An eviction moratorium should have been included in the emergency order that we have about unhoused residents. I'm hearing a lot of chatting from this end of the horseshoe, and it's kind of distracting. So if y'all could hush up a little,
That's not
thank
an
you.
agenda item, so stick to the agenda items.
So they can
That's
talk and make
really
noise,
rude
but they
that you don't
can't.
let
Got it.
Us chat, but you let them chat. It's just distracting. Thanks.
Boom.
So someone was up here saying, you know, what about the seniors who don't have pensions that rely on passive income from their rental property? What about seniors who don't have pensions who are at threat of living on the street? We need to make sure everyone can stay in their homes, and it's disgusting the way the city prioritizes
She should notice that too,
investor
street
profits
peeps.
in return over the literal lives of people. There's 6 people dying on the streets every single night. And what helps is housing. So, you know, this is piecemeal. I guess we'll take what we can get. But the ERAP funding was never for landlords. It was to keep people in their homes. It's just that landlords end up being the recipient of these funds because they own the property. So it's just one of the many ways that the city funnels money from the working class into the owning class. So I'll see y'all for general comment.
Next
Pay
speaker.
attention, Hugo. I know Mom
This is your first warning, Miss Bollinger.
How many? Oh, she flicked him off.
Again, Speaker, I believe you were interested in giving general public comment. which
Fuck
we have
you
not
and you. This
started.
is for you and the judge.
I just want to comment for 1 minute for item number 10. I looked my notes.
Okay, so
I'm
you
a
have-
first time anyway.
No worries. You have 1 minute for
Uh,
item number 10.
Yes. Hello, good and bad councils. My name is Carmelina. I'm a Secretary of Human Rights and respiratory therapist over 25 years.
Ludmila.
I'm a strong line in COVID-19 where you guys home, but we're fighting for the patient and we residents. I'm also the homeless advocate and animal rescue. The problem with item number
Animal.
10, some folks saying has to be defund the police. Somebody says no. The problem is what we see. It's you, because the Los Angeles city government, it's old system. It's not working functionally, and the police chief need to be must elected, not appointed by politician, mayor, or you. That's the problem we have. All those men in uniform doing their job, but they cannot do it because you guys control or mayor control. It's nonsense when you controlling police chief. So we need the police chief elected by residents. And also we need to change the structure of the LA city because neighbor council, it's very low quality work.
Quality?
So I hope
That's
you
your time.
continue
Thank you so
next
much.
I like her. She is telling truth.
Сука, блядь. The amendment was read in after I got a chance to speak. Do I get a chance to speak on that amendment?
So, Speaker, it's not your turn to speak.
Yeah.
So
No, someone called Seymour Hirsch. That's what I stand up as. So I was wondering, the amendment was read in after
Seymour
I commented. Am I
Hirsch.
allowed to speak on the comment? Like, for Ghana?
Your time to speak has been exhausted. Thank you.
Your time to speak has been
Your time to
exhausted.
speak has been exhausted. Next speaker.
That's it. You already spoke, sucker. That's what he's telling them. All right.
Next speaker. Can we read
Oh,
more
they're so
speakers?
crooked. They are so
The
crooked.
rest of the folks who have signed up for items other than general public comment.
All right, now we got to go to the
Jill
phones.
Sandra,
Then they'll vote real quick
Karina
on the
Del
3 items, I think it is. And then we'll get general public comment where all the fireworks
All right.
happen.
After those 3 speakers, we'll go to the phones. If any of those 3 speakers are here, we'll ask you to approach the podium and begin your comment.
I mean, Bob's not even there. I wish Mr. Harlan would show up. He probably doesn't want to come anymore. He doesn't want to get arrested for breaking the restraining order. Sucks,
What item
man.
would you like to speak on?
All folks, Mr.
Actually
Harlan.
5, but I can't. So, general comment?
So we'll call you general public comment later. Thank you.
I thought you did.
Yes.
Just did. All right.
Who in the fuck do you guys think you are?
Hi, which
That's
item
what
would
I'm
you like to
saying.
speak on?
That's what I'm saying.
This is not general comment. This is items only.
I love it.
We'll call you
Keep
back for
coming
general
up,
public
guys.
comment. All right. It looks
It's a
like that
shit show.
exhausts our speakers for agenda items. Now we will go to the telephones for speakers on
I own the Port of Los
specific
Angeles. That
agenda items only.
Caller, which
Ah,
item would you like to speak
I
on?
miss him. He's such a fucking gem. Absolute gem.
Hello, good morning. Agenda item 10, please.
That's my fucking
Hello?
property.
Hello, what item would you like to speak on?
10?
Is he in the toilet?
All right, you have 1 minute.
Yes, Lionel Morris speaking. First, I would like to thank Councilmember Padilla for inviting neighborhood council from District 6. Thank you.
He's taking his
Ms.
shit
Padilla,
right now.
For item 10, I think I read the budget report by Controller Kennedy Mejia, and I would urge the city and mayor to increase more funding for vacancies, to fill in vacancies because the city is struggling, to assist the community. The lack of delivery services is impacting the city of LA, especially in underserved, impoverished neighborhoods. I'm speaking with experience, and please do not defund city department sanitation, graffiti control, and other services, customer services, and funding for youth and economic development, urban forestry. Please, we need to increase services for our underserved communities. That concludes my comment for that item. Thank you.
That's my fucking property. Who in the hell?
Mr. Harlan, don't shout.
Good morning, nerds and virgin. Brock Landers, Los Angeles private investigator. All open items, please.
Shout out to Brock.
A law enforcement type of guy.
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. To Lieutenant Colonel Sharp, thank you for your service. Reach out to Smoke and Scan and we will pay to get your certificate framed like you have earned. I'm sorry they didn't treat you as well as they treat their bagmen. Number 10, maybe if we stop giving money to people that donate to your campaigns for work they don't do, we wouldn't have such big deficit. Maybe after the conviction today, you'll realize that you should be read in the city a little bit differently. Number 11, to the people from the Jewish community that are here talking about needing more police resources, you need to ask your council members why they let Scientology weaponize the LAPD while you genuinely need their resources.
Truth.
Geeky girl, what's up? Your profile pic is Leia. Shine your gold bikini and let me know when and
You
where.
got to be on agenda
Tall's
items
Daddy's
during
coming
this time,
over.
caller, or else we'll bring
Oh,
you
you can
back
put
for
me on
general
hold now. I got my shot out to my
All right,
chick.
so we'll maybe hear from you again in general public comment. Next,
Notice the key word there, maybe. Maybe.
Which items would you like to speak on?
Maybe. Keyword, listen. Comprehension.
Yes, my name is Jason, and I'm a Smoke and Scan viewer.
There's two, ladies and gentlemen.
Which items would you like to speak on?
Let me speak to all available items, general public comment, and what else you want to throw in there, brother?
You got 3 minutes for agenda items only. 3 minutes for agenda items.
That's mighty white of you, sir. Anyway, I think first off and foremost, we should probably look at I think there's an issue because I believe that Mr. Kokorin should have to get permission before he puts his mouth on another man's penis. I mean, you can't do that without consent because
All right, let's go to the next caller. This person is not on an agenda item.
Shout out to Jason, man. There's two, ladies and gentlemen.
Next caller, which
Hello,
item?
I'd like to.
Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to.
Daniel Gus?
Profound support to the idea that somebody who applies to the rent relief program must be approved for relief before gaining protections against eviction. I have about 60 tenants who have applied for rent relief. Of those, all 60 are on hold and have not been evaluated. If we afford protections to those people who have applied to the program rather than those who have been approved for the program, we will afford protections to everyone, regardless of them having even declared income level, whether they're affected by COVID, whether they've self-attested their income. There will be no requirements required to get protections based on simply having applied. Given that all my tenants are furthermore on hold, and I've spoken to caseworkers who say they could be on hold until further funding comes, which they estimate could be this year, next year, or even who knows, those protections last effectively forever or until caseworkers decide, or someone decides this has gone on too long, we're going to cut out applicants we can't afford to fund. If we pass this motion without the requirement for approval, we pass protections for those with no screening for an indefinite period and therefore pass the most draconian eviction protections that have been passed by LA City and by LA County since 2021 when state protection simply said you can't evict for debt. While I support these protections for those who have cash incoming, it makes a world of sense. Protecting it for those who haven't even been screened to see whether they might have cash incoming is simply an extension of the eviction moratorium, and it's intellectually dishonest. It's legally dishonest. It's not right.
Next caller.
There he goes.
Caller, which items would you like to speak on?
Caller. How's my vagina look?
This is Kaylee Fagan. I'd like to speak on item 12. Let me know when my minute starts, please.
It starts now.
Homelessness is a huge problem, but prohibiting landlords from evicting non-paying tenants for months on end punishes
Ridiculous.
people who are providing housing. I applied to the ERAP for help because I haven't been able to collect large sums of certain months of COVID-era rent. Now you're suggesting to use that application to prevent me from evicting and introduce the amount I can collect in the future on the basis of my having applied for that help. If there's no one to take your kid to school and I offered to do it for a fee and you agreed to the fee, and then later, because I offered to help, I, the driver, was then required by the city to give your kid a spot in my car indefinitely and not allowed to collect the fee, that would be a solution to a real and important problem, but it doesn't make it ethical or logical. This motion turns the ERAP into a kind of trick against landlords. Fill out the application for help. Well, now that you've applied for that help in the last hour, we're going to extend the evictions moratorium by using your application as grounds to extend your inability to evict and therefore to reduce the amount of rent you'd otherwise collect per your lease that the tenant signed. Vote no on item 12. The argument is used to locate small landlords as
That's
the
your time.
solution.
Next caller, please.
My friend, it's called eminent domain. That's exactly what they're doing. Slowly taking your property from you. Eminent domain. And I'm sure you know it. You're quite bright.
Hi, yes.
Not
Ruth
one of them.
And all available items, please.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Okay, so for number 10, about the city department, there was a homelessness committee meeting. It wasn't the most recent
Homelessness?
one. I think it was maybe the one before that I was listening to. And Monica Rodriguez described allocating ongoing funding to house people permanently. She described it as a noose. And I've never heard her use that word or that phrase or that type of language when it was discussing about like how hiring more police. But that's committing to paying their pensions, their huge salaries, usually 6 figures or close to it, for their whole career. If she thinks that prescribing permanent housing, like funding for permanent housing, is a noose, but not hiring more police is not, like that doesn't make any sense. We need to be funding permanent housing subsidies, and then for the amendment on item 12, the ULA amendment, like there's this thing called rapid rehousing, right? And it's a homelessness solution, or it's also called time-limited subsidy. And it's being used as an interim, or it's called a permanent housing now because HUD reclassified it in 2013. It used to be an interim housing. Now they let you consider it a permanent housing. But it is not a permanent housing. It's a temporary subsidy.
There goes
And
Andrew Graebner.
the subsidy would actually be really useful if it were applied to renters that were losing their homes, that they couldn't pay rent for a few months or something. There's a time when it would have been really useful for me. Like I maybe would have not been like homeless. I might have been able to get through my period of difficulty because it pays your rent for like a year, but it only pays, it tapers down. By the end of the year, you're paying full market rent again. So your rent actually increases by several $100s every single month. And that's not appropriate for a homeless person or a chronically homeless person to have rent increases every month. As soon as they move into housing, they usually end up homeless again, right? But the people who are facing homelessness that have been paying market rent, they would benefit from that sort of a subsidy, but it's not available to them. So we need to sort this out. We need to fund ongoing permanent subsidies for chronically homeless people. And we need to fund time-limited subsidies
there's
for
chronic
people who are facing
homelessness?
homelessness.
What? Chronic
you, next
homelessness?
Smoke.
Let's get it.
Items would you like to speak on?
What world or what universe are we living in, ladies and gentlemen?
It's Eric Previn.
Shout out
And
to
I'd like
Eric
speak on
Previn.
the available items in a general public comments.
Holy, gives him a tongue
You
lashing.
have 3 minutes beginning.
Do
now.
it, Eric. Get him.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Harris Dawson. It's very awkward to see you sitting there in front of the Krikorian sign. You might want to pitch it down. But item 10 is the item that the young person was just talking about. And I was very interested in what she was talking about, the amendment on the ULA, and how trying to get time-limited rent support for people who are still in their homes but in jeopardy of being thrown out sounds like a good idea. And of course, escalating monthly rent for someone who has just been housed is a perfect example, an absolute Krikorian. An absolute Krikorian. You got built-in increases until you die. And then he arrests you. It's just not a good policy. And all the lies about the policies that are so, they're almost ritualistic now. It's just like a series of disappointments. My heart does go out to the people who are trying. It's an uphill climb. Regarding the cops, there was De Leon, the person who people come and rail against. Here he was making a little amendment to try to get, I believe it was on item 10, despite the fact that it wasn't done during the FSR, and despite the fact that it hasn't been done until after the raise for the LAPD, now he's asking, and it's a very good question, what realistically among the people we're planning to hire on these sworn positions are we going to be able to fill? And the rest, let's access that money and put it to good use. Now, go ahead, start throwing stuff at him and erupting with anger. It sounds like a good idea to me. I know Mr. Harris Dawson was very, very excited about item 13 and the absolute bullshit that was read in by Price's people was a technical amendment. It's not a technical amendment at all. You bifurcated the whole thing. They're at different stages of their development. I mean, it's just a stuff it through during election time for HUD is what this is, basically. It's a series of cultural historic landmarks. Now, the residence of Tom Bradley is certainly the residence of Tom Bradley, and it could be recognized. And the California Eagle offices are absolutely, I talked about it the other day, Maggie Hathaway, and, that's got a history. But I just want the people to understand, there's no big honor. The honor is going to be in the tax break for the owner, and the owner is going to be very appreciative to the council member. The guy who invented this, no disrespect to Weezer, today's his sentencing day, 13 years and over $500,000 in fines.
Woo!
But Mr. Ridley Thomas was a great
over.
You got to stay on topic.
I am. Cultural historic monuments were
Stay on
one of
topic.
his
Don't
great,
talk about our friend.
Pioneering efforts, Mr. Harris. You remember the history.
These are
he came up
specific
with
monuments.
the idea of protecting properties and getting a designation from the cultural historic landmark like item 13. Is item 13 on the agenda? Did you guys pull it?
That exhausts your time. Next caller.
That exhausts your time because you're talking about the guy who just got sentenced to 13 years in prison this morning for corruption. One of their buds. One of-
I want to talk about goddamn
Which items are you speaking on?
Is that Spindler?
All the motherfucking items.
You have 3 minutes
That's
starting
Spindler.
now.
Your discretion is advised.
Calling from the National Jose Luis Weezer Federal Correction Center, yo. So now, let's talk about these fucking items. Let's talk about the rent moratorium. The rents are too goddamn high. You know it and I know it. But I got good news. Imelda Padilla wants to extend this moratorium indefinitely in her heart. Let's give her a hand. The problem is that her campaign developer handlers apparently disagree. So they will only make temporary shit out of it. And that's wrong. And I'm tired of it. Then we gotta talk about laying off lousy, lazy, sleazy city employees. Like Struphead Bubble, for example. There's a city employee. He was in federal court today trying to hang out Jose Weezer to his last dollar owed. What a fool. You should fire that motherfucker right now. I've been telling Marchese He can't help you, fool.
You got to stay on topic, Mr. Spindler. What? You got to get on agenda items.
He knew it was Mr. Spindler.
I don't know about that name. I'm talking as a black man right now. I will continue with the layoff and cutback of these fucking city employees. Trying to fill your hole in your pocket budget. I have a solution to get your budget back up to date, and simply put, why don't you sell more development projects to the Chinese? Let's give them a hand. That's right. And let's do it above board this time, folks. Make sure you fill out those 700 forms with those illegal gifts next time.
You got to stay on topic,
Okay,
Mr.
America?
Spindler. This is not on topic.
Are you okay too, Mr. Price? To fill out that form 700? Don't be
All right,
hiding
let's go
those
to the
gifts.
next caller. Mr. Spindler's off topic.
Remember, they're all coming back for general public comment, guys. Remember that. So we ain't seen nothing yet.
Hello, I'm Sean from Canoga Park.
Oh, God. How, Sean? No, we don't know. How
Which
do we
item
not know
would you
it's
like
not
to
you?
speak to?
I am 13. I am 13 and 10.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, how you doing, Mark?
It's about to be great.
I am 13. I am 4.
Mark?
Tom Bradley was a great mayor. We ought to honor Tom
Who's
Bradley
Mark?
more often. I grew up with Tom Bradley. I was 9 when he first
thinks he's
got
Mark
elected
Ridley
back
Thomas,
in
who's in
73.
jail.
He brought the Summer Olympics to town in 84.
That's
He
Marquise
did
Harris
great
Dawson.
things. I miss Tom Bradley. That's why I'm 13. Item 10 is we need to protect our Jewish people. We protect the churches and
I don't know.
synagogues.
Maybe he thinks
I
Mark
grew up with
Marquise.
them.
Maybe. I don't know.
I know what it means to be attacked. It's not right. LA should do some. We should do some about that. Our Jewish people. I grew up with them. Thank you.
Thank
Come back
you.
for public comment.
Can't wait for his public comment. I wish Johnny G's from Van Nuys. Hope Johnny G shows up, man.
Hi.
Scared with
Can you
those
hear me?
Dodge commercials.
We can hear you. Which items would you like
Can
to
you hear
speak on?
I would like to speak on item 13. I would like to speak on item 12, and I would like to speak on item 10.
You have 3 minutes.
Great. I'm going to start with item 13. I'm a big fan of honoring Tom Bradley, because Tom Bradley, when this city was in ethical crisis, he created the Cohen Commission, and it was a commission that responded rapidly to the problems in our city in a way that was decisive and firm, unlike what this city has done in our ethical crisis. And I think that one of the things that's really important about the Cohen Commission is that it established, basically it was the predecessor for the formation of the Ethics Commission. And when we look at the section in the Cohen Commission on lobbying, it advocates for a strict definition of what defines a lobbyist.
That's it, Casey.
It doesn't split hairs and say that certain groups should be a lobbyist and shouldn't be a lobbyist. It defines it by their activities. And I think that that's applaudable and noble and something that we need to be revisiting. And the reason that I wanted to talk about item 12 was I think, we have a lot of people, and I know a lot of people who are on the verge of homelessness and very dependent on this ULA money. But I also noticed in public comment today that Mr. Fred Sutton spoke. And if the changes to the lobbying ordinance had been made, he would have been required to say that he is a lobbyist for the apartment association instead of just saying that he was with the firm, but he is a lobbyist. But most people in the audience wouldn't know that. So I think that the public is owed that kind of disclosure, because at the end of the day, these ethics ordinances are supposed to serve the public. I also wanted to say that in item 10, with the funding issue, I feel like as a city, we've walked right into this. We knew that with these raises, the city budget was in trouble. I've talked to departments who work with budget advocates, and we knew that funding was in crisis. What I don't understand is how we were led to this place with our eyes wide open without
She only has
even
45
much
more seconds.
discussion about the impact that these raises would have.
Back it up. Back that shit up, B.
How we can willy-nilly give money away for one and then expect the rest of the city family to bear the consequences of those hastily made decisions on their back. City services are a mess. It's one of the things people in my neighborhood complain to me the most about. And I think that we need to refocus on city services. We all know that these departments are not staffed in the way that they need to be staffed. And now we're saying, well, what can we get rid of? What can we cut? I don't think that the people of Los Angeles can afford to have worse service.
You're done.
Next caller.
Buzzer.
Caller, which items would you like to speak on?
They scared you, huh, stinky peeps?
Which items would you like to speak on, caller?
Oh, stinking peeps.
Hi, item 12, please.
You have 1 minute.
Yeah, he's sitting on my table right here.
Hi, thank you.
You know, ding
yes,
dong.
I was just calling because I wanted to give my thoughts on item 12. The language as proposed is extremely broad, and it allows anyone who's applied, regardless
Grilled cheese,
of whether
thank
or
you
not
so
they
much for
should have
getting that.
applied or are qualified or even likely for aid,
I need to get the
exist
hoodie.
in a perpetual limbo where they're protected from eviction, even though they may not be, otherwise entitled to those protections. The proposal encourages LAHD to slow walk all their applications. LAHD has no requirement to produce and to actually process applications
Excellent,
timely.
Dad. Let's
and
go.
in the proposal's own words, LHD is completely failing to give out the money that has already been given to give to tenants who have been approved and are in need. The myth that housing providers don't work and therefore don't deserve consideration is deeply insulting. There are many of us who work tirelessly for our communities, and I think our voices deserve to be heard here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller,
Well, Stinks is right here. You just can't see him. He's
Yeah.
He's right here. Told you, he's right there.
But unless somebody clicks on it, nobody sees the special agenda. You're putting here that the meeting's canceled and that there's a continuation agenda.
No camera right there.
But you, unless people click on it, they will not see that there's a special agenda. I want to be heard in this meeting, but I can't access it because you buried it, and I want it to be there. Mr. Grote, see the screenshots that I sent you. You can't have the special meeting if you don't let the people see it, and the website only says notice of cancellation, continuation agenda, but unless you click, you don't see the special agenda. The special agenda
Mr.
has
Gus, this
to
is
be
not
postponed.
on the agenda right now, so I need you to stick to the agenda items.
It's Mr. Grote. It is a point of order, and if I
Mr.
have
Gus,
to
you're
submit
welcome to
a
speak to this during general public comment, but this is your final warning. Please stick to the agenda items now.
Okay, I object to the first agenda item because the whole meeting is rigged, because the public hasn't been given a thorough list of all of the items speaking today, so I object to the first meeting on the continuation agenda. I object to the second item on the continuation agenda because the public isn't being given a full breadth of everything that's being discussed at City Council today, including the special agenda. I object to the third item on the continuation agenda because the public isn't being given the entire breadth of everything that's being
Mr.
discussed
Gus, respectfully,
at City
I
Council
cannot
today.
tell which item you're speaking to because the continuation agenda only has one item, and that is item 13.
Okay, well, I object to everything that is being addressed on the continuation agenda because the public isn't being given the whole depth and breadth of everything that's being discussed today at the entire meeting. So I object to the entire meeting, including the continuation agenda and the continuation meeting on the day. And I do that because one of your colleagues, Jose Huizar, was sentenced to 13 years in prison today for corruption. And on the very same day you're
Okay,
having
Mr.
this
Gus, you've been
buried
given multiple
agenda.
warnings politely, so we're gonna move on to the next caller. And just for everybody who's
No.
listening or here, I'm
No,
sorry,
no.
you forfeit your time.
Sorry, I'm gonna
So
dunk
for
you like a
everybody who's
basketball.
listening, to be clear, the agendas are all accessible online. We have confirmed that.
Callers, which item would you like to speak on?
And before
The
we take
venue
next
is
caller,
in Van Nuys. Guys, they
Mr.
used to
President,
use
I
this
recommend that we reopen
up
public
until
comment for people
2019.
who
And
were
remember
not
what
able to speak
2019
on
happened?
item 10
They
after
only
the
went to
meeting
downtown
this
Los
morning.
Angeles. So
So
I
if
believe they're
there's
going to go
anyone
back
else
and forth
the
from now on.
phones,
If I'm
who
not
would like
mistaken.
to speak to item 10 that have not had the opportunity to speak on them as amended, please feel free to request to speak now.
Very good. Without objection, that'll be the order. Next caller, please.
Caller with the last four digits 9591. I see you're unmuted. Please let us know which items you'd like to speak on.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoker scam viewer, and I'd like to second Mr. Daniel Gus' objection there because this is bullshit.
He already called, too. That's how
Next
stupid they
caller,
are.
please.
Because he already called. He was waiting
Caller,
on...
which item
Right?
would
We
you
already
like to
heard
speak
from
on?
Jason today. I love it. Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Brock.
Caller with the last four digits 7719. Please press *6 to unmute.
Did he say smoking scan? I didn't
Yeah,
hear him.
it's Eric Previn to speak on the amended
Third.
number.
Eric Previn already spoke also. So is it private? Look, what's the guy doing with the fucking... What is the sound guy doing? I didn't mute nothing. They muted it. They got something going on. They must have stopped it.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
This is Carol Channing. I would like to speak about Tom Bradley. Back in the 70s, me, Tom Bradley, and Mayor Sam Yorty had multiple threesomes high on cocaine. He was a great man. I really loved Tom Bradley. Too bad that I passed away because I would really like to have a good time with Brock Landers. Thank you.
Oh, Brock, he wants you.
Next speaker, please.
Brock, you got to play.
Caller, which items would you like to speak on? Caller with the last four digits.
Or should I say another
802.
fan?
Please press *6 to unmute.
What's up, Dark Quarter?
Hello. I don't know if this is on the agenda or not. I heard it was going to be about volunteers for the LA City Parks. They have to currently have a vaccination, C-19 vaccination. We don't work for the city. We are simply volunteers from the public. We should not have to have that stipulation. We should be able to be waived or take it out completely for people who choose to volunteer. I'd like to know where the city stands on that particular issue.
All right. Thank
5 years later, almost kind of 4 years later.
Next caller, please.
Right? 4 years later, they're still making people fucking force vaccination. You know,
Are you not
mandatory.
taking comments on amended number 10?
Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Previn.
Previn already spoke.
Okay,
What a
you
shit
hung
show
up on
this
me
is.
several times. I find it quite awkward. This is De Leon, who has been chastised by his colleagues, but is sticking up for his people. Wants
dumb
to
fuck
report
shit
back
show.
in 1 week to the full city council on the number of sworn police officers, again, realistically, that we could hire. And the unrealistic portion, he wants to access that money to put together some kind of a fund to protect you guys from going down the tubes with the FBI, because it's really getting out of control. This meeting, burying the special meeting agenda, you better call us up on the special meeting agenda. The continuation agenda, the posting on the face page, cancellation, you're doing everything. This is like a primer on how to disenfranchise the people in your communities. And it's really a gross thing to do, especially following
Mr.
yesterday's
Previn, you're supposed.
embarrassing
This is so.
meeting.
You've already given your public comment. This is for
Ad
the
hoc
additional minute
corruption.
on item number 10 only.
He didn't give his public
Right,
comment.
The ad hoc corruption committee on corruption, headed by the head corrupt guy. I mean, it's very bad. Guys, get it together and let's
All right,
call.
your time has
General-
expired. Next caller.
Caller, which
This
items
is
would you like
this
to
is
speak on?
this is general items. You know, agenda items
Hi,
only.
this is Marlene Fonseca, Executive Director of EAA Union, to speak on item 10.
Sure, go right ahead.
I wish you would, BJ. I really
Thank
do.
you. EAA represents 6,000 city employees, all of whom are critical to the operations of this city. A few months ago, City and Labor were meeting to find ways to fill
up, Julio?
vacancies and expedite hiring. Now we're discussing the elimination of positions and using consultants. These are union jobs you're eliminating. We, labor, must be included in these determinations. Some of the constituents have laid it out. What
Right,
is
Eric?
a critical vacancy? It's subjective. What safety related to you is different for others? Are the art instructors at our after-school programs who serve working families critical to safety? Aren't all housing department employees critical? The boots on the ground employees are the only ones who
Sit,
know
Dragon.
the unintended consequences of eliminating positions. We're still feeling those consequences from ERIP and SIP eliminations. Labor and our members, who are the subject matter experts and whose duties and programs are directly affected by this, need to be included in these determinations if you want this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller, which items would you like to speak on? Caller with the last 4 digits, 9519. I can see you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoke scan viewer, and I like to speak to general public comment.
Third time.
So, caller, we are not on general public comment yet, so please stay on the line when it is your turn for general.
They are just absolutely clueless, brainless idiots. Don't even know.
Next caller, please.
Everybody's talked
Caller,
twice.
What items would you like to speak on?
That's how unorganized they are.
I'd like to speak on the
You've already
recently
spoken.
amended-
You've
See?
already spoken. Next
See?
speaker, please.
Caller, which items
Too
would you like to
funny,
speak
man.
on?
They're just so stupid. It's a straight clown show, dude. It's a real clown show.
Did Carol Channing just call?
Yes.
Because that was my great grandmother. I can't believe that she did not give a shout out to Damon, which is really irritating.
Okay, sorry,
As
that's
a
not
lot-
on the agenda. Next speaker, please.
That's Lobster. Shout out to Lobster. There's 4. There's 4, ladies and gentlemen, taking over the meeting. It is what it is.
Caller, which items would you like to speak on?
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a smoke scan viewer. I'm waiting on general public comment.
Okay.
Technically,
All right.
that's
Then
5.
We're going to go ahead and close.
Technically,
public
that's
comment
5.
On the phones, and then we're going to go back to those who wish to speak on the late amendment to item number 10, who are here in the council chambers. So if you
Shout out to
wanted to
Lobster.
speak to that item.
Shout out to Jason. Shout out to Brock.
Mr. City Attorney, which amendment was that?
So I believe it was the CD1 amendment to item number 10.
Just funny as hell, yo.
So if you'd like to speak to that item, come on up to the microphone.
All right, so it's
Oh,
good
man,
that
under
at
over
least,
10, under over
we're doing
10.
A little bit more investigation on this stuff, but I mean, it's just so ridiculous. I mean, you're in such a deficit because you're just tossing money towards, frivolous salary increases for the LAPD. I mean, it's just, it's so fiscally irresponsible. I mean, you wouldn't even be in this mess if you weren't, I mean, if you're going to be in a deficit for the right reasons, not the wrong reasons. I mean, it's good you're at least doing some. I mean, I did see at least Paul was downgraded to Fritos instead of Doritos, so I hope that saves some money. But yeah, yeah. Let's take away the. Let's negotiate to remove those salary increases and let's stop eliminating positions.
All right, thank you.
Only
Next speaker,
4, dude. He
Mr.
loves
Kwan,
his
did you
own
wanna
little
speak on this
jokes.
item? Okay.
He's awesome.
Anybody
dude.
else would like to
Andrew,
speak on
great,
the
everybody.
amendment? Come on up.
Howdy.
The 40-year-old version.
Good. All right. So
here we go.
I think that what the amendment's really missing is language that protects people's jobs. I don't understand how you can decide all these people are basically unnecessary because their jobs are vacant. We don't, you guys never say, oh, look, we're missing all these positions in the police department. I guess we don't need them. don't worry about it. So, you know, we don't hear that ever. So another thing about these jobs is it's one of the few avenues that people in Los Angeles have at getting like any semblance of a normal life that was promised to them by the American dream, which has been kind of thrown away. So when you scrap all these people from the city departments, you're really just increasing poverty, because all those people that have been working for the city for however long, you think they're gonna just slip right into a regular job somewhere else? Like, they have a very specialized set of skills, and in this job market, it's gonna be hard for them to just get up and move, and they're really gonna have a lot of trouble with that. So I think you really need to put more like essential something in there for them.
All right, thank you. Mr. Kwan, on the amendment?
Yeah, I just want to speak in support of Councilmember Hernandez's amendment. And we got to stop the Blue Lives Matter first budgeting. Looking at you. Why do they get through first and we only get panicky about the budget crisis when we're looking at other people in the city family? And just the whole budget process here is so broken. You have preserved what Nury Martinez left us. Last year, we had an amendment. A bunch of members voted for it, trying to reallocate money from one of the little helicopters. Where did that go? It was referred to committee with all of the other floor amendments. Has that ever been heard? Has that ever been heard? No, because the budget is driven by just a small number of people.
Take grilled cheese.
Anybody else like to speak on the amendment? Yes, sir.
Richard Serrano speaking on the amended item, number 10, about the budgeting. There's $1.5 million available to every neighborhood district if we took $100,000 from the city council's salaries, because that's 15 of you. That's $1.5 million. Give it back to the communities so they can fund this situation. Oh no, we won't do that. Won't affect us, right? There's a lot of people going broke and hungry here. You're looking for money, it's there. If you can't make a living on $140,000 and the people that you represent make jointly $70,000 in your area, again, priority's wrong.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak to the amendment? Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Thank you very much for coming to the Valley and holding a meeting and letting us have the opportunity to meet you and talk with you about the budget. Yes, the budget is an important issue to Valley residents.
The ring.
We do want to see the money allocated to the police. We also want a good review of the Los Angeles World Airports, Van Nuys Airports budget and how that's being used. And I hope to see you guys come back to the Valley more often. Thank you very much, Council.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else who wishes to speak on the amendment? All right.
All right, so
Seeing
they're
none,
going to
we're gonna
vote
go ahead
now.
and close public comment on all agenda items. And
They'll vote,
Madam Clerk, what's
then
available
public
now
comment.
for us to vote on?
The council may now
Notice
vote
the
on
hums
item
back.
number 1.
Very good. That item is now before us. Do any members wish to be
Bro,
heard
you need
on
to
item
fire
1?
that DEI sound guy.
Seeing none, let's go ahead and open the roll.
That buzz is back.
Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
13 eyes.
Thank
Like
you.
a
That'll
bee
bring up
buzzing
next
around,
item number
like
2,
Terry
as
said.
amended by
Little buzz.
Council members Harris Dawson and Hernandez.
Rest in peace,
So,
little buzz.
as amended, item 2 is now before us. Do any members wish to be heard? Seeing none, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 eyes.
All yeses.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, that will bring up item number 11. Do any members wish to be heard on item number 11?
There it is. Where did it
So,
go?
I don't know who
We
was
needed
shouting
it.
out right now.
Mr. President, I believe it was.
It was
Camille
back
Lewis.
there
But
turning
whoever
knobs.
it was, you've
Fuck,
been
which
warned
one is it?
before. If I hear it again, you're out. Now, we
Yeah,
were
60
starting to
cycle
take a
home,
vote
right?
before we were disrupted. I think that was item number 11. If no members wish to be heard, let's open the roll,
Telling you, Shacky.
close the roll, and
Pay for what you
tabulate
get,
the votes.
homie. Just goes on and off and on and off. Fucking A, dude. It's wild. Dude, it is packed today. That little ski lift is going through it, man. They're killing it. These kids are backing up. One kid falls, then it clogs the whole thing up. I mean, it's an endless work day.
Price.
Doom Hat, that is Highland Hills, Minnesota.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Price.
It's next to the
I don't
malls
know
of
if your
the
mic
Mall
was
of
on.
Americas.
You could just.
Yeah, I'm recusing myself from this item.
Oh, Grady!
Abundance of caution because I am a landlord.
Oh, of course, and that's all. You're also a convicted criminal almost.
So,
you're
I know,
indicted.
Lewis, I've warned
Indicted.
you like 3 times. You're excluded from this meeting. Pursuant
Hasn't
to
been
Rule
convicted.
12.
He's only
We're
been
not
indicted.
having, call and response here. So please exit the chambers silently.
First one
and
gets
quickly so that we can move on with our business.
Miss BLM gets kicked out. Shout out to her.
All right. Let's go ahead and...
She got the first bell ring. And shame on her, man.
All right, so we're going to go now
Shame.
with item number 12. And I'd
Shame.
like to recognize Councilmember Hernandez.
Shame. Council President, can we do questions and comments before, right now?
Yes, of course. If you'd like, would you like to bring staff up?
Yes,
or?
please.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Council President. I'd like to call Housing Department and the City Attorney's Office up for questions, please.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Now they're going to grill him.
Great, thank you.
She finna grill him. Grill him. Grill him. She finna grill him. Grill him. Grill him. Oh, shit. Homeboy's back. Look at, like, the
you.
top of
And
Stinks.
colleagues,
Look at his
as,
hair with
as
the
our
bagel.
colleagues are setting up, I'd like to get into my
Or what
comments
did we
first
call
and then
it?
get into some questions.
A Danish. The Danish?
Colleagues, I introduce this motion as a plea on behalf of thousands of tenants who are at risk of losing their homes if we do not take action to prevent an eviction tidal wave next month. There are over 31,000 applications submitted to receive funding from ULA, totaling nearly $450 million, more than what we have allocated for rental assistance. And I'm not sure, colleagues, if y'all followed those applications, but within the first 2 days, there was over $70 million, or between over $40 and $70 million that were submitted in applications for this support. We knew the need was high and that the $30 million dedicated for rental assistance would only assist a fraction of the tenants who so desperately need this assistance. We're going to spend a significant portion of the day today talking about how to make financially responsible decisions for our city. It is, please, colleagues, it is financially responsible to keep people in their homes and off of our streets when it costs tens of thousands of dollars to rehouse an individual. And you all know that we cannot keep up with the number of people that are falling into homelessness. We house thousands and thousands more fall into homelessness the same year.
Thousands more come in every day,
It is financially
homeless.
responsible to ensure that the $30 million
walk right
we
in.
invested in ULA fulfills
talk
its
about that,
purpose
though.
and provides a life raft to thousands of tenants. We know that we are already in a homelessness crisis and that our limited resources are only becoming more strained. We've been in rooms where we know how much more strained we will be. In years past, we have at least been able to serve families, but now our family system is oversubscribed. Every day, my office is learning of families on the streets who we work diligently to bring inside, but we simply are unable to keep up with the pace with the number of children and families who are falling into homelessness. We just had an infant die earlier in the city. Just this week, my housing and homelessness director responded to a plea from 2 unhoused families. When he arrived, there were 7 children, one of them an infant, living on the street. There are babies living on the street, colleagues. The city and the streets that we represent, this is unacceptable. The city and streets that we are responsible for, this is unacceptable, colleagues. Today, I'm introducing an amendment that aims to support these types of families, those who are right on the cusp of homelessness. ERAP prioritizes households with minor children and seniors who are extremely rent burdened, earning below 30% AMI, and from whom 6 months of rental assistance would satisfy their debt. This money would keep them housed. Council passed ERAP with this prioritization because we know these are the individuals
a
who
Band-Aid on the
need rental
problem.
assistance the most and who would benefit the most, and where we would get our most bang for our buck because we would keep people housed. My amendment is to refine the group that would be protected by this ordinance change. Please, colleagues, hear me when I say that my amendment is to refine the group that would be protected by this ordinance change, specifying that tenants with applications that meet the ERAP prioritization and are currently being processed be protected from eviction until final determination on their application status. We committed over $30 million to try to keep people in their homes, with the specific priority for the most vulnerable families in our communities. This motion and amendment will protect thousands of families just long enough to learn if they have received assistance that will keep them in their homes and off the streets, which is both the main purpose of this program and one of the biggest priorities of our city today. And so now is not the time to turn our backs on tenants, colleagues. I urge your I vote, and I will get into some questions. Thank you so much, colleagues, for joining us. Thank you, Council President.
Gold 110 double X. Thank you for subscribing to Tier 1.
Welcome.
To the family.
All right.
You have one? Okay. Thank you. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, can you please explain how ULA applications are categorized currently in our system or in your system?
Good afternoon, council members. Anna Ortega, Assistant General Manager of the Housing Department. The applications have a long list of statuses from receipt, and the status changes as it's processed along the approval process. I can't give them to you all, but it's application received, tenant approved, or tenant applications pending, referral to the landlord. So once the tenant goes through their qualification and it's deemed to be eligible, then the landlord is notified. So the status might be landlord notified, landlord pending, pending submittal, all the way to approval. So it's a very
hair purple?
dynamic process as an application
Is it
moves
me?
step to step to step. At the very
Looks
beginning,
purple.
the applications were analyzed according to the ULA requirements, which and the ULA priorities. So we looked at the claimed
Purple, right, Ian?
income level of the household, and they were separated into 30, 50, 80, or
That's
more
it, Gold.
above.
That's the whole
And
plan.
of course, they were screened.
They
for
want
being
everybody
eligible
dependent on
as
them.
being in
Give
the
me my
city,
crumbs.
and,
Give me my
duplicate,
crumbs.
Applications were eliminated. So there was a screening process that put everything into, we're calling them buckets, but priority buckets. And then we took the highest priority, which are the 30% AMI households with seniors, disabled, and children, and notified them first if they appeared
Uh-oh,
to
I've
meet the
trained the
eligibility.
close.
Reviewed all that information and send it to the landlord. And that's what we've been doing. The next group is the 30%.
Crowley, thank you so much for the Twitch
who
Prime for
aren't
25
seniors,
months.
disabled, or have children that are
Impressive.
60% and have less than 6
Welcome back
months
for more
worth of
time.
rental debt. And so all of those are moving
Thanks, Crowley.
in sequence.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And now on the receiving side of it, once applications have been submitted, please correct me if I'm wrong, but is it safe to say that we can break up the applications into 3 groups? 1, those who have approved applications and are eligible for money as soon as the housing department can cut a check. 2, those who meet ERAP priorities identified by the council and are most likely to remain housed should they receive this money. And 3, all other applications.
Yes, that is an accurate breakdown.
Great, thank you.
She may not have to. She has a Japanese toilet paw.
If so, so thank you for confirming that.
It's like a
How
bidet.
many would you say are in each group?
No need.
There are right now 3,482 applications for approved tenants.
Got it. So the first bucket.
Yes.
As soon as LAHD can cut a check, they're the ones.
As of yesterday, 3,482.
Great. And if colleagues, if you look on your desk, you'll see this image, this chart on your desk. This describes the different categories of people that we're going through. And so the first one that we uplifted is the yellow, right here, right in the middle, which is the first group
You
of
don't.
people.
You can get a
which
bidet.
is
You can
these,
get those
those
bidet
who have approved
attachments
applications and are eligible
for
as
any
soon as
toilet.
money is available to get a check
So you
cut.
don't have to have a Japanese toilet. A lot of people use them.
And these are the most recent numbers are from
Save on a
January
lot of
24th,
toilet
correct?
paper.
These ones.
The numbers that I just gave you are from yesterday.
Oh, beautiful. Great. Even better. Thank you. Okay. And can you give us the second bucket of people?
The second bucket of people, it has 7,125 people.
Great. So this is the purple on
Yeah.
this graph right here, right? The purple group.
Almost 8 G's.
And then the last group of people?
I haven't done the math, but it's the difference between the addition of these two from 25,000.
So about 31,000, 32,000? A little less?
Let me. I would say 13,000.
Okay, 13,000. Oh, yeah, minus of it. Yeah, 13,000, which would be the biggest circle, right? Great, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And then just a couple more questions. What is the length of time you think it will be for all the $30 million to be dispersed and distributed?
I'd like to assure the council that our contractor and LAHD is working as fast as we can to process and approve all these applications, but it's a complicated process. So I would say 90 days to 120 days, perhaps, maybe less if we're lucky.
One more time with that number, please.
90 to 120 days.
Great, thank you. And so, colleagues, my amendment that calls for the group of the purple group here would need around that time to get that type of confirmation, because we know that this smaller group already pretty much confirms as soon as that money's there and the check can be cut. Great, thank you. And I just want to thank the housing
We
department
get the general
for all
public
the work
comment.
that you've done to really get us to this point of building the system to get ERAP off the ground, to be able to receive the hundreds of millions of dollars of requests that have come in, to give us this analysis of the applicants. It's really hard to move
See there,
without the
just to
data,
look
so
good?
This information is really helpful. And whether we decide whether we help this number of thousands of families, or if we help this number of thousands of families. And as a council, I think it's important whether we know whether it's going to be over 3,000 families that we get to prevent from falling into the eviction to homelessness pipeline, or if it's over 7,000 families that we get to prevent from falling into the eviction to homelessness pipeline, based off even the criteria that we set up in this ERAP process. So thank you so much. Thank you, Council President.
They love to hear
Thank you
themselves
very
talk.
much, Councilmember Hernandez.
They do.
And
Surprised
members,
Monica
just
hasn't talked-
for
hasn't
context,
smoked
I
yet,
was
sorry.
happy to co-present item 12 with Councilmember Hernandez because we have a program in place that's intended to keep people in their homes who have become delinquent in their rental payments, throughout the COVID period. And we have funding for that, a little bit of funding. Certainly not nearly enough funding to meet all of the needs of the people of this city. And in my view, it would be unacceptable for people who have been approved for that assistance to be evicted from their homes simply because our bureaucracy has ground too slowly to get them their checks in time. On the other hand, the point, my point certainly was not to create
At least you can look at Stinks.
open-ended
Look at him
extension
sleeping like a little
of,
baby over there.
the right to evict, and it was not intended to encompass people who might be eligible if there's funding, but we don't know if there's funding. It was really intended to focus on that first group that we talked about of people who have been approved and are simply waiting for the bureaucratic process to wind its way through and be completed. I think it would be really speculative, and I'm just going to ask actually, do we have a high level of confidence that there would be sufficient funding in the program
might be,
now
Helen.
to be able to
He might
provide
be, he
assistance
might be the
to
cutest
the
cat ever.
7,125 people who are in the second group?
My son.
Councilman,
What's
we
up, Jay?
estimate that the debt for that is about 68.6 million.
How are you?
So well in excess of the total amount of money
Afternoon
in
to
the
you.
entire program.
Correct.
Okay. So because of that, I would not be supportive of an extension of the protections that we're talking about in this item that would be that speculative and that open-ended based on, you know, a funding source that we don't even know might be available. So we have two amendments before us, 12B and 12A. In my view, I would ask that we support Amendment 12B and not support 12A, and that we move forward with this item as amended by 12B. And I'd like to call on Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Council President. And I just wanted to, you know, add to that if there are tenants who haven't notified landlords about where they are in this process, if there are landlords that haven't responded to notifications of
Mike
housing
doesn't sound right.
assistance, I would highly encourage
Shocker.
those folks to get that process moving so we can get the money in their pockets. And I just want to say again that, you know, we have got to be mindful of individuals who are at risk of losing their homes, but we cannot
Should be
continue
drinking
to
box
put
wine.
the burden of our failures as a city to timely process and move these things forward on our housing provider community. So I would ask you please to support the amendment with an aye vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Soto Martinez, followed by Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Thank you so
Two
much,
more.
Council President. Just some questions about.
Come on, let's get to
the
public
ability
comment.
To,
See, they torture
follow-
everybody
well,
to
there's
have
two
to
amendments
listen
in
through
front of
this
me. So
shit
one,
to
me,
get
seems
1 minute to talk.
Pretty clear cut. It's just until there's a final decision.
Most
on
will
that
just leave
petition.
and give up.
And the other one,
And they don't have
by
to hear it.
Councilmember Park specifies
Fucked up.
when that rent was owed, and also puts a sort of a time limit after that time period. So, from your perspective, which of the two would be the easiest to enforce, or what are the challenges you might see in either one of them?
You go, bozo. Did you see the traffic nightmare yesterday because of camel
The
toe?
more
SP picks the
requirements or
perfect time to
criteria
come.
that is in this, the more things there are to check to process. So that takes longer to process. So there's that. People owe rent from throughout the pandemic and throughout the application period, all the way up to when the applications were open in September. I mean, staff will implement whatever council directs. What also needs to be understood is all this is very fluid. There's not.
Well, you know it
the
is
data
crime.
And the people's application are changing daily. Daily, we get information from tenants or responses from landlords, so applications keep moving along the conveyor belt to approval. So, it's hard to say because it's not fixed. The data we had Wednesday is not the data we had yesterday, and it won't be what we have next week.
Has there? Thank you. And I know the job of the department is more complicated because we have more tenant protections, and so that obviously adds to the difficulty in trying to enforce this. Is there situations where someone has been approved but doesn't go through with it?
So what we're talking about is tenants that have been
Sure,
approved. That doesn't mean the landlord is willing to accept the payment on the tenant's behalf. That's the biggest category.
Okay, and
So
in that case, there hasn't been no final determination was made.
Right now, unless the landlord notified us in writing that they say no, it hasn't been finalized. The application has not been closed.
Yeah.
But a lot of them, we give time for the landlord to respond back and provide the information needed to participate.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And then I'm looking at this chart that Councilmember Hernandez gave us. It says 3,288 applications approved and then 6,944 that have been prioritized. is this, I imagine this number is very fungible, that sometimes people go from one category to the other and
Exactly.
vice versa. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's exactly the point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
Some of them move from one circle to the next. Some of them look like some applications meet the priorities, but they'll never be funded if the landlord doesn't participate.
Okay. So there could be a situation where someone, as of today, probably won't get either the funding or a final, but then potentially in the future they could benefit from that. Could benefit from getting the money.
If there were more funding in the future, yes.
And we know we get ULA money we're getting them every month, right?
Yes, but we have 150 million for ULA in this fiscal year, so it would take additional action from the council from the next budget.
Or what we're discussing later on today, item 10, about where we
Yes.
put that money. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Hernandez for acting with the kind of urgency that I think this city requires.
Can't win them all, Skinner.
You know, we've had, since we started recording eviction
What does that game
filings in
mean,
the city,
Skinner?
we have accumulated
Nothing.
71,429.
Just another game.
In District 13, we've had
2 points.
over 9,000. District 3, we've had more over 6,000. CD 15, we've had almost 2,000. CD 14, I think, is the highest, over 10,000 eviction filings.
10,000.
And I think when I think about this issue is, I ask and I lose sleep over this, because when I saw those numbers, I asked myself a very simple question every single day: am I doing enough to make sure that people stay in their house? And it's why we've put so much of our discretionary funds to make sure that we empower tenants, that we know what their rights are. But that's just not the only thing that we could do. There is legislation that this body can do that can also make it so that people stay in their homes.
Laguna,
And
there's
I
no
think that what Councilmember
too
Hernandez
many
is trying
puppets
to do
here.
is say, is there everything that we can do to
The
make sure
blues
people
liberal
stay in their
city.
home? That's what
What
I
do you
think
want?
she's trying to accomplish here.
They love these
and I think
idiots.
that's the level of urgency
They love
that
to
we
suck
need
their
have
dicks.
as a body.
And lick
This
their
is
clits.
also brought more to light because we're discussing our budget, right? And what kind of money and where are we prioritizing? It comes more to light when we talk about,
You know,
when people
useful
become
idiots.
homeless, we know that it costs
Voting in
more
numbers.
money. It costs the city more money. So it's also financially
And
responsible.
again, don't
to try to
forget
do
that you
something,
just
make sure
now,
we keep people
every
indoors.
day,
So-
brought in
and,
thousands of
you
new
know,
voters.
I'll end my comments with an anecdote.
I'm telling you,
over
I wouldn't be
the winter
surprised that
break.
when they got their money and their plane
I
ticket,
was
they
answering
also
phone
got a
calls.
ballot.
I was like, I want to understand more of what's happening in my district.
Don't trip.
And I will never forget.
They will
the
never
call
let
from
the other
someone
side win.
Who is exactly
They can't.
in the same
They can't
boat
afford to.
as Ms. Hernandez is trying to capture. She had put her in an
They
application.
cannot afford to.
It was being processed, and the level of nervousness and
That's why I'm
fear in
disgusted
her
by the people
voice
that vote for them. You know.
is someone who, if we pass Councilmember Parks,
But I know, they're just
we'll never
idiots.
know what
They're
could happen to
puppets.
that person. We're talking about people who are literally holding on to the
Springfield
last
Bell, yeah,
lifeline.
wouldn't doubt it.
And I think it's cruel to say, you know what? I don't know if we're gonna end where you'll end up, but we're cutting off that last lifeline.
Come on,
So
bro.
I hope
Back
those
it up.
support the motion with the amendment from Councilmember Hernandez, because I think it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. And to be clear, we're not cutting anything off. In fact, we're extending significant amounts of aid to people who need it. And there is a limitation on the amount of the aid that we have available to us. So there's no cutting off that's going on. Just in response to that last point. The question is, what limitations are we going to put on private sector, in the private sector economy in order to assure that the bureaucracy that we have within our city to deliver that aid is able to be fulfilled. And I think that's the point of today's discussion. Councilmember Yaroslavsky, followed by Councilmember Harris Dawson.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. So, and I may have missed this, so apologies. But of the $30 million, how much has been allocated already to the group in yellow?
Yeah, it's biting.
How much money are we talking
Thank you,
about that still
FTV.
has to be given out?
So the group in yellow is about 8.1 million. So there's about 21 million left.
So the majority of the $30 million hasn't been allocated yet. is it likely that people who are in purple that Councilwoman Hernandez is trying to cover under an additional stay are we now in that purple category of people?
Some of them, there is enough money for some of them.
Okay, I mean, my inclination is that it seems like we can meet in the middle here, and that if we give another 90 days, which it sounds like you think that you can allocate the rest of the $30 million within 90 days or so, and a big
Who's
chunk
talking
of
back
these
there?
families, disabled tenants, other people who qualify for the ERAP priorities, it just seems like we're asking for a huge flood of evictions and homelessness.
It's like he's got a hot
when
mic
we've got
back there.
a bucket of
You
$21
can hear
million
conversations.
we
That sound guy's
can't
just
get out
awesome.
fast enough.
Shout out to
Am
the
I
sound guy.
understanding that correctly? So that if Councilwoman Parks
We seem to be
amendment
experimenting some
include
technological
also
differences.
carved out the people that Eunice's, Councilwoman Hernandez is talking about, and to define the period for which we would stay that eviction for 90 days would allow us to get the full $30 million out the door, and then evictions could proceed once the money's run out. I mean, that sort of seems like meeting in the middle. If I'm missing something, please let me know. I did not sleep well last night. But if we're going to evict a bunch of people and there's still $21 million, then who's going to get all that money? What's going to happen with the $21 million? Does that make sense?
So there, for the purple group, there's enough funding for some, but not all of them.
Right, but we haven't allocated it. It hasn't been allocated to people yet.
It hasn't been allocated to a specific household, no.
Am I making sense, Councilwoman Park? Because there's $21 million left. And so what's going to happen with that $21 million in the interim if
Right in the
Councilwoman
pocket.
Park's amendment is adopted?
So right now, there's 8.1 million
Allocated,
yes.
which leaves 21 million that
Yes.
hasn't yet been allocated.
Yes.
So if Councilwoman Park's amendment is adopted, which I totally understand the desire to not have this drag out forever, then what happens with the $21 million that haven't been allocated yet? Because presumably evictions are going to start.
We will still process applications and approve applications.
But evictions will be happening.
They may or may not be happening.
Okay.
Trust me, they're happening if they ain't paying their bills. There ain't no ifs, ands, or buts. No landlord
and
just wants
you're
to
saying
make
that the
you,
fastest
let you
that you
live
think you
for
can
free.
process and get out the rest of the $30 million is approximately 90 to 120 days. Ish.
Yes.
Okay. I just worry that if we don't give a period of time to allow the rest of that $30 million to be allocated, there isn't going to be anybody left to allocate that money to because evictions are going to be undertaken post haste.
I'm not, can I just clarify?
Yeah.
Because I don't think we got as much clarity as I would like to. Let's take it step by step. For the 3,482 applicants that you said as of today have already been approved, what would be the total amount of money paid for their rent arrearages?
What are you doing over there,
About
fat boy?
8.1 million.
Don't you pull nothing out of there.
So that the remainder would pay for some portion, you don't know how many, but some portion of the second category as well.
Correct.
Okay. And
Right? Or a third, because it was $60 million that purple group would need if everybody got it, and we've got about $21 million left. So it's about a third of the people who, under the amendment, we're not protecting, would qualify for and potentially get.
Okay.
I think that's what I'm understanding it to be.
Okay. Councilmember Harris Dawson, followed by Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you so much. I am going to be completely off topic here. First, I want to begin by thanking the Council President and Council Members Park and Hernandez for really digging in on this work. These are tough issues with two constituents that we care about a lot and are an important part of the city and want to fight for. But I heard something earlier that kind of gave me a mini brain explosion.
Sexy
We have
time
landlords who've been and tenants who've been extended assistance from the city, and they say no. as I understand what we're considering today, they're completely free to evict next week, even though they've said no to a government intervention that makes them whole and keeps the tenant in place. Did I understand that correctly?
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I got.
Well, sorry.
Sounds about
I'm
right.
not sure it is correct. And I have a constituent who's in that position, and I'm not going to assume that's correct yet, because we also have a prohibition on form of payment discrimination as well. And so, that may be true for purposes of this program, but I am not ready to give up on
hear the hum
fact
come back?
that a landlord who
it's
turns this
gone.
money down wouldn't still be subject to our ordinance prohibiting voucher payment for rental arrearages. So let's, for clarity of the record, that answer that I think you got to your question relates to this program, but it does not in any way give the green light to landlords to violate our ordinances about means of payment discrimination. And that's something that I intend to ensure the city attorney pursues vigorously as well.
See, you see how they're spending
Councilmember
millions
Hernandez,
already
followed
of
by
the
Councilmember Park.
of our dollars and don't
Thank you,
even know
Council
how it
President.
works?
And I feel like we should always be in the spirit of compromising and meeting in the middle and working together and collaborating. And so I have some thoughts about how we can potentially move forward. And so considering that, the 3,400 would only cover, would take about $8-point-something million, which would leave us with a little bit over $21 million. Councilmember Hirosaki, would you be comfortable if we set a 120-day timeline with the purpose of, during that timeline, to encompass the 3,400 and as many people as possible to spend down the 2,100? And I say this because this motion was brought up to be a buffer to give people who have applied, who would most definitely qualify for this program, time to receive that money to give it to their landlord. And if we don't do that, that means they could apply, but because there is no buffer to try to keep them housed, they can get evicted, and most likely will, because landlords are not tied to this process. And so I would just put that on the table to see if folks are comfortable. 120-day timeline. Let's make sure that we can get as many people as possible covered under the entire 30 million if only 8 million is being spent down, which would encompass, I would hope, several more thousand people out of that second category. And if you could, it would be great if you could give us that number of how many actual people would be covered by the $30 million. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Big baby, hopefully you feel better. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I just have
Yeah,
one
I
more
think I
question
might have
for
given it
our
to him,
colleagues in the
Catherine.
Housing Department, because I think that
He
we're
hasn't
missing
sneezed
maybe
at all yesterday.
fundamental points of this
Just sneezed 3
discussion,
times
so
right there.
maybe our colleagues from Housing can clarify this for us. Can you
Baby
tell us
boy.
what it is
I'm
that is
sorry, Bubba.
significant about the February 1st deadline? The urgency of why we're here talking about this
Yes.
today.
Under the way the city's protections worked out and the ordinances were written, effective February 1st, landlords
sorry,
will be
Bubba.
free to evict tenants for their rental arrears accumulated up till September 30th, 2021.
So we are talking about a
Who
group of
cares, man?
individuals
That's
who accrued arrears
so
during the
disgusting to have to
pandemic,
simp
but
to
been
that
given
chick.
extensions of time to
And
pay
to
that
Kelsey.
back.
Tired of seeing you.
That money is now owed, who are going to lose rental protections. Is that
I'm
about right?
losing faith every day in sports. Sad. A lot of sports.
Actually, I misspoke. That's,
Oh, of course
they
you
can
did.
evict renters who have rental debt up through January 31st, 2023.
I don't
That's
know.
what's
He's sick.
significant
Hopefully he's
about
not.
February
But, you know,
1st.
Okay, and just
Sometimes
to
it's
be
just
clear,
stuff
so
caught in
everyone
their nose.
understands, that is the exact group of renters that we are attempting to protect in the amending motion. Thank you.
All right.
Publico comment.
Any other members wish to be heard?
Come on, let's go. We have public comment.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Then, Madam Clerk, we would vote first on the
Here comes the hum.
motion that's
Up there it goes. Oh,
Councilmember Park.
Tell
does
he's
he need to
playing
vote?
around with it. What's going on? What the fuck?
Okay, so what is before us now are the two amendments proposed by Councilmember Park and Councilmember Hernandez.
see how they
in that
punish
order.
people?
So
They have to
Councilmember
wait
Rahman,
to
you
talk?
wanted to be heard?
I had a question about the speed of processing these applications. What is the soonest that you can process? I mean, you said 90 to 120 days. Is that based on your experience so far? How long has it taken to process the first 3,000 applications?
Well, in the early stages, we're still screening all the applications. At this point, they've all been screened. So it's not like it takes X per application, because it depends on how fast the tenants respond and provide their information, and how soon the landlord provides
Not the
their
question.
information.
How many did you
So
get
if
done?
they did it quickly, it could be within 2 weeks to a month. But they are given, let's say, 10 days to respond.
Wasn't her question.
So we have to wait for that time before we close the application.
So is there a way to shorten that time period of being able to review these applications? Because I hear you, Councilmember Park, that what you're trying to do is address that group of tenants that's going to lose their protections on February 1st, and I think that makes sense, and make sure that they're being protected by this ordinance. But I think what Councilmember Hernandez is bringing up is a good point, which is that people who are likely to be impacted and protected by these funds are
Yes,
potentially going to
ASN.
be negatively impacted and lose their homes just because we're too slow in processing the applications.
Skinner, I'm not sure
Which
yet.
feels-
I'm feeling under the weather with this cold.
Feels like a
but
sorry,
so-
go ahead.
'cause I feel
With all
my
respect,
throat
it's not
getting
that
sore.
we're too slow, it's that
But,
the public takes
if I can
time
do it,
to
I'll do it for
respond
sure.
to the-
If not, I'll make
their
it up and do it
notifications.
Saturday
And
or
if we
whatever.
close them, if we get strict about the timelines, then that means that they lose out on getting the
Loop
funding.
me from the NyQuil,
So we
too.
can tighten the response timelines, but that means we'll be closing more faster, closing more without paying.
But we've given qualified applications a shot.
Yes.
LA City Council, Edgar, same ones we
I
always
just
watch.
wonder, Council President, there has to be a way to,
They're just in a
just
different
make sure
spot
that we're
in
not-
Van Nuys.
you know, to marry these two. I think there's a very good limitation that is included in Councilmember Park's amendment and your amendment that ensures that this is being focused on those tenants who are losing their protections on February 1st, which makes a lot of sense, and that people who are just waiting for their checks to be cut are not being evicted, which I think makes a lot of sense. I just feel like there has to be a way to address what Councilmember Hernandez is talking about in a timely fashion that doesn't continue to place the burden on small rental housing providers as well. And I just wondered if we could come up with something that would work more effectively than this does.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Soto Martinez?
Thank you so much. I'm sort of going to lean into the same thing that Councilmember Rahman was discussing, because it sounds like there's about $20 million on the table that we're not going to get out fast enough. But February 1st is going to happen.
And did he already
and those
speak?
people
Come
could
on, man.
be evicted. So do we, I guess of the, and that's been very clear to me, of the 6,944 applications that meet the ERAP priorities, are those, have we ranked them? Like, do we know who's next in line, or is it just people are chosen randomly? Because maybe there's a way to grab some of those
Is it, Ian?
6,944 and put them aside, and we can sort of put them aside and say, hey, you're probably going to get some of the $20 million, so let's protect you. I know we don't have enough funding for everybody, but is there a way to prioritize? Are they ranked? Is it random? Like, how do we choose who gets the money?
At this point, it's whoever responds
come,
quickly.
first served.
They all equally meet the priorities. So it depends on whether the landlord is willing to accept the funding and how quickly they respond to us. All of those people are at 30% AMI, have one of the priority factors, and have 6 months or less of rental debt.
And when were those notifications sent to those 6,900?
They've been going out in sequence since November.
Okay, and when you do the sequences, how do you send it 500 at a time or 200 at a time?
We
How do you do
send groups. So we've notified all of the people that are 30%, 6 months or less, that are elderly, seniors, disabled, or have families. I don't remember when, but it was, this November, December.
Turn
Now
his
we're
back
in the
on us,
groups
Paul.
that are 30% AMI and
Loud.
30% AMI and owe 6 months or less.
Okay. When was the last time we sent a batch of notifications?
We send batches out all the time. I think we released
When was
it
the last one?
probably this week.
Fresh out.
Okay, so there are
What a-
people that
What embarrassment this is.
potentially are getting the good news right now,
Yes.
or right around right now, but they also face the looming deadline of February 1st, which is going to happen in just a few days.
Yes.
That doesn't sound like, and this is not to you, but I would hate for a tenant to call me and say, I got the approval, but I'm being evicted right now. That potentially could happen. That doesn't sound like the right approach. So there has to be a way where we
Maybe
can
it's
try
all
to
the way
protect
around,
those
huh, Bubba?
folks. There's $20 million that haven't been put out there. It's a majority of the money. It's not even the
That's it,
minority.
Hydra.
It's a majority of the money. So I guess
They'd
I'm
all end up going to
I'm
jail.
urging this body here to let's put our
Cost
collective
us
brains
more
together and let's figure
in,
out how we can protect
attorney
protect those people.
fees.
It makes common sense to me, and I think that's what you're trying to achieve, Councilmember Hernandez. It's like we know the money hasn't gone out. We know it's for whatever reason, but there are potentially people in our district that may get that money, but it'd be too late because February 1st is right around the corner. So I mean, we're all very smart, I think. We can figure this out. I think that's the right thing to do.
Okay, sir. Now we will begin to proceed to obtain your IQ and
Councilmember
aptitude
Hernandez.
tests.
Thank you, Council President. Question around, again,
So you smart.
meeting and collaboration. Can we add to item 12B, can we add into instruction B, 120 days, and take out 3,200 applicants? Would that be an acceptable, friendly compromise, Councilmember Park? If in instruction B, okay.
Yes, please.
Evaluating this, my concern here is that whether there are funds to cover all of this. And just to remind folks, this is a motion that was introduced 2 days ago and waived out of committee with urgency because of one very narrow specific set of renters, which is the group that my motion is trying to protect because that's the urgency motion. So can you walk us through how many folks in the purple category in this document is there going to be funding to support if we were to accept amendment that Councilmember Hernandez is proposing?
So there's 21 million left for the purple group.
But
If, based on the average rental arrears that have been paid, and again, it depends on each application, and until we finalize it, we don't know. We don't know how much the rent is, how many months they owe. I mean, we do know, but they vary for everybody. What the total arrears for a particular application is, it's not the same amount for each application. But using the average payment thus far, we would have enough for 3,786 households to be paid from the 21 million.
So there's not, so I'm not opposed to
Sorry
it, but
about
there
that,
is
yeah.
not enough money in there to cover this.
And if I could just clarify, and
Holy shit. Look at that.
with us after on this, but the purpose of this is
So
not to
many-
cover the
so
entire
many kids
purple
out
group,
there having
but
fun.
as much as we can with the 21 million. That's the language that's what the intent of what I'm trying to do.
And understood, and I think that these are really important policy and procedure questions that need to be hammered out in the committee process. This was moved to urgently address one very narrow group of renters
That's
who
it,
are looking
Randy.
down a very specific deadline.
have
I don't think there's any disagreement
As they
amongst
should
any
be.
of us that we
Good
need to take
exercise,
action to
too.
protect that group. But I am concerned about moving this forward without adequate debate and analysis on this.
So,
And
may-
frankly, I don't have my questions to this answered, and I'm disappointed with how we've arrived at this point. We have known about this date for a year, and yet rather than having a deliberative conversation about it, we're left scrambling in the moment to try to address something that is essential. So
I could do that, but hold on.
I'm
I'd have to
inclined
pause
leave my
it.
proposed amendment
That's what you guys
the way
want.
it is because it's specific and
It'll take
narrowly
me a
tailored
second.
to address the narrow issue
Here,
that
hold on.
was put in front
Hold on
of
a sec, guys. We'll pause it for just one moment. That way you guys can watch this, whatever I'm watching. And when they go back, we'll because it's only going to take a sec here. That way it's less punishment at least. Yeah, I know it's silent. As soon as I hit to that thing, it. All right, so let's go here. So we know we're on a delay of 30 seconds or so.
or face evictions.
There you go. Can you hear it?
And Councilmember Blumenfield has
Are
been
we
trying
good?
to push his button, and then his name hasn't been coming up. I apologize. But just so that I can clarify, Councilmember Hernandez and Councilmember Park, what I thought I heard you to say was the proposal on paragraph B would be simply to remove the specific number, but still leave the category.
Pile up, yeah.
of
You don't want to go
tenants
down
who have
right
been
there
approved
or
by the
hold
Housing
everybody up.
Department to receive rental
Have some little
assistance
kids holding the
intact,
line
whatever
up.
that number may be. Is
Within
that right?
120 days of February 1st. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Actually, I think that compromise makes sense in that it creates a dynamic group instead of a static group. But I hear what Park is saying. and
They
we all
both
need to
pulled
deal
out
with
at the
reality.
same
I mean,
time. That was great.
reality here. We don't have enough
Oh,
people to cover
yeah.
these folks.
Log jam.
And so we can't just use this
That was
as an
too
excuse
funny.
to extend eviction protections for folks who are not going to be bailed
Poor little
out
guy
by
can't
the
get over there now.
But for the folks that are going
He's
to be bailed
trying.
out by
So
the
many
city,
people
we don't
coming in
want them
hot.
to be evicted.
It's like a freeway. It's truly like a freeway.
I kind of feel like that's what everyone here is saying, the same thing with that regard. But the way, it's written.
Sniper
under-
got
under
both
Mr.
of them. Look,
Hernandez's
see the cannon board guy can't even get on there. Look,
it
now he's
does
got
become
traffic
too
flying
long.
in his direction.
Those-
Oh,
There are
shit.
going to be a lot of people on that list.
Poor
who are not gonna
guy.
Get the
Feel bad
assistance,
for him.
Who are going to end up just being extended, and then that's not really.
Gotta
fair
wait for
to
a break
to
in the
housing
action.
providers. So
He'll get that. There he goes. There he
part of
goes.
this is
There he
we've gotta deal
goes.
with reality.
Yeah.
The money,
Him and his money.
The money is not going to cover the folks that we want. The money does not provide enough lifeboats for everybody who's jumping into the ocean. So by making it dynamic and not having it the 3,200 applicants, it still keeps it very, very narrow because it's only the people that are approved. But
That
more
is
people
LA
approved,
traffic, it is.
and folks will start getting evicted on February 1st who are not approved. But what I hear you're saying is, as people get approved, that then becomes basically an eviction defense. If you haven't.
Jamie,
been
this is
evicted
in
yet, and you get that
Minnesota,
approval,
next
we
to
don't
the
want
Mall of
situation
Americas.
Soto Martinez mentioned.
Dude, that
I
last dude
think
got
what
some
we're trying to
air.
say is by-
Look at them.
by striking that
Dude,
language,
they're
come
getting
out and
air.
say,
They're
okay,
getting up. Some of those
everybody can be
kids.
evicted on February 1st, but the moment that you get that paper from the city saying you're
It's
approved,
like the big jumps in the middle
you can
there.
no longer be evicted, and your landlord then has to take that money and move forward. Is that?
No,
is
this
that
isn't
what I'm
for
hearing
sledding. This is
as the-
skiing and
as the
snowboarding.
compromise?
That's why. This isn't inner tubing. This isn't sledding.
Because that would also keep it as the narrow group that Ms. Park is talking about. It would be really.
I mean, it's
dealing
an
with the
actual
group,
skate
the
park.
3,200.
A ski
but
park,
it
I
would
guess
give
you'd
our
call it.
department a chance to move as quickly as they can, And
look at the rails built in, the ramps built in.
Protection.
Yeah, 3,200.
Cool part about this feed is at night when everybody's gone, you can see them
number is, the key element
working the
is
moguls
that
and
they
all
have
that
been
stuff,
approved by
like
housing.
reshaping it
Because,
all,
frankly,
building
without
it back
that,
up.
There's no way for the landlord even to know whether the person
Look,
is.
look at the log jam now. The whole thing like broke down for a
So
moment.
they
They're like,
can
fuck that. I'm going on the other
They
side.
Even outreach too, so they would know. I think.
I'll go on
Well,
that
they
side.
may know
then.
that the tenant is applying, but they wouldn't know that they've been approved. And so,
Bro, that
so there
fucking
wouldn't be
that
a way to
rope
really
goes through some shit.
differentiate
That
in
lift,
second
it's
group for
doing
the
its
landlord
duty.
to make a decision of whether they are included within this.
It does look
ordinance or
fun.
not. So the approval, in other words, the approval is the key.
It's good to
thing,
see
not
all
the
these
number.
kids out here
Right.
not
this
sitting
to
at
me
home
seems
on the
like a
computer
compromise
playing
between
video
these
games,
two
not
proposals.
looking at their phones,
It still sticks
out,
with the
you know, getting a
Tracy
workout,
Clark
enjoying
proposal, but it
life,
makes it
enjoying the
dynamic
elements.
in the way that Ms. Hernandez wanted to do it.
So it's good to see.
By lifting that hard number and making it more of a dynamic number, which is as
What's
we
trippy to
we
me
went
is
from 32
to see how many
34 already.
skiers there are.
Hopefully
There
that
might
number
be
will keep
more
going up.
skiers than
But at the end of the day,
snowboarders.
we have to realize
This is weird
the,
to me
the
anyway.
$30 million is going to be spent. It's just
A lot of
question
kids
who's
like
gonna get
skiing
it.
now, man.
You know, it's going to
They've
be
gone
spent,
back.
has
It
to
was
be
all
spent. It's gonna help
snowboarders.
prevent
Now
people
it's
from being
a
evicted.
lot of skiers.
So, to a certain
They
extent,
just don't
this
use
is really
poles anymore. They don't
kind
use
of
the
a-
poles. They're like, fuck
There's
it.
not enough lifeboats.
They don't
So it's
need
just a
poles
question
for
of who's gonna
nothing.
Jump on those lifeboats, but a lot of people are falling into that ocean. We have to recognize that unless we get more money into that 30 million, but that 30 million is not going to go as far as we want it to.
Yeah.
But regardless of whether this amendment passes or not, that money is still going to go out and it's still going to save people.
Dang, you see Homeboy right there. Look at him. Look at him.
Lifeboat's gonna go empty.
I know you seen
Every
Homeboy fucking flip
that
right
30
there.
million is gonna be
Dude,
spent.
those five guys fucking, they're
so
ripping it. I know you seen Homeboy do a flip right there. I know you seen
trying to
it.
choose who's
It's
gonna
these
be-
kids right here going
who's
right
gonna
up.
be evicted and who's not going to be evicted, and we're not.
Man,
the
they're
sad
good.
reality is their people are going to be
They're
evicted,
fucking good, dude.
Even with this money going forward. But I do like the idea
Right?
of making the number
Backflip, side
dynamic
flip.
and
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, some are really
Thank you.
good.
Well said, Mr. Bloomfield.
They could be
Councilmember
practicing
Park.
to becoming
Council President,
Olympians,
Councilmember
you know?
Blumenfeld, I actually don't disagree with you. And Councilwoman Hernandez, if in item
Your
B,
future Olympic
you
stars
just
here.
want to strike approximately 3,200, not specify a number, I can accept that. I think is a friendly amendment.
Whoa, look at him. You got to watch that middle ramp, the one that's almost to the end on the left.
The important piece here is who's approved.
That's what you gotta
not
keep an eye on.
Specific number of how.
Only
many
the really
people
good
that
ones
is.
do that.
Yes. One second. We agreed.
Yes, and then the
Look at him, look at him.
120
Dang, and he
Councilmember
landed it
Hernandez
too.
mentioned.
Damn.
It's already
If that's already in there, then it applies to both subsections.
Look how small
already.
that little guy is, and he
So-
just did that shit on that big
so is
ramp.
that good?
Yeah.
Good? Okay. Thank you. Well done, members. Thank you for that. Councilmember Rahman.
I had another clarifying question, which was just about this 6,000 applications that meet ERAP priorities.
Here they come.
What
Keep an eye on the middle ramp right
percentage
now.
of them fall within the.
There's one. Look at 'em.
rental arrears
360.
accumulated between October 1st and January 31st.
Just some crazy air. Shit, yeah.
I don't have that at the tip of my.
But is
Comes
that
another
information
one.
you
Keep
have?
an eye on the middle
We can
ramp.
get that, yes.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
There you go. Straight
I
flip
think
like
that
it
would
was
be a
nothing.
useful figure as well to understand in
Like that shit was nothing, son. No poles in sight. Straight fucking flip.
Very good. Thank you.
Like he was meant to do it.
Councilmember Harris Dawson?
I want to move the previous question.
Councilmember Harris Dawson.
As soon as they start talking here,
But in fairness,
to the-
Councilmember Padilla
we'll
is
go
on the queue
back.
for the first time, and I want to give her the opportunity to speak as well.
I just wanted to I'm excited that we were able to find a compromise with this, but I also did want to tell the department, you know, every time I meet with a different department or a different group, I always emphasize to folks, you got to let us know how we can help you do your job better. And just hearing this out, it sounds like there's a need for support and capacity
Oh, really,
to be
Alina?
able to execute getting these dollars into the hands of those who need it. So if what you need is, I was just telling my team, I recently went on a personal journey of trying to figure out the process of how I repay my student loans.
Yeah, they're really good.
And let me tell
some of these
you,
kids.
the software that they have.
Here he comes right
was
now. Keep an eye on the
very
middle one.
Very good at
Here he
keeping you
comes.
posted on things when things were in review
maybe
when
not.
things were being looked at.
Somebody's
and when I was going to get
somebody's
an
on the
official
ramp.
update.
What are they
So
doing?
I bring this up
Hey,
so that
somebody's
maybe
hurt.
you
Dang,
figure
there
out
he
a way
goes.
of how to find some software
Didn't care.
or some kind of process to where you're consistently keeping people posted on where they are on their status, because that would make it so much easier for us to compromise things like these numbers of 120 days or 30 days. So I actually posed a question. Can you tell us more about your process of how you're keeping people posted on what's happening with their application?
That's it, Carla. And they're spending millions
So
already.
there
They don't even
is
know how it
a,
works.
Dynamic
Just throw
dashboard
millions at
on
them.
the
Who cares?
LHD
We'll figure it out
webpage
later.
where, a lot of information is available about every single application.
Jamie, they're running.
It's updated weekly. Everything is
They're
there.
forcing
by
the people to-
application. You can sort
to
it
wait,
by council district,
including us.
by averages of rent owed, and tenants can look up their status at any time, and it will say where their particular application is. Also, landlords are notified as soon as the tenants are approved.
Well, thank you.
So then that moves it into the landlord approval phase, and the landlord has the opportunity to let us know that they want to participate. The dashboard is there. The system, we actually won an award for it. So the system is there.
But what about the
There's a-
user ability? Do people think it's user friendly? What is the user rate? Are people actually checking in? Is it user friendly for those that might be, not very tech savvy? Are you consistently letting them know that?
Well,
this
because
service is
Glitch,
available?
just like a
We were
business,
told
any
that the
other business,
application itself
you own a
was,
hamburger
friendly.
stand, you have the right to refuse service.
The information is there
Same thing
online.
here.
There's also help by calling in. You can.
Because you think to yourself,
can find
as
the
a
status
landlord,
at
right?
any time.
They're coming in on assistance.
I
They're
think
not
what
paying
we're
anything.
not
So if the
realizing
government
is that
stops paying
there's-
for them, then
This
then
was
what? They're
approved,
just going to stay in there?
And then a second phase added.
You know what I
when we
mean?
added
As
the
to where
landlord
people
application.
that are
And there's
working,
also the
you
city
know that usually they're
contract
paying.
office. So a lot happens.
I think that's why.
Before the program is operational. So applications closed on October 31st, and we started making payments.
A lot of landlords don't
approving
own their own
payments before
properties.
Thanksgiving,
The
week
bank
of
does.
Thanksgiving.
They gotta
And
pay
they've
the
been
bank.
flowing ever
They
since.
use that with
There's
your
a lot
money
of human
for rent.
factor here in that it's not just staff, and it's not LHD staff, by the way. It's a contractor.
All right, hold on. We'll go back there a little bit.
Information needed from tenants. Some tenants uploaded all of their qualifying information up front when they
You're pretty
applied,
handsome.
but
See, they
they
think
had a
you're
deadline
handsome,
to
Stink.
apply. So they all had the
think so.
opportunity to add
Huh?
information later.
love bees?
So that takes time for them to do also.
Yeah, you love
If they
Bob?
cannot do it online because
Love
they're not
Bob?
computer
Come here,
techie,
come eat
we
that
had a
piece.
process where they could go to one of the family
Oh,
source
you.
centers and submit their application in person. So we tried to think of everything. We had a special hotline going all the way through December 31st to assist
There he
people
goes,
with their
ladies and gentlemen.
applications.
He's
Yeah.
gone.
And
Okay.
for the record, can you tell us the hotline and the website of the dashboard?
And Elvis has left the building.
Dashboard is on the LAHD webpage. If you go to the LAHD webpage and scroll all the way to the bottom, there's the ULA ERAP dashboard. The hotline closed December 31st, so it's the LAHD hotline now, 866-557-7368.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, thank you very much. Councilmember Hernandez to close.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of things to close out. Would like to note and file item 12A, please. Also,
Good
would like
boy,
to
he
just
is
follow up
crazy.
at some point in the future around additional policy change, around what Councilmember Marquise Harris Dawson uplifted around. We can do all this work. We can get all these checks out, but at the receiving end, it might be, well, I don't want to receive this money. What do we do then? And so I would just like us to have that discussion at some point to figure out, how we move and how we can collaborate with our landlords in our city on that. And then I just want to thank
Catalina, there's
Councilmember Park
10 or
for your
15 every
collaboration
day.
on this, and Council President for
most don't
your-
make it to the
allowing
news,
us
you
to have
know.
the discussion. I've said it before, but I'll say it again. I love when democracy plays out, and especially when the people get a watch. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you very much.
there's so many throughout the
And
day.
on that other point about other policy development,
Gotta remember, LA County's
I'm gonna
huge.
reiterate again. I don't think anyone on this council is going to take it well if we see
That's
landlords with the opportunity to
Lucy.
receive city money
Welcome.
in order to pay arrearages, who are refusing to
Or mum to
accept
Lucy,
the
sorry.
money in order to get around RSO limitations on eviction and other eviction protections. That will not be received well, and I certainly, for one, am going to be working to ensure that the city attorney deals with that situation aggressively. And I think we should as well within the council. So that being said, the item before us, members, is the deftly crafted compromise amendment that played out in real time. So item 12B, as amended by
our Hum's back.
Councilmember Hernandez and accepted as friendly by
There it goes.
Councilmember Park, is before us. So let's vote on item 12B as it was amended in this discussion. Let's open
That's
the roll.
it, Hoosier. That's it, Kevin.
Close the roll.
Eminent
tabulate
domain.
the
To
votes.
take all the property slowly but surely.
12 eyes.
And then we'll vote on item 12 as amended by item 12B. So that's now before us. Let's go ahead and open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
Well, you keep moving all around.
All
12
right.
eyes.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you all very much. That will take us next to item 13 as amended. Oh, I'm sorry. Before we do, Councilmember Yaroslavsky.
Quick announcement. We're
Jesus
going to
Christ.
start E&E at 2:30 today.
Yeah, because you're taking fucking forever.
Hope springs eternal. Hope springs eternal. All right. Item 13, as amended by Councilmember Harris Dawson, is now before us. On that item, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 eyes.
Thank you. That will bring us now to item number 10. Item number 10 has quite a number of amendments that have been proposed, but I'd like to call Mr. Szabo to the table.
Mr. Chair, if I may just interrupt
Yes.
for a moment, I
Yes.
just want to confirm that motion 12A has been withdrawn.
Okay, Councilmember Hernandez, is it all right if we withdraw that formally rather than noting and filing it?
Doesn't know what
All right,
he wants
without
to do.
objection, that
Sit on
item
my
is withdrawn.
trackpad and give me the back. Oh, that's it, huh?
Mr. Szabo, Mr. Seha, welcome. So
Trying to
there's
get
been a
back
good
on
deal
me?
of back and forth with amendments on this.
Oh, man,
already,
he's
but
back.
If you
The
can, give us
Danish.
a brief
On the left there.
30,000
Got a
foot
rad
level
hairdo.
overview of this item, and then we can get into discussion about questions that members may have on the item, as well as the potential amendments. Mr. Szabo.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yeah, it's
President.
huge. That's what I say, Rose.
Are we able to see
A lot of puppets here.
the screen? Okay. I will do the best that I can to make this as brief as possible, but I do want to frame the issue so that we understand what it is that we are recommending and what it is that we are not recommending. We are here today to discuss significant current and future financial challenges facing the city, and to recommend
because of
immediate
whose-
near-term,
whose
long-
policies?
and long-term solutions to address them. The recommendations before the council are difficult, but I do need to be very clear and very direct. We are currently, as we will discuss, we are currently on an unsustainable path. And
No
action
shit.
today is necessary to prevent much more draconian action that would be required in the near future if we don't take corrective action today. The second thing that I would ask the members to
Too funny.
understand is the actions that we are recommending today are an opportunity to make the necessary reductions that we will need to make in a controlled manner that is consistent with the priorities of this body. Not taking
Light
action
electric, it's
today
awesome.
when we can see the challenges that we
It's
have
like a
ahead
Danish on top.
will lead us to
Or like a
make
croissant.
decisions that we will not want to make and will be potentially forced into in the upcoming budget or, and certainly in the near future. So I will frame the
Yeah, I don't know who he's paying to
discussion,
do that. Hopefully he
and
doesn't
I
pay
will be-
for it.
I'll be
Maybe
moving
he does it
forward
at home.
in the presentation quickly, and I may skip over several items so that we can get to questions. But basically where we are is that current year expenditures
believe so.
are above plan.
Merk.
Current year revenues are below plan. And the city has approved and will be considering major new multi-year spending in the form of employee compensation agreements that will add hundreds of millions of dollars to our base payroll. And these factors threaten to drive city finances into a significant structural deficit. Very briefly,
158 million.
When the
They can't
Budget
get it
Committee took
done.
up the second financial status report, we had reported that revenues through October were $93 million below plan. That has continued in the trajectory has continued in the wrong direction. We are now projecting 158 million below plan due to lower than
created
expected
that
tax
inflation.
revenues.
Tell them
fairly
thank you.
across the board.
But you won't
On
do
the
that.
expenditure side, we identified 297 million
Overspending.
in over expenditures. There is still 143 million
Holy fuck.
in projected overspend for which we have yet to approve solutions to. So,
Over a quarter billion
revenues are down
overspend.
158, expenditures are up 143. And that context raises the significant concerns that this office has regarding future spending increases, and principally
They broke.
in the recently approved and forthcoming multi-year employee contracts. We had a robust discussion about the Police Protective League contract. That contract alone will add $75 million in additional costs in 24-25, $394 million in costs over 4 years. We are still finalizing the agreement with the coalition of city workers. Those 1,000 classifications represented by the coalition. That agreement will add over $100 million in additional costs in 24-25. We're also looking at the non-coalition civilians and the firefighters that together represent $1.3 billion in payroll. And so when we're thinking about what we have ahead of us,
Guys, I'm gonna go get something to drink. I need some water.
$1.3
Be right back.
in payroll, and we're thinking about fair and appropriate compensation increases, which are warranted given our economy and given the inflation that we've experienced. Just 1% for those that we have not yet considered, the non-coalition civilians and fire, would be between 18 and $20 million. So we're looking at significant increases. So without immediate action to reduce expenditures, we would be looking at a $350 to $400 million deficit heading into 24-25. So we would not be able to manage those obligations without taking the actions that are recommended today. And if we didn't take the actions that are recommended today, we would be faced with much more draconian options through the budget process and in the future. So I will very quickly just focus on what is the principal items in the report, again, so we can get to your questions. There are several steps that we need to take to manage this. One of those steps needs to be taken immediately this fiscal year, immediately, and that is that we need to limit non-critical hiring. This is not a hiring freeze. This is a temporary limitation on hiring to those positions, to only hire those positions deemed critical, or to have a limitation on hiring on non-critical positions. The goal here is that, again, we can have a strategic approach and not an across-the-board hatchet approach, that we can focus on maintaining critical service levels. We will need to hold on hiring in non-critical
Ran down the
areas.
hallway with me and
then
swiped
the
at me
next
as
step
we
we
went
will need
by.
to take is to eliminate non-critical
In
vacant
dominance.
positions. I will skip over items 3 and 4 that are also critical to this conversation on revenue and restructuring. We will have those discussions at future meetings. But the report does recommend my office to come back to you with items on revenue and on restructuring. As it relates to the hiring limitations or the priority critical hiring, we're recommending that we move
Yeah,
forward
Tom,
by setting 2 levels of
their,
priority. One level
sound
of
guy is
priority
DEI.
would establish positions where we would continue hiring without limitation. Those positions would be those that are critical to public health and safety, principally in the police and fire departments and the Bureau of Sanitation. We would also include departments that do not have any impact on the general fund, including building and safety, library, airport, harbor, DWP, and the pension systems. The goal here is not to reduce staffing. The goal here is to bring our budget into structural balance. We're talking about the general fund. So that is why those departments would be exempt, and in our priorities, completely special funded positions would also receive priority. And then the second level of review
That'd be Krikorian.
for hiring, again, to allow hiring to move
Good
forward,
old Paul.
not a hiring
The fuck
freeze.
happened, Paul?
We're recommending that the
You
council
pink-skinned
establish
bitch? What
priorities
happened?
for continued hiring, which would take place after review to ensure that the hiring is consistent with those priorities that you set. And those priorities, as recommended, are positions critical to public health or public safety, those positions
eating
that
that.
are required to fulfill legal mandates, those that would reduce risk or liabilities, those related to our homelessness response, those that are hired through our targeted local hire and bridge to jobs programs, which would also include Clean LA and the workforce equity demonstration projects, and revenue generating positions, in addition to positions, as I said earlier, that are not at all subsidized by the general fund. The next step that we will need to take after adopting the hiring limitations is
The
that we
vacancy
do need
rate,
to look
20%
at
almost.
reducing our expenditures in a structural way, and our budget currently is in a place it is not properly aligned. And what I mean by that, and we all have heard about our vacancy rate, we are funding every year thousands and thousands of positions that are supposed to carry out services that reflect your priorities that are not filled. that
Come
will not
on,
be filled,
fuck you
that are
guys.
not
Not you guys with
executing
them.
or providing that service.
Ugh.
Yet we are paying for that, and we are taking money away from other things and tying those dollars up into systems that we hope one day will be filled. But because our vacancy rate is so high, that it is unlikely that many of them would be filled. So we need to look at reducing the number of general
why they said
funded
maybe.
vacancies that we would deem
Keeping people on hold for
non-
literally 3
If we
hours
were to
plus.
eliminate all of the general funded vacancies.
We're talking about being on hold for 3 hours right now. Easy.
Easy. In potential savings. And that the other way to think about that is that we are tying up $283 million of our budget
Or sit there.
this year in positions that are not providing.
My
any
hiring.
service
Hiring for
because
what? I don't do nothing.
They are vacant.
All right, guys. Smoke. Poor Jason. Poor Brock.
When we can talk about this in the discussion, but
Everybody else.
we
Eric
have,
Krevin, Candido.
a unique
all of them.
situation, and it's due mostly to COVID.
Look at the
We
skyrocket.
are increasing our actual city workforce every year, but we are also increasing our vacancy rates. And the reason for that is that we are adding, after COVID, when we lost positions due to COVID, due to the hiring freeze, when we lost positions
Due to you shutting
an
down every
retirement
business.
incentive program, we kept those positions on the books, and instead of then filling those vacant positions, during
Thank
our
you, everybody
recovery
who gave me a
budgets,
thumbs
added
up. Appreciate
thousands
you.
of positions to the payroll, on top of a very high vacancy rate already.
Daniel. Get
But
it.
if you look at the total actual filled staffing, we are increasing every year. We certainly are not at the level that we were pre-Great Recession. But if we look at the Great Recession, we lost a lot of positions, and then we built back as we could. The difference between the actions we took in the Great Recession and COVID are that we actually did eliminate positions, and we right-sized our budget to the positions that we actually believed that we could fill and largely did fill. And so we did lose a lot of positions for several years, and then we built back up and almost recovered until we hit COVID. So what we will be doing, and as we have this discussion about priorities, we will use those same priorities to review the positions that are vacant.
Somebody's sick in there coughing,
and make
getting
recommendations
everybody else
to this
sick.
body on
Stay home,
position
man.
elimination for those non-critical positions that are outside of these priorities that are before you in the report and are up on the screen. I will end by again saying that the actions that are recommended today are not service cuts. We are talking about there will be a minimal impact on services currently provided. We're talking about reducing positions that are not filled today and in some cases have not been filled for years. This may and quite
I have never, Hydra.
probably will
I'm waiting on
plans to
hours.
increase services or to
And I'd
launch
have to
new
leave and go in the other room.
But we will need to take that measure in
'Cause
order
otherwise
to
it would echo, you know what I
sustain the necessary increases that we
I'd
have
rather go
approved
one
and are
day.
contemplating, so that we can align our budget, align our staffing to what we can actually afford, and then as revenue recovers, as revenue increases, we can grow appropriately. I will stop
No,
there
not me, Joe.
and open it for questions. And there are other items that I can bring to the screen if required.
Thank you very much, Mr. Szabo. Members, we've had the challenge of vacancies for some time. And in my view, there's three principal reasons that there might be vacancies that are difficult to fill. One is the same challenge that every employer in the country is facing now. It's
Guys like
difficult
his
to hire
haircut?
people
You guys
into
are all on the
positions
same
for
page.
full-time work. There's all sorts of challenges that every
And your
employer in
haircut
the private
game is
sector and the
fucked
public
up.
sector is having in getting people to accept jobs, in part because of the conditions and the pay of those jobs. And so part of what we've tried to address with the collective bargaining agreements that have been brought forward is exactly that, is to try to make this a more attractive workplace to bring more people in to work for. Second category of challenges that we face has been our own bureaucratic process, delays in getting people onboarded, too many obstacles to getting people from the level of expressing interest in working here to actually working here. And Councilmember McOsker and the Personnel Committee is working on addressing those challenges, and so is the Personnel Department, to try to bring those barriers down. The third category of reasons that we have vacancies, and this has been persistent and pernicious in the time that I've been here, which is an effort by some managers to preserve a margin of error in their budget, if you will, by having funded vacant positions so that when there is a downturn, they can manage around it without having significant service impacts. I understand why they want to do that, but it's not a healthy way for us to budget because it doesn't reflect, the actual application of dollars to priorities for services. And so I think this, as challenging as what we have before us is going to be, it also does present us with a real opportunity to try to reprioritize, focus our attention and the money in our
Was it
budget
though?
on what matters the most
Oh, no,
to
that
the
was something
constituents that we serve, and to do that in a way that is readily accountable, readily apparent in the budgeting process. So all that being said, I think the recommendations before
Come
us
on.
are an important step forward to ensure that we get to that point of being able to take advantage of those opportunities. It would typically
That's it, Dark Corner.
be my recommendation, or would be my recommendation.
It's a
for
thorn
us,
in our side,
to
too.
move
Don't think it
forward
isn't.
with the CAO's
And
recommendations.
don't think they didn't do it
I know
purposely,
that a
'cause they
number of
did.
you have presented
Not because of us, of course, but-
suggestions for modifications on what might count in what
But
category
it
of
thwarts-
positions. and
it hurts us,
a whole
too. It
series
hinders
of amendments
us.
that we have before us. My
I haven't heard them say fiduciary yet.
would be to refer all of those to the Budget and Finance Committee and/or the Personnel Committee, so that we could consider them in the larger context. But I want to call on Mr. Blumenfield.
That's right,
first
Paul
as
Martin
our
Curran, you
Finance
racist
and
pink-skinned
Innovation
Nazi
Chair,
pig motherfucker.
His thoughts about the matters. Mr. Boone.
Dang, Mr. Spindler.
Thank you.
What the fuck is going
First, Dennis,
on?
I know, especially a lot of new members, staring down the barrel of a large budget deficit is
Because
scary.
of him, we can't see
But I want
Mr.
you to
Harlan
know
anymore.
That a lot of us, myself, certainly
He's
have
the one
been
who
through
got a
lot
restraining
worse
order against Mr. Harlan. So let's give him a little Mr. Harlan.
budgets,
What do you
and
say?
get through the other end, and you
That's
get to build.
my
and you get to-
fucking
you
property.
still get to create.
Who
priorities
in the
and do
hell?
great things
Mr.
for our city.
Mr. Harlan, don't
But it's not for the faint
shout
of heart.
into the microphone.
And one thing we could
Mr.
do is
Harlan,
sort of pretend like
Mr.
it's not
Mr.
happening,
Harlan,
and then wait
please.
for the budget.
So, Mr.
and
Harlan,
then get hit by we
Mr.
have
Harlan,
a process.
you were
we have to
disrupting
have a
the
balanced
meeting.
budget.
You're hurting the
mayor would
translators'
send us
ears.
a
You
budget
either
with all
stop
sorts
shouting
of cuts,
or you're
and
gonna end
we
your
have a
public
bigger
comment
problem
right now.
to deal with down the road. But we're not doing that. We're actually taking. doing the right thing,
Mr. Harlan,
dealing
please.
with this issue head on.
Who
dealing with
in
this
the
issue head on means
fuck do
don't
you
wait
guys
until the
think
budget.
you
We
are?
make the tough calls now.
Oh,
so that when we
man.
get to that budget, we're going to be in a better position.
That there is 35
to grow
seconds
this
of
city
Mr.
rapidly.
Harlan.
And I really want to thank
Mr. Harlan's awesome.
CAO office, everyone who contributed to putting this together. There's a lot of work went into this report to figure out what those steps would be and how we can basically stop the spending that we have and really try to focus it on the immediate needs and start getting us back into a fiscally strong financial position. So,
You got another
thank you for all
23
that.
minutes. I know
this-
it's taken
this
forever.
managed hiring, or whatever we're calling it now, the new priority hiring, which is different. That's something the budget committee and all of us are going to be monitoring very closely as we move forward. Now, Mr. President, you mentioned, the normal thing in this kind of thing would be to take any
Couple
sort of
mil, easy, Al.
change to this and send it to the budget committee.
Nothing's less
But
than a
I've
million
been
with these
reviewing all of
guys.
the different amendments that we have, and I think there's actually a way to amend.
They should
each
take a
of
look at
them in
that
a
flag
way that
behind them.
would move us
See what it
forward
says
and
on there.
uplift
The Republic
concerns that folks are raising
of
in
California.
these amendments. Because basically what it all comes down to in all of these amendments, folks are saying, well, what about homelessness? What about our traffic safety officers? What about this? We want to make
Oh,
sure
well,
that
Shells,
those
then it's
folks,
been a good ride.
are prioritized. And
Been a
we
good
all
ride.
share that, I believe. I mean, there may be some differences here and there. What are the priorities? But we all as a group want this city to thrive and want to make sure that our homelessness effort isn't deterred, that our public safety in all of the definitions of that is not deterred. But we need to have a rational system to move forward. So I'm happy to take each amendment one by
Fat
one
boy.
that has been offered, and I have a
Yeah,
most
this
of them, I
guy,
have an
Ben,
amending motion. Some of
put
them
a
I think we can
restraining
accept
order
as
against
is.
him. He can't
But
be
I think
30
the key
yards.
to it is
He has to be at least
we need
30 yards
we
away
need to
from this
have
guy.
the process in place that the CAO
So I'm
has-
assuming he doesn't want to
has
get
offered.
arrested, so he doesn't
But
show up anymore.
Within that process, we can indicate our priorities. And again, that system will ultimately come back to all of us because as they make those choices, we are going. this is a
Fucking
dynamic
blob over here,
process.
blob
It's gonna be coming to Budget
Blumenfield.
Committee. I'll probably have it on as a standing item every meeting, and then that can come to the full council if we are not happy with what the process is yielding. So with that, I'm happy to move to each amendment and deal with them one by one.
Okay.
I'm
thank
sure
very
you can
much,
call
Mr.
in,
President.
absolutely.
You can do that. I just want to.
Just doesn't seem
make sure
to
that
want
no
to, I
one
guess.
Has any questions for Mr. Szabo before we proceed to the motions? Councilmember McCosker.
Thanks very much. Mr. President, actually, my first inclination would be to send all of this to budget and to personnel. But in the spirit of compromise, we're doing deliberative democracy here today. Maybe it's something about the valley. We should take each amendment and see if we can work through them. But I did have a question.
Oh,
that will sound
Buckethead.
minor, but it's
Hey,
really
his
important to
STD's gone
me and
away.
I think to others,
That
some
hurt
of
me,
my
went
colleagues.
back down.
We have the category of the TLH and the TLH-like programs. And I appreciate that those, I think we will all agree that those should be
The breakout is
accepted,
over.
essentially move forward.
Give me the Bill Clinton
But I'm
fucking
going to ask this question.
Democrat
You know,
thumb.
in each of those programs, a person comes in and they have a period of time, a year.
Shout out to the
qualify for a
womanizer,
position.
Bill Clinton.
At the tail end, there's a position that may in this process be eliminated. What happens?
So that would be part of our review process in developing
Fucking
the
hair is so
eliminated
awesome.
positions. We would, as part of our priorities in developing.
Weird
that
because
list,
it's
as I
like
said,
it's like a
we
one.
had
Shaved everywhere except
4,000
where the Danish
non-sworn,
is or the
non-proprietary
croissant is.
Positions. We would not.
What does
be
he tell
recommending
them?
That we eliminate
Just
all
want
of
a
them.
one
And one of
everywhere
the
and
priorities that we would
leave the croissant there?
or one of the levels of review that we would apply
Trim the
is
croissant?
whether or not an elimination of the position would trigger a layoff. If a position if there's a TLH position
At Broom?
that is set to matriculate into another type of position, that would be a factor, and we would take that into consideration.
There's a degree of difficulty there. I mean,
Yes.
it's something we really have to
It looks like a
anticipate
snake.
at the tail end of that. We're going to
I see it.
assume a successful matriculation for that TLH.
It's gonna be a lizard person.
That's correct.
Could all be.
And that's one of
Got
the
the forked
reasons
tongue.
why adopting this process now will allow us to work through those, so that we're not in a position where we're needing to do.
I mean,
make
would you be
cost
happy,
reward
Robert, if you had to do
reductions,
this job every day?
that
How
could have
fucking
unintended
boring.
consequences that-
You'd be staring
such
at the
as that.
clock,
Great, thank you.
waiting the fucking day to be over.
Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez.
That's what I was telling you about
Council President.
guys at the
Thank you so
CHP
much for
over there,
being
the
here with
helicopter.
us
I mean,
today.
their job is so dope.
A
Like,
quick
I mean,
question,
they must take.
what happens if
I
a
mean,
department that is
come
not
on, man.
considered
Get to fly in a
critical
helicopter,
loses
chase
staff
people
to another
around.
department?
Come on, rescue
Are they going to be able
people.
to
Come on.
backfill their positions without needing to get CAO council approval?
Then you got to do this shit.
So under the proposal,
difference. I don't care how
if-
much he makes.
If vacancies are created in
Rather do what
departments
they're
or
doing than do this
classifications
shit.
that are not on the priority critical list, we would hold on those on filling those positions.
What's up, Mayor?
And the reason that
Thank
we
you,
need
ma'am.
to hold
Getting
on filling
there.
those positions is that we are in a we are facing a situation where we actually do need we do need to attrit down to structural balance, and given that necessity, this report and these recommendations are asking the council to set priorities so that we, as in the areas where we would be attritting down, it would not be in the areas that this body
Please,
deems
Bob.
as critical priorities.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. How will Rec and Parks be affected by this process? As a charter mandated department, we need to ensure we're upholding our
Bro.
obligation as a city to
Terrible.
maintain their work. And right now, that money barely covers it. I have a park
Oh, the jacket's gone.
in Cypress Park where the walls are crumbling. And I'm not sure when we're going to be able to get resources to fix those walls of that rec center. So if you could answer that, that'd be great.
Sure. So I'll start and may ask Ben to fill in. You are correct. Recreation and Parks has a charter mandated general fund. It is a general fund allocation to the Department of I'm not going
That's
to
his
remember
title,
the exact,
City Administrative Officer.
0.0325 of our assessed value for property tax, and that does not cover all of the services that Rec and Parks provide. So, as it relates to our recovery of related costs or other funds that we send to the department, we're sending an additional $100 million roughly to that department. We would many of those positions are positions that
What do
would
you
be
mean?
hired
With
through
equipment?
TLH,
Just
a targeted local hire program.
Apple computer.
And
That's
we
it.
would want to continue those.
And OBS.
We would work with the department, and
That's
our
all?
goal would be that there wouldn't be significant
And you connect your
service
channels to
reduction.
OBS, and off it goes.
Our goal will be to allow for enough hiring so there isn't significant service reduction, but we would have to review those positions because hiring at Rec and Parks, even though they have that charter mandate.
All right, lady, smash your pass, lady, smash your pass.
It is a heavily
Might be a really nice guy. Probably,
Just
definitely
to
make
make sure I heard
six
that
figures, I
correctly,
bet.
Are you saying that these positions then would
He
be
has to
able
wear suits all the time.
be
Might even
kept?
have a horse
These
dick.
TLH positions?
What do you guys think?
Well,
Smash or
in setting
pass?
TLH as a priority, we wouldn't be
There's
recommending
Carlos
cutting
says pass.
TLH positions per se.
Terry, smash it.
But
Get it,
per
Terry.
Councilmember McCosker's
Mayor
question,
says pass. Terry
we will
says
do
pass.
we will have
Nikki
to do
says
a,
pass.
a level of analysis
Paul
to
says
look
pass.
at the
Data
positions
says
that
pass.
those targeted local
Big pass for Christina.
hires would move into.
Jay smashing. There's two
The goal
smashing.
is
Purple's
certainly,
passing. Mel's passing.
not,
South
and we want to create, and that's why we
Oh,
recommend it as a
man.
priority, target local hires.
Liz is
rich
banging.
jobs,
There's
other
three.
programs,
There's three banging.
So that isn't
Lit Dad's
the,
smashing.
That isn't the,
Oh Oh,
an
shit,
unintended
yeah.
consequence.
Smash with a
I will
hat
say
on,
this.
Amy. Oh.
If we
All right.
do
You wanna
reach a
get
place
hat-fished?
where we have to have
You wanna
a
let 'em
hard
hat-fish
hiring
you, huh?
freeze, or
All right.
certainly layoffs, that would be the
you
single
might have a
greatest
horse
threat
dick.
to the target
Ladies
local
love
hire
that.
program, because they're the first to go through the layoff process. First in, last in, first out, I should say. And they're at the bottom rung.
Who's your
And even if
smashing?
even if we end up
Who's
having
your
to
daddy?
remove filled positions at
Hard pass 60.
supervisor level, the way that our system works through civil service, they would all bump down, and the last person in making the least would be the one to actually lose their job. That's the
Need a
scenario we're
board?
trying to avoid.
What, to put over him? What do you mean?
Great, thank you so much, Matt. And just a couple more questions, and I have some comments. And I'm done.
Man,
President.
come on.
How were the prioritized
Fucking
critical
assholes.
positions
So bullshit.
and the categories of
Oh, they
prioritized
turn you
critical
into
hiring
asshole.
requiring review determined? What process was done by the CAO to come up with these lists? Were the departments spoken to throughout this process? And how has the personnel department responded to this? Have they provided any input on this process?
So,
It's Friday.
because this, and I need to be careful given that there was some
Shout out to
discussion
Friday,
about
man.
this in closed session, so I need to protect that. Because this was a conversation related to.
Oh, they still got to do
consideration
calls. They
of
still got to do public
compensation
comment to
adjustments.
people in there.
There had been some.
I mean, one of those 5-hour fucking
some
meetings.
direction,
Ridiculous.
and wanted to make sure that.
And besides
in
the
consideration,
war veteran, who else
of,
did they honor? There was nobody.
The
It's
compensation
really, this shit's
adjustments,
taking up all the
there was
time.
a full understanding.
Fucking housing
of
authority and the
what would
city
be required to
administrator.
implement those compensation
Bastards.
adjustments. So that was the principal area of input, and the personnel department sits on the labor committee.
Thank you so much. And then, so I'll go ahead and go now into my comments, please. If that's okay. Thank you, Council President. Thank you so much for answering questions. These are what we're talking about today are some of the same hiring restrictions that the city implemented during the COVID-19 pandemic and after the 2008 recession. The restrictions that have been proposed would drastically and fundamentally restrict our city's ability to provide services that our residents depend on. And yet we are rushing through this plan without meaningful council input, and as departments frantically scramble to figure out how they can preserve their positions. Just months ago, this council locked in a nearly $1 billion pay increase for LAPD over the course of the next 4 years. And now we're turning around and asking our constituents to accept that their city cannot fulfill some of the most basic services that we are expected to provide. This plan does not take a comprehensive approach to preserving critical service positions and protecting public safety. Well-lit streets are critical public safety measure. Traffic officers.
Your houseless
and
neighbors
safe
keep
street
stealing the
infrastructure
copper
are
wire.
critical public
That's why we don't
safety
have
measure,
lights.
especially in a year where traffic deaths outpace homicides in our city. Preserving social worker and nutritionist positions in constituent-facing departments like aging and CIFD is critical
They're
to the
pretending
public
to
health of
work,
our city.
Carla. They're not
I'm
working.
deeply concerned about this
They're not
hiring
getting
plan,
nothing done.
and I do not feel
Just
that we
lip
have had
service.
adequate conversations as a council or with the public. That is why I am asking that we continue this item to allow for a more thoughtful and robust conversation about the future of our city. Thank you so much, Council President. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee, followed by Councilmember Park.
Thank you, Mr. President. Matt, during your presentation, you said there would be minimal impacts on current service. Is that correct?
Correct.
So are you factoring in like the overtime funding that a lot of departments are using their open positions to?
This is the latest one to
use
get
overtime
caught
funding because they cannot
by an ethics
meet the
commission.
needs. They don't have the people, so they're using overtime funding.
Taking trips
as
to
part
Las
of
Vegas that
that.
he didn't
I
pay
mean,
for
that's-
and everything else.
Street services, that's like a third of the services that they provide. Are you factoring that in somehow? Or?
So those would be, that would be a factor that we would consider in developing our recommendations for position elimination. Again, when I say there would have minimal impact, what I mean is if we're dealing with, if we're looking at eliminating positions that don't exist
City's
today,
huge. The
it
city
would
of Los
be
Angeles is huge, Randy.
Steady state. We're not looking to eliminate filled positions.
It is amazingly
certainly
large.
as a priority, we would not want to trigger any layoffs. We're not looking to eliminate filled positions. So what
I think
departments
there's
have today?
4 million
we
in
would
LA
look
City.
to keep
4 million.
certainly in the priority areas.
You're talking
As we
1%
develop the
vacancy
list of,
rate in that sense.
Position eliminations.
Depending on what the number is, I
overtime
guess.
spending and overtime trends will be part of that analysis.
Yeah, I mean, because you're using some of that funding, for opening positions. They're
Well,
using
40
that
grand would be
to
1%,
fund
really.
overtime
You're
to
talking
make up
less
for
than
the
a-
lack of
like a
having
less
those
than half a
bodies there.
percent,
So I mean, I
really.
just want to make sure we paint the picture. I know that I understand what's coming down the line. I understand that we're gonna have some tough times. I understand. I want us to focus on the core services of what I believe the city's supposed to be providing to our residents. I just want to make sure that everyone is clear on the picture because there will be. I feel like there
Yeah,
will
that's
be
what I'm saying,
impacts on
Jennifer. I don't know. We'll
services
sleep
if we don't
after
make
this.
some
I'm tired.
take some hard looks at things that like core services with street services I believe is one of them.
Have some soup.
They're going to this eliminates their Saturday and Sunday work because they use those open positions to provide overtime, if I'm not mistaken, to cover up for the lack of having the bodies there. So that's 2 out of 7 days that it would be eliminated. We are factoring that in somehow, so we are painting, so we can show a clear picture. Services will be affected if we
Liz.
eliminate
I mean,
those
it's,
open positions because they'll no longer have the overtime funding.
But it's
for
it's
that.
almost good to
we're
see
not-
that it's
we're
all
not,
one-sided. So there's no
proposing-
fight here.
The item before
it's
you
not
is
because
not
of one or
proposing
the
to
other.
sweep
It's
any
because of
dollars from any department.
one set of folks or one set
That
of folks
would
only.
be-
It's glaringly
that
obvious,
conversation would
obvious, and
happen
they don't ever
at
talk
a-
about
with
that.
a
But,
subsequent
but yeah,
recommendations. of the
absolute
budget
power
committee
corrupts
or through the
absolutely.
budget process.
That's what
What
someone
we
said
are-
one time.
We are looking at what we're recommending for the immediate action is to establish a process for hiring and limiting that hiring to the priority critical positions.
All right, thanks, Matt.
Yes.
So just to clarify on that point, Mr. Lee, and it's a good point, but
He's the only one with a mask in the whole room.
the
Look at him.
funding that's
Look at him against the
budgeted
wall.
for currently
Shit, yeah,
vacant
bro.
positions
You don't
is
get what I got.
in the department's salaries general line item. And in order for a department to spend that money for overtime, it would have to be moved into
Thank
their
you, Ryan
overtime
Watson.
account
Appreciate you.
first.
Shout out to you and the
Right.
rest of Canada.
Yes.
So if there's no money being swept from
Show
overtime
must go on,
accounts,
as they say,
there
right?
wouldn't be any service impacts as of now.
Someone
There
else
might be
said
in the
that,
future,
too.
but at least in eliminating
Oh,
vacant
fat boy.
positions,
Oh,
it,
he's
it,
so
it
hungry.
literally
Oh,
couldn't have an
stinky.
impact on their ability to pay
Oh,
for overtime
stinky
because
pie.
that money is not yet in
Are
the
you not the
overtime
cutest cat ever? You might be. Look at your nose. How
Over the
come it's
current
black
state
and not
services,
pink?
I know currently.
They don't do it
uses
on their
that.
own.
How
They
come?
have to come here for that to
How
happen.
come?
So,
How come you got a black heart
so I
on your
think
nose?
what we're talking about here is the
I love it.
funding that's provided
favorite
in the
part.
salaries general account for vacant positions.
That's
Right?
right. That's correct.
Thanks.
That's correct. And any dollars that would be moved or swept would happen most likely through a financial status report and certainly through the budget process.
Okay. Councilmember Park, followed by Councilmember Rahman.
Thank you.
Oh
Mr.
my
President.
God, dude.
I rise because I want
Fuck.
to echo some of the
I know I've
remarks
seen her
that
eyes roll right
Councilwoman
now.
Hernandez has already raised. And Matt, I wanted to personally thank you for all of the work that has gone into this discussion and gotten us here. It's really hard. I just wanted to set the context of this and offer some remarks about where we are and thinking a little bit more broadly and generally about the circumstances that we're in financially. We are all being asked to make this decision in the context of significant compensation and well-deserved compensation increases for our city workers. But we're also doing this in the context of an uncertain economic future. And I remain highly concerned about some of the red flags that I saw in your most recent memorandum. Our own under collection of revenue, whether that's transfer business sales or TOT taxes. Those to me confirm that the economic warning flags that I see are in fact very real. And I know that we're going to come back and discuss those issues on another day, but I think this is all part of the larger context of the decisions that we're making here today. I also think that it is really important that we go into this eyes wide open and understand that the decisions we're making is going to come at the expense of competing projects and priorities. Things like sidewalk repairs, fire station maintenance, unarmed alternative response programs, modernizing our city's convention center, and potential ballot measures as well. For example, we have the Healthy Streets LA measure, which is an unfunded mandate to install bus or bike lanes every time the city resurfaces a street, something that our own CAO has estimated is going to cost us somewhere between $2 and $3 billion over the next 10 years. That is $250 million a year in dedicated general funds. That is the entire amount of our Inside Safe budget. We also heard last week loud and clear in our Transportation Committee from our partners at DOT that they have neither the funding nor the staffing to implement HLA. And they also made very clear that it was going to come at the expense of other priorities. I also just want to echo again what Councilwoman
Remember, when they're forced to pay, a lot of times they do appeal.
And what other people raised.
Sure,
this
he's probably
week in
going to
committee.
appeal.
We
We'll
just
see.
need to be honest with ourselves, I think, and with the public about what this means for the delivery of city services and programs moving forward. As it is, we are already strapped and
OG
struggling
Platinum,
to provide basic
Sean Nana,
core
Half Popper,
services.
get it.
Sidewalk repairs, a regular tree trimming schedule, parking enforcement, and other things that our constituents expect of us. And so while the action in front of us may not impact those existing services, I think we all need to understand, and the public needs to recognize, that what it means is that we are not going to be investing in new or expanding programs for the foreseeable future. And I also
Thank you,
think it is
Dana
really
Am. You
important
rock.
as
My money don't jiggle jiggle.
Thank you, Dana.
Folds, I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle for sure.
Let's get
public
it.
safety, LAPD, fire, park rangers, and sanitation for trash collection, illegal dumping, Care Plus services, and our homeless response, sidewalk repairs, and other things that were outlined in the CAO's report. I also think it is really important, if we're moving forward with this, that we keep in mind the principles that informed our labor agreements with the LAPD and our coalition partners, and remember that those need to be matched when we're at the bargaining table with our firefighters and our non-coalition unions.
Oh, you mean like the ones you
I am
force
hopeful
vaccination on?
that with today's
Got it.
actions, we can still do those things.
What
We
about
can
those?
deliver
Oh, you
the
fired those.
services that our constituents expect of us, but I just want to be very clear on the record that we need to do this eyes wide open and understand that there are going to be collateral impacts for years to come. So I look forward to a fuller discussion. And Councilwoman Hernandez, I share your concern. This feels very rushed, and I wish we had a little bit more time to work on it. And I look forward to the opportunity to continue this conversation as we address this issue.
That's what I'm saying, Mark. It's
Thank
fucking
you.
terrible.
Councilmember Rahman. Okay. Let's go back to Mr. Blumenfield, and we'll begin to take up the proposed amendments, starting with 10F, Madam Clerk.
What do you mean?
On 10F, as you bring each one up, I wanted to comment. I'm trying to figure out a way we can embrace these amendments as much as possible.
Literally, I have
Actually,
to
on
go
10F,
feed
I think
Stinks
we can
again.
Move forward with it.
He already got half his can. Now he needs
first
the other
part of it,
half.
there's three parts to it. The first part of it, which is instructing the CAO to propose to council, what we already have, but it says as well as saved by eliminating all
Thanks again,
positions.
Dana.
It's basically a report, which I think we can certainly do. The second part, number 13 on it, says to add positions that execute programs funded through state, federal grants. Now, to the prioritized critical hiring review list. Truth is, we really already have that. In our priority list, we talk about non-subsidized by the general fund, revenue-generating positions. I think these are all euphemisms for the same thing, so I don't think there's any harm in restating it the way number 13 states it. Same thing with 14 is a report, reporting back 15 days to the council will detail information on processing the identification used to determine it. We all need to do that. And as I mentioned, this is a dynamic process, so we'll get that report back, and we are going to be constantly dealing with what that prioritized critical hiring looks like. So my recommendation on 10F is to approve it as written.
Very good. Thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Thank you, Council President. I would like to add an instruction to item 10F, if that's okay. You know, democracy, it's a beautiful thing. Can we have the CAO report back on when attrition would impact services, please?
Bro.
CAO report back, please, when attrition would impact services. Thank you.
Friendly amendment to yours.
What a boring life.
But also to point out that it's going to be a hard question to answer.
What a boring
because
life.
Part of the answer to that.
Can you imagine
is
having to
be
do this
how the
job
general
every day?
manager deals
That's why they
with
get the
attrition.
money they get, because it's so
Because as
fucking
you
boring.
lose jobs, you're going to move around responsibilities. So within any department, if you have an important job, which is a
Couldn't
trading
imagine doing it.
and you have another job which is also important but maybe not as important, you can move responsibilities around. So there's not a direct
She fired? I don't know.
between the attrition and the services.
Probably, so he let one go.
That is a management function, and it's a management
That's
function that the
democracy over
department
there.
has and that all of us have. So yes, I'm happy to see a report on it, but I also want to set expectations.
Oh,
There's
Jesus,
there's
what's
not gonna
that
be a
smell,
linear
man?
nor should there be. If there is, we're not managing properly. But you guys can all write that up in a nice report and talk about all the ways we can avoid service reductions with that amendment. So,
All right, so for simplicity's sake, Councilmember Hernandez, the comments that Mr. Blumenfield just made, can you accept those as friendly amendment? Okay, then what Mr. Blumenfield's recommendations are now before us. So let's go ahead and vote on item 10F with those recommendations. Open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. That'll take us next to 10E, which was introduced by Mr. De Leon. Mr. Blumenfield.
great, thank you. Now, this amendment has three parts to it. It says specify that all positions related to the implementation of grant-funded projects are fully reimbursable, be exempt from the new priority critical hiring. In the document, we don't exempt them from critical hiring, but we prioritize them for critical hiring. So my recommendation is to basically amend the words exempt from new priority critical hiring and insert prioritized for critical hiring.
Here he comes.
As I said, I believe
Hungry.
we already do this. If you look at the language,
He
the
wants
way it's
this other
written,
hood,
it talks about public health safety and it talks
Huh,
about special
thank
funds and grants, but there's no harm in a belt and suspenders in putting that on there. The second part says clarify that all livability
We still have to go through it. It's going to be more than
positions
4
and
hours. This
classifications
whole,
are
it'll be
exempt.
5-hour
Again,
meeting. It's
same
ridiculous. It's
change,
a
which is
whole
instead of
long
saying
ass
are
show
exempt
now.
to say are
That's how they did
prioritized
it
for
purposely.
critical,
So everybody just leaves.
hiring review.
They don't want to hear you.
Same logic. We already do this, depending on
And it
how
works
you look at
perfect
it.
for
We say
us.
we include public health
Same
safety,
thing.
but this just puts a finer point on it. And the third one says specify that all positions related to the implementation of grant-funded projects are partially reimbursable, be included as prioritized hiring category, which is what we're doing. So that's fine. So with those changes, I would recommend approving as amended.
Councilmember De Leon, accept those as friendly. Thank you. That item is now before us. Item 10E. Let's open the roll.
Close the roll. Hurry up and
Close
vote.
the
Get
roll
the
and
fuck out of
tabulate
here.
the votes.
Yeses, all yeses.
13 ayes.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you.
Like it was gonna be
Item
anything different.
10D was withdrawn by Councilmember Hernandez. That brings us next to item 10C by Mr. Soto Martinez.
Oh my God.
Councilmember Soto Martinez, do you want to be heard first? Okay, go.
Either way, but I'm going to propose accepting it, but go ahead.
Thank you so much, Council President. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you, Councilmember Blumenfield, for your leadership on the budget and finance. I know we've had many stories about how you had to deal with this at the state, and so I think nobody is more apt to deal with this than you. I know Council President was also there during that time. And just want to thank our CAO for, we had a wonderful meeting yesterday. I got a little more into the weeds, and so I'm not going to have no questions for you today. This amendment
Thankfully.
is really trying to get at, I think, something that is unique to the different departments in the city of Los Angeles. I asked Mr. Zabel yesterday, well, which departments are actually their vacancy rate continue? So the number of people in the department continue to go down, even though we're trying our best efforts. And he gave me sworn police, the PSRs, and accounting. Those positions, despite
Goes to
our
the same
efforts,
barber as the other guy?
It's hard to hire into those
City administrator?
different classifications. What I believe is unique about sworn police is that we've actually this body has
I mean, his
has
is
tried
normal,
to
at
find
least.
other solutions to that.
Normal
we did,
hairdo.
You know, pretty high raises. We did retention bonuses. We did a bounce back program, try to make sure, see if folks can come back from retirement. And that has not increased the numbers. It's actually, we continue to lose police officers. And as what we budgeted for last year was 9,493 sworn positions. Currently,
I'm
that
gonna
number
go feed
stands
Stinks
at
again.
8,972, which is 521 positions that basically
I'll be right
we've
back. They'll just be
allocated
talking. All right. Ready to
money
go?
for vacant, to use your phrase, I really liked, money for vacant positions for employees that don't exist for work that will not be delivered, right? And I think, so when I think about this, this is why I wrote this amendment, which states to instruct the CAO to report back in 1 week to full council on the number of sworn police officers that the city realistically projected to hire by the end of the fiscal year based on the current hiring trends, and report on savings associated with eliminating positions unlikely to be filled. I think if we have that report, we can have a more honest discussion, which I think many of us want to have, because then we can have a discussion about how we can be not only a responsible government. I don't think we want to tie up that much money if we know it's not going to go spent or unused or no services rendered. And we can look at other critical services. We heard that traffic violence was the #1 cause. More people died of traffic violence than homicides last year. We get all these calls about our constituents complaining about the broken streetlights, broken infrastructure. And so I do want to have that conversation, but I do want to look at this number and see what we can do potentially with that money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Blumenfield.
Great. I'm happy to get this report. I think it's always good to get more information. I suspect that we're actually not going to find that there's going to be a lot of savings associated with it for a number of reasons, but we'll let the report speak for itself. So I would recommend approving this.
Very good. If there's nobody else wishing to be heard on item 10C, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
12 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. Item 10B, Mr. Blumenfield.
10B, it basically says it's an amendment to modify the instruction to instruct the CAO to add homelessness prevention to the categories of prioritized critical hiring. We already have in the categories positions that address homelessness, so I don't think it's necessary, but adding in homelessness prevention and positions that address homelessness would put a belt and suspenders on it in terms of the areas that are listed. Again, and so specifically what I would amend is to say, to amend item 10 to include homelessness prevention to the category of critical hiring review adjacent to the bullet providing positions addressing homelessness crisis, which is a little different than the way it is, but that would put it on par with all the other bullets that we have.
Mr. Soto Martinez, is that friendly? Very good.
All right, I'm back.
Basically, Mr. Soto Martinez wants to have homelessness prevention be a category that is prioritized.
Still no
We
public
already
comment,
have
Jamie.
prioritized
Imagine doing that to
category,
people that come all the way over to
positions
talk.
that address homelessness. So there's a
It's
little bit of a
glaringly
nuance there in
obvious
that you're
what they're
adding
doing.
homelessness prevention. I kind of feel like it's all one, but again, in the spirit of collaboration, cooperation, instead of sending it back, let's just
It really is obvious.
add that in and have both there, so that there's no question. They're both part of the prioritized positions addressing homeless. I mean, they're both part of the category of prioritized critical hiring.
Yeah, they talk as long as they want.
Okay, very good. So that's now before us. Item 10B is before us. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the votes.
13 ayes.
Thank you. And then finally, that brings us to item 10A, Mr. Bloomfield.
Okay, so item 10A names a number of positions, specifically signal system and electrical, traffic.
fucking
officer,
items
two
are on 10?
all-important positions, traffic-related positions. The amendment itself says to basically would exempt those from having any additional review. my recommendation is to include those positions, but to name them and uplift
4
the
hours
idea
in
that
right now,
we are
guys. 4 hours and 4
prioritizing
minutes.
These positions, because they are all important
Basically
transportation
4 hours.
positions, but adding them to the category of, which is already, I think, is there, which we have a category that says public safety.
Imagine
I
being
think
like
all of
Brock
these
or Jason or
positions
any of
fall
them
under
on
public
hold
safety
for
and
4
are
hours.
prioritized critical review.
Mr. Spindler on hold for 4 hours.
So, but to say
It's fucking
including these
ridiculous.
positions,
Just to,
so
just to
under
get
the
1
public
minute of
safety
general
bullet, we would
comment because
say,
they don't want to hear what they actually have to say.
Prioritized for critical,
regardless
for,
of whether they like it or don't.
Additional
It's just
review,
ridiculous,
critical
dude. Couldn't be any more
positions,
anti-American.
and then name these positions
It couldn't
as
be.
under public safety. So it would, as I said, I think they're already covered. Belt and suspenders, put them in there, but do not do what it initially did, which was to exempt them from the priority review. It's to make sure that they are included in the priority review. Slight difference, well, a big difference, but it is uplifting these positions.
Thank you. Mr. Soto Martinez?
Yeah, I would accept that sort of understanding, and thank you for that. You know, I think we all saw the press event that was done. I think it was yesterday, where traffic violence exceeded the number of homicides. We have had so many adjourning motions here that are heartbreaking.
You also made, you
so
deemed jaywalking
I think
racist,
it
so
has
that
to have
could
that level of
contribute to it
urgency,
too,
so
right?
thank you
People
for-
getting hit by cars?
for seeing that as well, and
Maybe not,
look forward
right?
to discussing that in personnel and hearing how you navigate this in budget.
And yes, they deemed it racist. And not.
All right.
Yes.
That item is now before us.
It was
Let's
illegal to
find
jaywalk.
item
It's
10A.
now legal
Let's
because
open
it's
the roll.
racist to jaywalk.
Close
Apparently.
the roll and tabulate the
But they
vote.
won't say that's another leading cause of people getting
39.
hit.
Thank you.
I mean,
So
come
item
on,
10
man.
is now before us as amended. So on item 10 collectively, let's open the roll.
I don't know how you can try.
Close the roll and tabulate
Only
the
one way to
votes.
find out.
13 eyes.
Thank you very
Let's
much.
go.
Good work,
Go to
members. Thank
public
you for
comment,
that.
you fucking
thank you,
Nazis.
Mr. Szabo, Mr. Seha, thank you. Madam Clerk, what's next before us?
If I just may clarify, for item 10, it has been amended by motions 10A,
There comes back the hum.
B, C,
60
E,
cycle
and
hum.
F.
Exactly.
Thank you,
right.
DEI
And if I could
sound guy.
also, there has been a request to adopt item 11 forthwith today.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Thank
All
you.
right,
Would
Daniel,
council
have a
like
good
to
one.
go to general public comment?
There we go.
I'd also like to
You're
request
leaving
that
at the
item
perfect
12
time,
be
though,
set
Daniel.
forthwith as well.
This is what you waited for this
Without
whole
objection,
time.
that'll be the order.
So here we go.
All right.
Viewer discretion is advised.
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. What's next before us?
Hopefully
Would
every
council
one of
like to
them
go
gives it to
general
them.
public comment?
Yes, let's do that. So those wishing to offer general public comment, you can come on up to the microphone.
After waiting 4 hours. Finally. Fucking finally. Oh, here goes Andrew Gramner. Over or under, guys. Over or
And
under
you'll have
12.
1 minute to
Over
speak on
under
general public
12.
Comment. Good afternoon.
Minutes, I think. 2 minutes, I think.
No, 1 minute.
Well, I saved 1 minute before. But anyway, my name is Carmelina Minasova, and I just want a short. I impress Hernandez, council member. I'm from Europe. I speak 5 languages. My English not very well, but what we need to do, what I learned from you guys, that's the. Are you not ashamed you guys set it up election law at the city, asking 500 signatures for the residents to run to the office versus U.S. government only asking 40 signatures? So this is not need to be addressed. The second, you guys should today resign LASA director. She make the Department of Homeless Services is nightmare. Homeless is not able to directly contact with the HACLA. That's number 2. Number 3, animal services manager need to be resigned. Look at an animal crazy in a street.
Animal.
So what I really wanted to do, I'm looking your budget, 13 billions you spending.
Billions?
And 13 billion, like 80% you spending for salary. And you dealing like 10 million something for homeless.
Thank you
That's
very
it.
much. Next
Bloated as fuck. All the money go to the salary. You know exactly.
Thank you. I want to. I'm proud resident of the 12th district, represented by John Lee. But I want to thank the 6th district. I had a diabetic little issue, and they gave me candy. They offered me pan. And then there was another
Pan?
lady who was having a diabetic issue, and we took her over, and they took care of her. So, hurrah for the 6th district. Quickly, what was my subject today? It was, oh, yes, I want to invite all the officers who are here today, come across the street tres hermanos, and we'd like to have you have lunch with us. I hope you folks can come over and have lunch with us. Anyway, across the street it is. And then secondly, on Wednesday you guys closed on democracy. Miss Rodriguez was talking about democracy, and then one of the other councilwomen said democracy is beautiful, but it can be ugly too. And sometimes over on this side, we get a little ugly. But it's your job to listen to that. It's your job to let us have our time, even if it's not beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Candido.
He's
Next
a
speaker,
fucking,
please.
he's just a panderer.
Council, that
Lives in
remains
the
Noel
panderverse.
Rice. I wanted to thank first Councilman McCosker for introducing these two motions on the San Pedro tanks today, as promised. Appreciate it very much. Listening to Mr. Hernandez and also Mr. Soto Martinez on the issues of the tenants and their inability to basically meet the transition that exists between where they're at and where they need
Look
to
at
be.
it. Only one,
I
oh,
wanna
two,
reinforce
and
the
she's
point. We were talking
eating.
about tenants who can't
Two,
pay
and
their
she's
rent.
eating with her
I'm
back
talking-
turned.
I
How
think we need
disrespectful.
relocation fee doubling
Look at her.
to 22 and
Stuffing her
45
fucking
from the
face.
current 11 and 22, and I'm hoping to convince
Where's the
at least
rest of
two
them?
of you to be able to introduce a motion that simply doubles those rates, because these are tenants.
Look at the
unlike
other
tenants
side.
that we're talking
Either
about today,
anybody paying
who
attention?
involuntarily have
Besides
to leave.
bucket
who
heads
are
looking the
stuck
other way?
Basically, having to leave because buildings being demolished or whatever the case may be. They're not looking for money from the city, and to make a
Disgusting.
decent
Fucking
transition
pigs.
between
They're
where they
all
at and where they need
pigs.
to go. It needs to be doubled. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next
Fucking
speaker, please.
pigs, dude.
Tony Wilkinson from Panorama City, Slow Tony on social media.
Hit up Slow Tony.
My earlier comment about time for the public to partner with elected officials on how to deal with these budget issues. I do notice, maybe this is, I'm 81. I see a lot of folks here who are a lot younger than I, who had, I thought, a lot of good ideas. We have reliably liberal members on this council, including
Liberal.
certainly my council member Padilla, and I'm an emotional member of council
Member
member
over under
Hernandez's,
12. Here he comes.
Pam, hi Pam. So I urge my friends in the back. I don't think this needs to be a struggle session, watching the public comment, because I think that we have people who are listening. And so if people come here to make the public comment, I would urge them to be more friendly, because I think we've got a lot of open ears here. Thank you very much.
Here we
Thank
go.
you, Tony. Next speaker.
Andrew Graber.
4 hours just sitting here, including an hour of you talking about how you want to, hear from the Valley. If you want to hear from the Valley, why don't you actually hear from the Valley instead of doing an hour of a presentation talking
true.
about how you want to hear from the Valley? Then you'd spend like another hour just having every council member repeatedly ask the same 6 questions on like none of you were even asking anything different. Just all of you had to ask the same couple questions just to waste our time, It's just completely disrespectful. You're not actually, it's what a show. I figure, well, maybe you'd put on a show. No, you're just doing your usual, crap that you do in downtown, except like 10 times worse. I think I'm going to see if I can do a CPRA request to see how much money was spent on the overtime for the same couple of cops that are in the downtown city hall to drive out here to harass people at Van Nuys. Kevin needs to go.
4. Under's the winner. Boy, he was light.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Well, sorry. Hello, my name is Dwayne Murphy. My pronouns are he, him, his. I'm a resident of CD4 of Councilwoman Brahman's office. And I'm here to talk about how the budgetary issues intersect and interconnect with pedestrian safety and traffic safety overall. So I live across from Sherman Oaks Van Nuys Public Park and Recreation Center. Every corner I notice there is a controlled intersection, like a pedestrian crosswalk or a traffic light. But on the intersection of Magnolia and Tyrone, where we have residential houses nearby, we have 5 new houses being built, there is none. And I understand there are a wide variety of budgetary issues with the city right now, but I personally believe when it comes to pedestrian safety, traffic safety, parks, we need better material coordination between the city and the County of Los Angeles, the state of California, and our federal representatives. I know it's a huge task ahead of us, but this is how we can protect all of us together in this city. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Fernando Almaraz, and I'm here to talk about eminent public domain. Beside
Ooh.
me is my hardworking mom, Maria Flores, and her friend Eva Campos, who are homeowners. We are here to represent the 10-plus homeowners that could not be here due to work or medical appointments. We are here to talk on information that was passed down and presented to us by Mr. Richard Serrano, who knocked on our door and informed us on what is going to happen to our street and our community. We would like Imelda and Monica to have a neighborhood meeting with Mr. Serrano for us in the community so we can voice our concerns who will be forced to sell our homes. We need to be aware of what's happening in our community in a time schedule for those who work in the mornings and are not able to participate in these type of meetings, including business owners as well. There'll need to be a meeting before February 9th. With Metro, we would like to have a meeting prior to, so we can have our say.
Thank you.
Someone
Next
else was
speaker,
talking
please.
about eminent domain today. I don't forget who it was, but there you go.
Good afternoon, Richard Serrano, CD6 write-in candidate. I was made aware of this at the Arleta Neighborhood Council meeting about properties, not just auto shops that are going to be used for their soft rail coming down from Van Nuys all the way to the Civic Center here to the Orange Line. But it does nothing good for the community that it's going to affect. And I think from Congress with Tony Cardenza, Alex Padilla at Senate, Carolina, Monica Rodriguez, they should have been informed. Ms. Padilla, it's not your situation. You just got here 6 months ago. That's not your situation. But everyone else, this construction started 2022. There's going to be people displaced. These businesses affected. There's no parking now. You guys aren't thinking about the people here. If it was really about the community, that line would have went all the way to Ventura Boulevard, District 2. But you won't affect them. Too many attorneys out there. Car lots here. Take care of the people that put you in power, your grassroots. Most of you came from San Fernando High School.
Thank you.
Hi,
Next
Yo-Yo.
speaker, please.
Can't Wario him. He's over there. His tail's long, but
Good
it ain't
afternoon.
that long.
Good afternoon. You and I are going to be meeting each other in my office in about 6 months
Ooh.
under something called a deposition subpoena.
Ooh, I like it.
On the 12th of January, one of your you removed Mr. Wayne Spindler. It appears one of your deputies that doesn't like me too much says I was Wayne Spindler, and I was put into cuffs
Ooh.
and everything.
That ain't Spindler.
I've asked your office for the name of the deputy. You've not and refused to give that to me. So we're going to have to do something where it's going to be a little bit more drastic. So I'm going to spend my $435. You're going to come to my office. You're going to see co-counsels on my end, and we're going to have a fun game on why your deputy did that to me. I am not Wayne Spindler. And your office position is you don't care. So I think I'm going to have to spend the $435 and legally, lawfully, and civilly just wreck your fucking life. Thank you.
Let's get it. Let's get it. I'm all for it, Billy.
Hi, my name is Carino Dela Cuesta. I'm from Van Nuys, and really appreciate you guys showed up. And because I think Van Nuys is going to change enormously because of the infrastructure project that is coming there. And I think that our city is changing at this moment. And listen to this meeting. It shows how great a challenge that we're facing, and it almost feels like our lives is at stake. And I don't say it lightly, but it's, I hope people take into account. And I want to maybe ask, maybe look at AI as a source of bringing all those information and create a template as a starting point. I don't know if you're going to do it, but I hope that you can resolve certain things that you're facing, because there's so much information that not all of us could.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We don't give a fuck. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
We don't give a shit, but we'll pretend to. Thank you.
Howdy. So really quickly, I have a message from Tom Materna from Sherman Oaks Neighborhood Council. He would like for you guys to refer to Imelda for issues regarding the Valley because she represents the community pretty well in his words. He says that he brought us here, which we haven't been in a long time, so he would like for you guys to defer to her regarding issues involving the Van Nuys Airport. Now, for my words, it's kind of disrespectful how y'all are carrying yourselves in the middle of public comment after people waited hours to speak to you. Come on. That's a little disrespectful. I'm not saying for me. It's not for me. It's for those people. I'm not a citizen. I don't own a home. I don't own a business. I come here speaking up for them. And they don't even like me. So at least do them the courtesy to listen to them. Really quickly, Los Angeles Valley Gun Club. Los Angeles Valley Gun Club is now looking for members. We're very small. We're an email list. Reach out to lavalleyGC@gmail.com or lavalleygunclub@gmail.com. Beginners, non-owners are welcome. Come.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
That's it. The gun club. It's got it going. Oh.
My name is Ann Job from Silmar, and I want to do a shout out for neighborhood
For
councils.
Smoking Scan?
We have an army.
Thought she was
of
gonna shout out Smoking Scan.
9 city councils army to help with all of the issues that confront this city, and not to use neighborhood councils to that. It's losing a resource that is available to you, and I invite neighborhood council. I invite council members. I know Imelda goes to her neighborhood councils. I invite you to go to your neighborhood council and listen to what they have to say, because when you don't show up, they think you don't care. And it's important that you do care, that they know you care, and that we can work together with this army, 99 neighborhood councils. No other city has this. So let's help one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Hi, council members. My name is Dave Summers. I'm the board secretary of the Engineers and Architects Association. I entered in general comment, but it's really related to item 10. I appreciated the discussion today. I really appreciated the amendments, expanding notions of safety. I would also call out, I'm a little concerned about the definition of non-critical based on time of vacancy due to the assumptions why positions have been vacant so long. There's been poor compensation package and our hiring process. Accountants specifically, 80% vacancy in LADOT. What that does is that increases our cost of doing business in the city. If we can't pay our invoices on time, contractors have to carry insurance. Our cost goes up, so I really want to hope that we get to be at the table in defining what the critical positions are and the impact on the city of not filling those positions. So I do appreciate the conversation on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, did you want to?
No, he's holding his
All right,
paws.
let's go next to the phones. We'll take the first 5 callers that we have on the phone for general public comment.
All right, so you're the
Caller,
first
you have 1
5.
minute for general
That's all you
public.
get. Or no, I guess maybe they'll do more, but I don't know.
Yes, my name is Jason. I'm a Smoking Scan viewer, and my pronouns are black, African American, and just straight up nigga.
Go ahead.
Thank you there, brother. I'd like to say what's up to my man Damon and the rest of the Smoking Scan crew. We having a good show as usual today. We're doing our thing, and as usual, we're gonna have a nice little show going on for the weekend there, and maybe we'll get down there to the elbow ballroom and see what's going on there, and hope we have a couple I don't know, maybe a couple of days. That'd be nice there. So and my man Snakes, he show up and do his thing there, but it's been a good day. It's been a long day. Thanks to you guys. Thanks for dragging everything out there, but y'all have a good one.
Shout out to Jason.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Love Jason. He's great. Jason
Caller, you
and
have
Brock.
1 minute.
Fucking awesome.
Hi, this is Ruth. I listened to that long discussion and I heard
Bob Bloomingfield, I think, say something about not enough lifeboats. Like, these are people's lives and their homes that you're talking about, people that voted for you. You know, like people that are going to be on the streets with me. Because I'm not even in a life. I'm on an iceberg, you know? I'm outside, plugged into a 12-volt car battery, just trying to get a word in. There was a council file CF 19-1020, written by Bonin and Marquise Harris Dawson, for a lived experience board for homeless people in the city of Los Angeles. It was endorsed by LASA's Lived Experience Advisory Board, and it's going to die this year if no one does anything about it. So please, Marquise Harris Dawson, please see to it that that body gets created and we have an opportunity to raise our grievances, which are many. People have been calling me because they don't have anyone to call.
Caller, your
Thank
time
you.
has expired.
Thank you.
Call
Next
it
caller,
you.
please.
Oh, man. Shout out to Ruth. What's up, Jesse?
Thank you. It's Eric Previn.
Shout out to Eric Previn.
I'll give a general public comment. I was very concerned about the way this meeting was labeled earlier in the day, and I will say that it's been an interesting meeting because there's been some drama. You know, first Hernandez closed the deal by smudging out the number in the hopes that a few more could slip through, which was good. And then we just had the big fiasco discussion where Szabo came out and gave us the strong, cold, dark $300 million medicine that we know is going to be very, very hard for getting the services done. And it raises the question, you know, Holly Mitchell does this all the time. Where did we come up with all this spending? And, you know, I suggest that everybody get a goatee. We're all going to need goatees going forward, men and women. This has got to be a group effort because we're going to have to do the hard work. So with that, I would just say do a much better job. And it's nice to come to Van Nuys. It's nice to be in a small room where the humans are humans. But you should open up this screen.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
What up, Nuggies? What up, Tommy?
This will be our final caller.
Look at that.
1 minute.
Good afternoon. Brock Landers, Los Angeles private investigator. Good choice for your last call. I had time to crack a case, bust a nut, and call back in. Log back into Smoke and Scan to see Damon and Stinks. Bob, I've heard you're scared of Mr. Harlan. Why don't you just start wearing lipstick and a skirt? I'm sure when Jose gets moved into his new digs, he'll introduce you to the other snitches and bitches. Hold my pocket. Hugo, I reached out to you last weekend about issues, and you still haven't responded back to me. How much are the human traffickers donating to your campaign to have you ignore what's going on in your backyard? Did they promise to have someone watch your Lexus next time it breaks down? So you don't have to call the LAPD? It's hard for us to forget about Van Nuys. More crabs are in LA because of Van Nuys than have ever been caught on The Amazing Catch. Marquise, I'm still down for the charity boxing. Tom Cruise and David Miscavige's dick still smell
Thank
like
you very
Paul's.
much. What's
The
next
law
before us,
enforcement
Madam
type
Clerk?
of guy.
The council has motions for posting and referral.
Sorry, for the record, that will close general public
See?
comment.
Everybody else got dicked out.
Without objection, posted and referred.
The desk is
Next.
clear.
So everybody
Very
else got
good.
dicked
Thank you.
out.
Members, any announcements?
We'll take 5 because that's all we want to take.
Any
So what?
announcements
Imagine
on
if
the
you
left?
waited for
Any
your
announcements
comment
on the
4
right?
hours.
Councilmember Park.
Now you don't even get it.
Thank you, Council President. With International Holocaust
Shout out to Brock.
Remembrance Day being tomorrow,
The
I just
law
wanted to
enforcement
take
type
a
of guy
moment
who
to
is hired
recognize
by
this
people
somber
to
occasion.
stop these bad individuals.
January 27th marks the 79th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, the largest of the concentration and death camps during World War II. This year's commemoration comes at a time of drastic increases in acts of anti-Semitism around our city. And I think it's a really important time that we come together and stand up against hate. The Museum of Tolerance and the Holocaust Museum Los Angeles are both hosting screenings this Sunday afternoon on the impacts of the Holocaust that are still felt to this day. And I would encourage anyone who is available to attend those events. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other announcements, members? All right, seeing none, are there any motions for adjournment?
I guess that's
Any
gonna
motions
be
for
it, guys.
adjournment on the left? Any motions for adjournment on the right? Seeing none, Thank you very much, members. Go out and serve the city well. We are adjourned.
That's it. Only took them 4 hours and 23 minutes. 28. 4 hours, 28. 4 and a half hours, ladies and gentlemen. 4.5 fucking hours. Holy shit. My goddamn. Holy Jesus. All right, I'm going to hit one bag with you and then I'm gone, guys. I'll try to get on tonight. To be honest, I'm not really feeling really well. Like to get some sleep in. That would be nice. Maybe just try to do it Saturday instead of Friday. This cold, I want to try to knock it out. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I know this was a tough one. And again, now you guys see what I'm saying, what they're doing. You can see it now. Okay? They're doing everything they can. They're forcing you to talk about what they want you to talk about. Then if you want to talk about what you want to talk about, you got to wait 4 hours. See how that works? Fucking terrible. All I can think of to thwart it is to not do it live anymore, but then you don't have the call-ins. You could do the early, and then you could fast forward it and just watch the end and be done in half hour or whatever, you know? That's the only way around it as far as I know. Let's do this side, guys. All right.
Smoke.
Thank you, Weather. Yeah, that's what I'd like to. Thank you, Shell. Thank you, Les. Yeah, if I feel better, I'll be on tonight. But I'm going to bomb myself and lay down for a little bit. Don't have anything else I have to do. But, yeah. Let me go see if Joe's on, too. I'm sure he is. Man, you're really in the way right now, dude. You're really in my way. Man, come on with your foot. Get your foot off my finger. Oh, you're too much, dude. Would you get your foot off my finger? Bro, Stop it. Keeps pushing on my finger and I'm trying to use the trackpad. He thinks I'm playing with him. And I'm you know? Fucking cat, dude. He's too much. Oh, okay. So he's live. He's rolling to that convoy, guys. I think that's what he's doing. He's meeting up with a convoy of truckers that are going to the border, I believe. So yeah, I think that's what they're up to now. Kind of like what happened in Ottawa, except for that was for vaccination issues. Here it'll be for immigration issues. What's up, Janelle? Thank you so much, Janelle. I appreciate you. Yeah, he's over here. Look at him. He's got his hand on my phone, and it's all on the goddamn trackpad. So his feet are fucking using the trackpad up right now. Old fat boy. And I love him, but old stinkies. Oh. Kisses. Ow, no bite. So you're just cleaning. You're cleaning to bite? Okay. You take care as well, Tons. Have a fantastic Friday. But, yeah, man. These kids are having a fun Friday. Shout out to them. It's 5:30 where they at. I think. No, it's 4:30. I think it's 4:30. Yeah, it's 4:38. Boy, they're all jumping crazy right now. Feel it in my throat. Oh, man. Should be an interesting convoy, absolutely. See what goes on there. I mean, heat's on now in Texas. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? And then you have other states backing Texas as well. And I don't know, man. Like I said, you better have your shit ready. It's coming. You better be prepared. I really feel it's coming. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Ryan. It does one up.
This is bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
It's true. Yeah, E-Fog. I mean, you saw me the other night. I was fine. And then if you remember, I sneezed once. Then I said, hold on a second. Then sneezed 2 more times. That's why I kind of knew. It's like, man, because I don't sneeze normally. So, yeah, it got me. Got me, man. So I don't want to get anybody else sick. That's how you stop it. So everybody just stays home when they should. Instead of having like the dude back there coughing up a lung in there. You heard him. Dies off, and then off we go, man. But it is the cold and flu season, so it's to be expected. Go and have some soup. Make me some soup. Chit-chat. Thank you, Belk. Back here. Awesome. What's the link to the skiing thing? Hold on. Okay, so he's going to Virginia Beach. Boy, oh boy. He's taking a track. Come on. Come on. What's going on here? That's it. I guess it's called Three Rivers Parks. And there's the link right there. Well, that's if I'm going out, Jay. I'm not going out. Masks don't work anyways, man. If you didn't learn that. Read up on what a 95 does. N95. And most of you guys that wear those fucking things buy one from the corner dude selling fucking potato chips and sodas. So what's the fucking point? Come on now. I have vitamin C. I'll take some. Been drinking orange juice and stuff. Drinking some lemonade right now. All right, guys, I'm out of here. So thank you so much for joining me. I apologize. Well, it's not really my fault, but sorry that was so long and tedious today. Hopefully they'll do a little bit better in the future. So I may see you tonight. If not, I'll try to make it up for you tomorrow, guys. You guys have a great Friday. I'm out of here.
Thank you for your cooperation. Good night.
See you guys. I'm going home.
Bye, y'all.